Dreamscape presents Third Chances by Ivy Smoak. Narrated by Vanessa Edwin and Connor Crace.
Prologue. Rob. She was sitting in her usual spot. The sun slanting through the trees made shadows dance all around her. My breathing slowed. Every time I saw her, it was like seeing her beauty again for the first time. I stopped and put my hands on my knees, pretending to catch my breath. My eyes stayed fixed on her as the breeze fluttered in her hair. God, I wanted my hands in that hair. I wanted to taste her lips. I wanted to feel the softness of her skin. She closed her book and ran her fingers through her hair. She turned her head toward me, but I couldn't tell if she was actually looking at me. The sunglasses she wore always hid her eyes. I quickly pulled my phone out of my pocket and pretended to change the song. Even though I didn't listen to music when I ran, my earphones were always connected to my phone. I liked that it looked like I was listening to music. That way no one would disturb me. I didn't like to be bothered when I was running. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her pull a notebook out of her backpack. The shadows danced across her face again as she bit the tip of her pen. It was impossible not to stare. She was the opposite of me, transfixed by whatever she was working on. She always seemed completely focused. It was alluring. I told myself if I ever ran into her at a bar, I'd talk to her. But I couldn't do it here. Not while she was sitting there studying in the grass peacefully. She looked so in tune with herself. I couldn't make myself ruin this perfect moment. My world was chaos. I wouldn't pull her into that unless I could lock eyes with her. I could tell from just a glance if a girl wanted me. This girl was always wearing sunglasses. She bit the tip of her pen again. Fuck me. I could feel myself getting hard. That was not going to work in athletic shorts. My phone lit up in my hands and Penny's name flashed across the screen. It was not weird at all to sit here and people watch while I talked to my future sister-in-law. It was a perfect excuse to stare at the beautiful woman in the grass. Usually, I didn't have a good reason. I pulled my earphones out and swiped my finger across the screen. Hey baby, what's up?
Hey to you too. Why are you so out of breath?
She was so desensitized by my teasing that it barely even affected her anymore. I needed to come up with a better term of endearment than baby. Maybe sugar tits would get a rise out of her next time? I cleared my throat. I was just exercising.
Ew.
I laughed. Ew. What?
Did I just interrupt you? You know.
Jerking off? No. Do you want me to be? I could picture her rolling her eyes. I loved when she did that.
No, Rob, I'm calling about James' birthday.
Having trouble coming up with an idea for the man who has everything? She sighed.
I guess you could say that. He always seems happy with the presents I give him, but I want him to really, really like his present this year. He's been working so hard the past few months getting his company off the ground. I want to show him how much I appreciate him.
Give him head. She laughed.
You're not helping.
No, seriously. That's what he wants.
That's not a special gift, Rob. I want to give him something nice.
Why, because you give him head all the time? I could imagine Penny on her knees in front of me. It was easy to picture her full lips around my cock. Fuck, that's making me harder. I looked over at the girl in the grass. She was writing something in her notebook.
Rob, come on, you know him best.
I already told you what he wants. It's what every guy wants.
It's his last birthday in his 20s. I want to make it special.
So maybe dress up in something sexy, too. A naughty schoolgirl outfit would be fitting. She laughed.
Okay, you're not helping. I'll let you get back to exercising.
She drew out the word exercising. I was on a run. I swear I wasn't jerking off. But all this talk about head.
Bye, Rob.
Wait, I actually have an idea.
I'm listening.
Mets tickets. He loves going to those games with you. Get good seats this time. Last time I was stuck behind some huge mammoth lady.
I'm assuming that means you'll want to come if I go that route?
Yeah. I mean, it was my idea, and you can give him an idea of what to expect later by eating a hot dog super seductively. She laughed.
I'm hanging up now.
But I haven't gotten off yet.
Stop being gross. Bye, Rob.
Bye, sugar tits. I smiled as I pulled the phone away from my ear. I love Penny like a sister, but it was so easy for me to picture her tied up naked in my bed. When would that go away? I ran my hand through my hair as I glanced back at the girl studying. She was reading a book now, perfectly content. I definitely couldn't talk to her. I didn't want to freak her out and make her change her studying schedule. Every weekday when the sun was out, she'd be here at 3 p.m. like clockwork. I made sure to be here too. Not that I was stalking her. 3 o'clock also happened to be a great time to run. I'd always liked running in the heat. Probably because I'd gotten used to it after spending half my time abroad. The girl rubbed the side of her neck with her hand. Why was that so fucking sexy? I dreamed about pinning her against the very tree she liked to read under. I could picture her begging me to fuck her. She bit the tip of her pen again. Did she even realize what she could do to a man? Even though she was always peacefully studying, I was not going to let this girl slip through my fingers. It was almost finals week. If I didn't run into her by the end of the semester, I'd go talk to her like this. I'd interrupt her studying because I know she'd want me to. She couldn't hide behind those sunglasses forever. Okay. I had not been jerking off while I talked to Penny, but if I didn't soon, I'd have to throw away my shorts. I stood up and adjusted my shorts in an attempt to hide my boner. It didn't work that well. Luckily, my apartment was close. I looked over my shoulder at the girl as I started running. I definitely talked to her soon. Last call would be in a few minutes. I looked around the bar as I closed out my tab, hoping, praying that she'd suddenly appear. Finals week was drawing to a close. The end of the semester had come, and I had blown my shot at talking to that girl. She just stopped showing up under the tree a few days ago. She probably finished her exams early. She was gone. I glanced over at the group of girls that were clearly celebrating a 21st birthday. One of them was wearing a tiara and looked like she was drunk out of her mind. The thought of her beneath me wasn't appealing at all. I wanted a challenge. I wanted something different. I wanted the girl in the grass. I looked down at the beer in my hand. If someone was to ask me how old I was, 21 would probably spill out. I still felt 21. I still felt like I was in college. I needed to get out of this town. Whatever it was I was looking for, it wasn't here.
Who's the lucky girl tonight?
I turned my head to the bartender. I didn't recognize her. And you'd think that I would after frequenting this bar so often. She was wearing cut-off jean shorts and her t-shirt with the bar's logo was tied up, showing off her perfect stomach. I raised my eyebrow and leaned forward. You? She laughed.
You don't realize how far your reputation has spread.
Is there a rumor going around about how good I am at giving orgasms? She rolled her eyes. I loved when girls rolled their eyes at me. It just so happened that the correlation between girls who rolled their eyes and girls who loved to be spanked was pretty high. I certainly wouldn't mind spanking her tight ass tonight. How about I show you how true it is? She ignored me as she poured a drink for another patron and announced last call. When she was done, she walked over to me. It was pretty clear that she was swaying her hips more than necessary. She leaned down on the counter in front of me, exposing the top of her perky breasts. I'd have her lips around my cock the minute the bar closed.
If you think I'm going home with you, Rob Hunter, you're crazy.
Fuck, she did know me. I thought she was bluffing. I wasn't sure what my reputation was, but clearly she wanted a piece of whatever she had heard. Well, luckily for you, I don't need to take you home to show you just how true it is. She laughed, but not before I saw her gulp. And that rush of color to her cheeks instantly made me hard. Right now, all I wanted to do was forget about the girl that I missed out on. I wanted to forget about everything. I downed the rest of my beer and glanced at the girl's name tag. Tiffany. Well, tonight Tiffany would help me forget. Besides, I'd always wanted to fuck someone on the counter of this bar. There's no reason to waste this opportunity just because I was being sentimental. My phone buzzed in my pocket. There was a text from Penny. I clicked on it.
About to get Mets tickets. Is section B row 7 good? It looks like it would be good.
I laughed and quickly wrote her back. Those are really shitty seats, Penny.
Help me, please. I need you. I'll even eat a hot dog at the game, albeit not sexily.
I sighed and slipped off the stool. I didn't want to fuck Tiffany. I didn't want another one-night stand tonight.
Where are you going?
Tiffany said. She had a sexy pout on her face. Home. I thought about my empty apartment. It wasn't really my home. I wasn't in it enough for that to be the case, and I was itching to leave again. Tonight I'd buy a one-way ticket to somewhere I hadn't been. Maybe I'd find a home there. Right after I helped Penny because she needed me. I liked when she needed me.
Chapter 1. Daphne. 1 year later. I went through my checklist one more time and tossed a pair of extra contacts in just in case. When packing, contacts were always the most important thing on my list. Everything else I could buy once I got there. But spending the week in my glasses? Not happening. Bathing suits didn't mix well with glasses, especially when you had to wear sunglasses too. A pair of sunglasses on top of my normal glasses was something I wanted to keep in the past, buried somewhere next to colorful scrunchies. I slid my checklist into a pouch in my suitcase so I'd be able to double-check everything on the way home, too. My friends would most definitely make fun of me. They'd also thank me because of all the extra sunscreen I brought, though. Kristen had specifically told me not to research anything about where we were going. I glanced over at my laptop. For weeks, I had listened to her. I fidgeted with the bracelet on my wrist. There were still 10 minutes until the limo was supposed to arrive. I had spent the whole morning cleaning so that I could come home to a spotless house. That was always my favorite part about a vacation, coming home. I was tempted to call and tell my friends I wasn't feeling well. My students always got me sick. If it wasn't the middle of summer, it would have been a perfect lie. As it was summer, and I hadn't left my apartment in days, so I hadn't even been exposed to any germs. There wasn't any way to get out of this. Besides, it was going to be fun, right? I hadn't gotten to hang out with my friends all at once in months. They were always so busy. And I'm pretty sure I hadn't been on vacation since spring break in college. I wish I had agreed to teach summer school. I rolled my eyes at myself. It was just 1 week. I needed this. My eyes wandered back to my computer. Screw it. I turned on my laptop and sat down at my desk. I typed Blue Parrot Resort into Google and pressed enter. And nothing. Nothing? I retyped it, thinking I had misspelled something. But the result was the same. Or lack of result. Where the heck was Kristen taking us? My phone started buzzing in my purse. I pulled it out and answered, balancing the phone between my shoulder and ear as I typed in the name of the resort again. "You know, I thought for sure you'd already be down here waiting for us," Kristen said. "We're 5 minutes late." "Oh, yeah, sorry, I was running late." I switched off my computer. "Daphne running late? I'm pretty sure no one has ever heard those words together." I laughed. "I'll be right down, smartass." I hung up the phone and tossed it back into my purse. After double-checking that all the burners on my stove were off, I grabbed my suitcase and left my apartment. The limo was pulled up next to the curb. Kristen opened the door, a bottle of champagne in her hand and a huge smile on her face. I guess the party's already started. "Daphne!" Layla poked her head out too. "Daphne!" she said even louder than Kristen had, and in a very awful British accent. I didn't know Layla that well, and for some reason she wouldn't believe that I was born in America. Apparently my name sounded too British or something. I blamed Fraser. Yep, they're both drunk. They were also going to be thanking me for the bottle of Tylenol I had packed. "Hey, guys," I said and climbed into the limo. Kristen threw her arms around me. "I've missed you, Mama Bear." I sighed. Not because I didn't miss her. I had just been hoping that maybe she had forgotten that terrible nickname. No one wanted to be the Mama Bear of the group. "I've missed you too. Wow, this limo is amazing." The last time I had been in a limo was for my prom. and I thought it was the coolest thing ever because it was a limo. Apparently, it wasn't a very cool limo because it didn't even compare to this one. Chilled drinks, fancy glasses, weird neon lights, and definitely new leather seats. Right? Kristen said and plopped down on the seat next to mine. The perks of having rich friends. Layla laughed. I'm not rich. We've both seen your house. Yes, you are. I'm not even doing endorsements anymore. I'm focusing on my career. You can't win an argument against Kristen, I said. If it was possible, there's no way she'd still be calling me Mama Bear. You don't have to tell me, Layla said as she poured me a glass of champagne. Oh, no, I'm okay, I said as she handed me the glass. Mama Bear, Kristen whispered very poorly and pointed at me. I am not. I grabbed the glass out of Layla's hand. See? Drinking? I took a tiny sip of champagne. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning. Why were we drinking anyway? Does Alina know we're coming? I haven't seen her bakery since they expanded. I can't wait to see it. Kristen said as she held up her index finger. Alina isn't in Wilmington. She's here in New York. 2, you have to go see the expansion. It's so cute. You're going to love what they've done. And C, she said, only holding up a second finger. No, it's a surprise. We're kidnapping her. I glanced over at Layla. She shrugged. I couldn't tell if it was because she agreed with everything Kristen had just said, or because she was surprised by how drunk Kristen was, too. Okay, I said, and grabbed the champagne bottle out of Kristen's hand. I didn't bother telling her she had enough to drink. I'd just hoard the bottle and she'd think I was being fun instead of acting like a mama bear. So where in New York is she? We put her up in this hotel in Manhattan, Layla said. She thinks we're just having a fun week in NYC. She's going to be so surprised. I bet. Where exactly is it that we're going again? I don't know. Kristen wouldn't tell me either. I turned back to Kristen. She shook her head and just smiled. Don't even try. I'm not telling you. You'll find out at the airport soon enough. I tried to look up the Blue Parrot Resort and couldn't find anything. I specifically told you not to do that, Kristen said. Which is why you didn't tell me the real name of the resort? Oh no, it's real. You guys, it's the most crazy, secretive, exclusive resort in, the world. We're so lucky that we got a room. I laughed. I'm sure if that was true, they wouldn't have let us in. Have you met Layla Torres, sensational weather girl and former spokesperson for Sword Body Wash? And everyone who watches the ITAs knows Alina after that, performance. They're both famous. True. Fine, so they wouldn't have let you and me in then. Kristen laughed. Tim has connections. No, Kristen, please tell me you didn't let Tim plan Alina's bachelorette party. She's going to kill you. Tim was Kristen's boyfriend. He and Alina didn't exactly see eye to eye on a lot of things. Of course not. He just recommended the location. And honestly, it sounds a lot cooler than what I had been thinking of doing. Which was a fun week in NYC. Isn't that what she wanted? Psh. Kristen waved her hand through the air. She didn't know what she wanted. Trust me, this is going to be so much fun. I fidgeted with the bracelet on my wrist. Kristen and I didn't exactly have the same idea of what constituted fun. But maybe this week was just what I needed. The limo stopped outside of Trump International Hotel. Alina was standing by the doors. Crap, she wasn't supposed to be out here, Layla said. We can just go tell her to grab her luggage. I reached for the door handle. Kristen slapped my hand. Ow! I wasn't sure why, but ever since she had started dating Tim, she had started slapping people. Apparently Tim was into that or something. She can't see us coming. It's supposed to be a kidnapping. But I guess even if she sees us coming, she won't have any idea what we're going to do, Layla said. It'll probably be fine, and at least this way she won't be scared that she's actually being kidnapped by strangers. Kristen nodded. Okay, I guess this can work. I kind of wanted her to think it was real, but you're right, this is probably safer. Before I could ask them what the plan was, they were already climbing out of the limo. Shit. I quickly followed them toward the front of the building. When Alina saw us, a huge smile spread across her face. Her wedding wasn't for a few more weeks, but this was the only time the four of us could all get together. I couldn't help but feel a little bad. She had wanted a fun girls' week in the city, and we were giving her... Well, I had no idea what we were giving her. Kristen better not have planned anything too crazy. Alina squealed. You guys, I'm so excited to see all of you. What do you want to do first? I heard the musical... Her voice was muffled when Layla threw a black pillowcase over her head. What the hell are you doing? I said, way louder than I meant to. And where the heck did that pillowcase come from? People walking by on the street were starting to stare at us. Even though Alina's voice was muffled, the thin pillowcase did not exactly cover up her screaming. Kristen pulled the keycard out of Alina's pocket and tossed it at me. Go get her suitcase, and check to make sure her passport is there. Bryce promised he would sneak it into the front pouch before she left. I'm not... But Kristen and Layla were already pulling Alina toward the limo. Pretty much everyone on this side of the street was staring at us. A few people were on their cell phones. Were they calling the police? I didn't want to get arrested for pretending to kidnap someone. Or maybe it wouldn't even count as pretend. Technically, we were taking Alina somewhere she didn't know without her consent. Daphne, let's go. Our flight leaves soon. Room 917. Crap. Now everyone on the sidewalk knew my name and my name alone. I couldn't go to prison. I turned around and ran into the hotel, almost knocking over an old man who was coming out. I'm sorry, I said as I stumbled into the hotel. I looked completely out of place in the ornate lobby. It was all gold and mirrors, and there was a very judgy-looking woman behind the front counter. I smiled awkwardly and walked over to the elevator. As soon as the doors closed behind me, I leaned against the wall. What was wrong with my friends? You didn't have to throw a pillowcase over someone's head and lie to them in order to surprise them. We could have just told Alina where we were going, and it would have been a surprise. Not that I even knew where we were going. I shook my head as I made my way to the 9th floor. According to the sign, room 917 was to the right. I slid the key into the lock and opened it up when the light turned green. If the cops weren't about to show up and my friends weren't waiting for me, I would have just stayed in this room forever. I walked over to the view of Central Park. It was breathtaking. I had never seen Central Park like this. Focus. I turned around and found Alina's suitcase. It looked like she hadn't had time to unpack anything yet. I opened up the front pouch and found the passport exactly where Kristen said it would be. I smiled at the sticky note Bryce had left on it.
I love you, Alina, and I can't wait to marry you. Have fun with your friends, but not like ITA tiebreaker fun. Just like normal person fun. I'll be counting down the days until I see you again. P.S. Hopefully this morning will tide you over until the next time I see you. Love, Bryce.
I stuffed her passport back into the suitcase. I couldn't deny the fact that I was envious of their relationship. Alina and Bryce were perfect together. Them together just made sense. It was never like that for me and any of my previous boyfriends, but I wasn't exactly sure why I was envious. It wasn't like I had been looking for a relationship recently. I was focusing on my job. It's the middle of the summer, liar. I shook away the thought and quickly left the hotel room. I needed to get back into that limo before my stupid friends got me sent to prison. Chapter 2. Daphne. Before leaving the hotel, I tried to discreetly look both ways. The limo was still sitting there, and there didn't appear to be any cops around. It seemed like the coast was clear. And if I didn't leave soon, the judgy girl at the check-in desk would surely call the police. I opened the door and walked as quickly as I could toward the limo.
Daphne?
a man said from behind me. I'm too young to die. Nope, wrong person. I picked up my pace.
Daphne, wait.
I felt a hand land on my shoulder, and it nearly caused me to scream. Not that screaming at the cops would help anything.
It's Rick, Justin's father. We met at that lacrosse game.
Rick? I turned my head and looked up at him. Oh, I laughed. Rick, right, it's good to see you again. I did remember him. One of my coworkers had gotten sick, and I had to work the food stand at the lacrosse game. I avoided school sports like the plague, mostly because people usually assumed I was a student instead of a teacher, which really wasn't a problem, but I wanted my students to respect me, not flirt with me. But during that lacrosse game, no students had flirted with me because Rick had been too busy monopolizing my time. I had made sure to tell him right away that I was a teacher. I remembered going through my mental checklist. He was intelligent, had a good job, and was definitely handsome. He had a few gray hairs that somehow made him look even sexier and more distinguished. But there were 2 red flags. 1, he was quite a bit older than me. 2, he was one of my students' fathers. The first issue wouldn't have mattered so much if the second wasn't such a huge deal breaker. I would never date any of my students' parents. Ever. It was completely unprofessional. He smiled.
Are you okay? I didn't mean to spook you.
Oh yeah, I'm great. I'm just in a hurry. I looked over at the limo. I was sure my friends were all watching me. Except for Alina, since she had a pillowcase on her head for some ridiculous reason.
I see. Heading out of town?
Yep, I said lamely. It wasn't like I could tell him where I was going because I had no idea. How's Justin?
He's good, studying for his SATs.
That's great. It's such a shame when kids don't use their minds all summer. Well, I certainly sound like a boring grown-up. He smiled.
I couldn't agree more. Actually, I'm glad I ran into you. I know that you don't date your students' parents, but it is summer. Technically, Justin isn't your student right now.
I laughed awkwardly. So he wants a casual summer fling? There was red flag number 3. I'm sorry, Rick, but I really don't think it would be a good idea for us to go out.
Please don't tell me it's because Justin has a crush on you. You know, kids, it's fleeting.
What the fuck? Red flag number 4. I laughed awkwardly again. No, it has nothing to do with that. Well, maybe it does a little now. He grabbed his wallet out of his pocket and pulled out a business card.
I'm just asking for one date, Daphne. Give me a chance to change your mind.
He handed me the card. 4 red flags? I don't think so. I'll think about it. I put the card into the front pouch of Alina's suitcase. I didn't need it. There was no way for me to rationalize why it would be okay for me to date him. Even though I hadn't been on a date in months. Just visualizing Justin calling me mommy was enough to make me forget about how sexy and distinguished Rick was. Things were on my checklist for a reason. If I just abandoned principles, there would be no reason for a list.
I hope you have fun on your vacation.
Thanks.
And I hope to hear from you soon.
He smiled.
Bye, Daphne.
Bye, Rick. Hopefully I would never see him again. I pulled Alina's suitcase toward the limo. Layla opened the door and poked her head out. Ow, ow! She screamed. My face probably turned bright red. I turned around to see Rick smiling. He winked at me and I quickly climbed into the limo. What is wrong with you? I said. Who's the silver fox? Layla asked, ignoring my question. One of my students' fathers. He's sexy as hell. I looked out the limo at Rick walking away. He might be sexy, but he wasn't what I was looking for. What am I looking for? I guess, I said instead. You guess? I'd let him do terrible things to me, Kristen said. She stood up and hit her head on the ceiling of the limo. Ow! Why do they design everything in the world for short people? I laughed. They don't. You're just abnormally tall. You two have both had too much to drink. I grabbed the champagne bottle that had ended up in Layla's hand. Layla, you're married to Ethan, who, by the way, is such a catch. And Kristen, you're dating Tim. And apparently you like him for some reason. Kristen, sit down. Kristen made a pouty face and sat back down in her seat. You know Tim is a catch. Don't even, Daphne. Isn't Tim a catch, Alina? Can you please take this thing off my fucking head? Alina screamed through the pillowcase. Maybe we should gag her too, Layla said. I wasn't sure why, but I started laughing really hard and I couldn't seem to stop, which made Layla and Kristen start laughing too. If any of you touch me, I will punch you so hard in the boob, Alina said. That's why we tied our hands, Kristen said. We all just started laughing harder. Oh my God, we should take that thing off her head, I said when I was able to breathe again. We've already successfully kidnapped her. Not until we get to our destination, Kristen said. Layla laughed. There's no way she can get through security like that. Security? Alina said. Are we going to the airport? Where are you idiots taking me? Kristen slapped Layla's arm. Way to give it away. Fine, I guess we can let you see and untie you now that you know we're heading to the airport. She scooted over to Alina, pulled off the pillowcase, and untied her hands. Alina immediately punched her in the boob. Shit, that hurts! Kristen grabbed her right breast. What is wrong with you guys? Alina yelled. What's wrong with us? You just titty punched me. Yeah, I told you I was going to do that. I don't know why you didn't believe me. Alina started laughing. Mama Bear, why would you let them do this to me? Alina collapsed on the seat beside me. Mama Bear, I sighed. You would think being an accessory to kidnapping would rid you of the nickname Mama Bear. Maybe I needed to live on the edge more. Maybe I should date students' parents and drink champagne in the morning. Ugh, there was no way I'd change my mind about the first one. But champagne in the morning? Why the hell not? I took a sip from the bottle I had confiscated from Layla. Besides, I hated flying. Hopefully, this would help calm me down before takeoff. Chapter 3. Daphne. Kristen held the tickets to her chest. Are you ladies ready to find out where we're heading this weekend? Yes, Alina, Layla, and I all agreed. Well, too bad. All I'm telling you right now is that we need to go to Gate A. Isn't that for international flights? I asked. Mm-hmm, Kristen said and clapped her hands together. Kristen, I didn't bring my passport, Alina said. Why didn't you just tell me what we were doing? This is a disaster. Actually, you do have your passport, I said and unzipped the front pouch of her suitcase. I grabbed the passport and sticky note that Bryce had left her and handed them to her. Alina smiled as she read Bryce's note. You're marrying the most agreeable, sweetest guy on the planet, Kristen said. He was totally down for helping trick you. Alina looked up from the sticky note. She looked so happy and so in love. And there was that feeling again. Just a hint of jealousy that somehow weaseled itself into my thoughts. I tried to shake the thought away. When had I become envious of my friends getting married? How could I even be jealous when I wasn't even dating anyone right now? I was so far away from marriage, it wasn't even funny. Maybe that was the problem. But it shouldn't be a problem. I was only 23. It was fine that I hadn't found my soulmate yet. I still had time. I had at least 10 more years of prime fertility. There was definitely plenty of time. Earth to Daphne, Kristen said and waved her hand in front of my face. Don't you have a guess about where we're going? Apparently, they had been trying to get my attention while I was figuring out how long I had until I ran out of eggs. The Bahamas? Layla already guessed that. Right. The Dominican Republic? Nope. We made it to Gate A. Kristen was eventually going to have to fork over our tickets in order for us to get through customs. "Drumroll, please," said Kristen. Alina slapped her hands against her thighs. "Costa Rica!" "Ah!" Alina threw her arms around Kristen. "You remembered!" I laughed. In college, the three of us had wanted to go to Costa Rica for spring break, but all of our parents had told us we weren't allowed to leave the country. We had ended up at Fort Lauderdale in Florida. It was like Kristen had planned the trip we had all wanted to take that year. But there was an uneasiness in my stomach. I may have wanted to go to Costa Rica in college, but I didn't want to go now. I looked down at the bracelet on my wrist. All I wanted was to go back to my apartment and curl up on the couch with a good book. I took a deep breath. I just needed to focus on Alina's bachelorette party. "I feel totally out of the loop right now," Layla said. Alina released Kristen from her hug. "We wanted to go there for spring break in college, but our parents wouldn't let us." "Well, they had a good reason. We all saw what happened when you left the country during the ITAs. Alina's face got slightly red. "Can we please not talk about that? How many times do I have to say it was a mistake?" "That was no mistake, honey," Layla said. "It was a fucking miracle." Alina laughed. "Well, no matter what it was, that's not going to be happening on this trip. I told Kristen I wanted a nice, calm bachelorette week get-together. I didn't even call it a party." "Yeah, nice and calm," Kristen said. "Of course. What kind of maid of honor would I be if I didn't get you exactly what you asked for?" "It's going to be fucking crazy," Kristen mouthed silently to me. Oh, God. I thought again about how there wasn't any information about the Blue Parrot Resort online. I wished Kristen was kidding, but it really didn't seem like she was. If she was taking us to one of those private island fuck pads where everyone cheated on each other, I'd be punching her in the boob next. My heart started racing as soon as the engines roared to life. Alina squeezed my arm. "You do know that flying is safer than driving, right?" "I know that statistically that's true, but it's a huge metal tube that just flies. It doesn't make any sense." "You're a high school teacher. How do you not understand physics?" "Science was never my thing." "The future of our children's education is doomed." She put her hand to her forehead. "Oh, stop being dramatic. They'll be perfectly prepared in calculus after I'm done with them." "Which is such a useful skill." "It is useful. Math is so underrated. You use it every day." "I don't." "You have to measure stuff for baking, like adding fractions and stuff, and doubling recipes and all that goodness." "I have all my recipes memorized, and I've always been more of a handful and a pinch person than a cup and a teaspoon person. And Bryce handles all the financial stuff for me. I live a math-free life, and I love it." I rolled my eyes. "Fine, but I use calculus every day." "Only because you teach that useless skill to kids every day." Alina pointed out the window. I turned. She had successfully distracted me during takeoff. "Thanks." I leaned back in my seat. "Speaking of which," Alina said, "did any sexy football players have crushes on you this year?" I laughed. "I don't know why you always assume my students have crushes on me." "Because you're hot," Kristen said. "And students always have crushes on their hot teachers. It's a fact." "But I'm like 5 years older than my oldest student." "Age doesn't matter. It's just about the hotness. And you being in charge and all that. It's sexy. And so off limits. All the guys probably drool over you." "You're so ridiculous." I thought about the fact that Rick said his son had a crush on me. Was it normal for teachers to get birthday presents from students? And being Facebook friends wasn't weird, was it? Was I already crossing so many lines and didn't even know it? Fuck. Do lots of my students have crushes on me? Alina laughed. "Kristen would know. She's an expert on this subject. Why? Because she stalked Professor Hunter? I asked. Whoa. I did not stalk Professor Hunter. Stalking is such a harsh word. Layla laughed. That's true. Stalking is creepy. And from everything I've heard about Kristen's behavior, she was just being a silly, flirtatious college student. See? And Layla's had to file restraining orders against stalkers. She knows her stuff. I was just totally in love with Professor Hunter for that one semester. And I wish I knew how that other student slept with him when I made it so obvious that I wanted him. Like, so obvious. I mean, I could have fulfilled all his needs. All of them. Especially the really kinky sexual ones. And I guess sometimes I still think about what he's doing at night. And obviously I'd still like to fulfill all his dirty, dirty needs. Stalker. I coughed into my hand. I'm not. And besides, I'm in love with Tim now. You know that. But none of you can seriously deny the fact that you think Professor Hunter is hot. He's like the perfect male specimen. Plus, he's so smart. I could listen to one of his lectures all day. Alina shrugged. I didn't realize that you were still in love with him. I'm not, but when we're all talking about him, it makes my mouth water. So, tell me this, Layla, Alina said. Is finding out where Professor Hunter lived and hanging out outside his building hoping to run into him stalking? And going to his office hours all the time, making up stupid questions to ask him, and always working in the phrase, I'm very mature for my age, into every assignment? Layla looked at Kristen. You didn't tell me all that, crazy? Kristen laughed. Fine, I stalked Professor Hunter, whatever. Gosh, if I knew I was a stalker, I would have broken into his apartment or done something even crazier. I feel like I wasted an opportunity. So what if you saw him again? What would you do? Layla asked. Kiss his beautiful face. I just want to taste his skin. I started laughing. Kristen, he's engaged. So? That would be like some maniac trying to make out with Alina. And if someone other than Bryce tried to kiss me, I'd totally punch them in the face, Alina said. Kristen laughed. Well, I definitely wouldn't want to be punched by Professor Hunter. He has such sexy, defined muscles. She bit her lip. Yep, she's a stalker. That poor professor should totally get a restraining order. Layla picked up the pamphlet that showed the movie selections. Anyone want to watch a movie? Bride's Choice, Alina said and grabbed the pamphlet out of Layla's hand. What? She said when we all stared at her. I've been so well behaved during all the wedding planning, but there's only 3 weeks until I get married. It's about time I went all bridezilla on all of you. Chapter 4. Daphne. Look, Kristen said and elbowed me in the ribs. There's a monkey over there. I slowly opened my eyes and looked to where she was pointing. We were in the middle of a rainforest. I must have fallen asleep. I wiped the drool off the side of my face. Awesome. How much longer until we get to the hotel? A layover and 7 hours in the air was plenty of travel. But now we had been in this stupid car for hours too. All I wanted to do was curl up in bed. Seriously, Alina said, where the heck is this place?
We're almost there, ladies,
the driver said from the front of the town car. See, we're almost there. Kristen pointed out the window again. Another monkey! Layla groaned in her sleep. We should draw a mustache on her face, Kristen said. I think I have a pen somewhere. She grabbed her purse. No. Alina grabbed Kristen's purse. Don't be mean. You know how much Layla helped me after what happened at the ITAs. I don't think I could have survived all the backlash without her. You mean all the publicity? We were there for you too. And besides, I'm not being mean. I'm just pulling a classic bachelorette party prank. That's not a thing, and you know it. Back me up, Mama Bear. I stared out the window. I actually thought it would be kind of funny to draw a mustache on Layla's perfect face. But I knew if I didn't put my foot down, I'd eventually wake up with a mustache drawn on my face at some point during the week, and I wouldn't be able to pull it off nearly as well as Layla could. Stop your bickering, you two. No mustaches. Kristen sighed. Fine. Ah, look! The rainforest had suddenly parted and a high-rise building appeared in its place. We pulled up under the porte-cochere. In the lobby, I could see a group of women in heels and tiny bikinis. Who wears heels with a bathing suit? I rolled my eyes. Alina, Kristen, and Layla were all going to fit in fine here. But it was pretty clear I was going to stick out like a sore thumb, especially in the one-piece bathing suit I brought. It wasn't even one of those monokinis with sexy cutouts. It was just a straight-up one-piece that an old lady would wear. I nudged Layla. We're here. She immediately opened her eyes. Thanks for preventing the mustache drawing, she whispered. I owe you one. Wait, you were awake? Yeah, I just wanted to see if Kristen would actually try it. I was going to titty punch her in the other boob if she did. I laughed. I didn't know Layla that well, but she definitely fit in with us just fine. As long as you don't draw one on me, we're even. You got it. Wow, this place looks amazing. The driver opened the door and Layla stepped out. I quickly followed her as Alina and Kristen got out the other side of the car. I'm so sad that Em couldn't come, Alina said as she came up beside me. She's always wanted to leave the country. Em was Bryce's little sister. We had all grown really close to her, too. She could either get the time off for the wedding or this, I said. I think she made the right call. Alina laughed. Still, she would have loved it here. Yeah. My stomach seemed to churn as I looked up at the hotel. I folded my arms across my chest. It was hot and humid, but I suddenly felt cold. Hey, Alina said. I'm sorry, I could have worded that better. I wasn't thinking. What? I laughed awkwardly. I'm fine. It's fine. I shook my head. A good night's sleep would make me feel better. I just needed to clear my head and focus on having Kristen's kind of fun. Well, I'll have to take a shot for Em tonight, then, Kristen said and grabbed Alina's arm. Wait, aren't we just going to call it a night? I was exhausted. It's only 8 o'clock. This place is known for their awesome clubs. Let's get checked in and get this party started. Everyone else looked excited as they followed Kristen into the hotel. I slowly followed them with my arms crossed. We were going to be here for a week. If I didn't get enough sleep, I'd just be a grumpy Gus the whole time.
Welcome to the Blue Parrot Resort, said the man at the front desk. My name is Javier. How may I help you?
He was several years older than us and wearing a black tuxedo. I had never seen a concierge dressed so fancy. Hi, we have a reservation for floor under Kristen Dwyer, Kristen said.
One moment, please, Ms. Dwyer.
Javier typed a few things into his computer and scanned the screen.
Ah, there you are. It says here that you'll be staying with us for 7 nights in 2 queen beds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Have any of you ladies ever been here before?
No.
Then let me give you a quick overview of what we have to offer.
Javier grabbed a pamphlet and slid it across the counter toward us.
We have 3 on-site restaurants that are open every day from 6 a.m. to 2 in the morning. Or if you just like a quick snack, there is a mini bar in your room, and we also have a snack bar here at the front desk to my left.
He gestured with his hand to the left. I glanced over and saw that the snack bar was fully stocked with everything from potato chips to ice cream to bottles of wine. I suddenly realized how hungry I was. My stomach actually growled while I was examining the choices.
We also have 4 pools, including an infinity pool on the roof that provides spectacular views of the rainforest, especially during the sunset. And then we have activities every day. You can sign up on that board over there, but just to whet your appetite, We have tours of the rainforest, zip-lining through the canopy, ropes courses, and more.
Javier pointed to impressive pictures in the pamphlet of happy people zip-lining through the trees. Wow, that looks awesome, Alina said.
Yes, the zip-lining is one of our most popular activities. Just make sure you sign up for it soon so that you don't miss out. These spots go very quickly.
We'll definitely do that, Kristen said and leaned against the counter. Is there dancing in the restaurants in the evening? Javier pointed down a hallway to our left.
The Jaguar's Den is right down there. They have excellent steak and even better dance music.
Perfect.
I don't want to keep you much longer, but the last thing I have to tell you is about our bracelet game. Are you familiar with it?
The four of us looked at each other and we all shook our heads.
No problem,
said Javier as he pulled out 4 beautiful gold bracelets and fastened one to each of our wrists.
These will be yours for the week.
It made the other bracelet on my wrist look a little dingy. I tried to unhook the bracelet Javier had just given me, but there didn't seem to be any visible clasp. Maybe it was broken. I didn't need a new bracelet. The one I had was the only one I wanted. Do we have to wear them? I asked. I think mine might be broken. Javier laughed and pulled out some sort of credit card.
Every woman who stays with us gets one of these bracelets that they must put on each morning. And every man gets one of these cards. While you're wearing the bracelet, any guy can come up to you and ask you to follow the directions on his card. Once you've done so, he can wave his card over your bracelet to activate the RFID chip and allow you to take the bracelet off.
What sort of directions do the cards have on them? I asked.
A wide variety of things.
Javier flipped the card over he was holding.
Give a massage.
Alina laughed. That's not too bad. For a second, I thought they were going to be sexual things. Javier didn't laugh. He simply shrugged his shoulders. His reaction gave me an uncomfortable feeling in the pit of my stomach. What if we don't want to play the bracelet game? I asked. Stop being lame, Mama Bear, Kristen said. It'll be fun. They're just silly little tasks. It's perfect for a bachelorette party. I guess. Javier nodded.
Yes, indeed, Miss Dwyer.
Maybe Kristen was right. The example Javier had given seemed pretty harmless. Giving a massage to a stranger would be awkward, but not horrible. Before I could ask any more questions about the game, Javier handed us each a keycard.
You'll be staying in room 510. Just take those elevators and then go left when you get to the 5th floor. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
In the instance of the massage, how long would I have to give the massage? Does it have a specified time? I asked. Kristen grabbed my arm. Nope, there's nothing else you can help us with. Javier smiled at me.
Very well. I hope you enjoy your stay. If you need anything, I'll be here at the front desk.
Chapter 5. Daphne. I collapsed on the queen bed as soon as we entered our room. It was so plush and comfortable. It felt like I was in heaven. Layla plopped down next to me. This is the most comfortable bed I've ever lain in. Me too, I said through a huge yawn. Get up, you two. We're going out. Kristen was already rummaging through her suitcase. She pulled out a short blue dress and started changing. I groaned. Kristen, it's 10 o'clock back home, and we've been traveling all day. Aren't you exhausted? Maybe we could rent a movie or something? I looked over at Alina. She was usually on board with renting movies and staying in. Don't look at me, she said. I want to go exploring. Layla sat up. Just so we're on the same page, if I'm not in bed by midnight, I'll probably turn into a pumpkin. She slid off the bed and opened up her suitcase. Maybe I'd be able to get her on my side later to stage a coup. But right now, I was really hungry. I sat up and stretched. Everyone else was changing into skin-tight dresses and heels. I think I had packed a few sundresses. One of those would have to do. I grabbed the first one I found and pulled it on. "What the hell is that?" I looked over at Kristen, staring at me. Sundress. I just bought it. It's the perfect combination of cute and sophisticated, don't you think? You're a grown-ass woman. You have no business dressing cute. Fortunately, I packed way too many clothes, knowing you were going to be lame. She tossed me a dress from her suitcase. I had feared she was going to do exactly that. All throughout college, Kristen had insisted on dressing me. I thought I was finally free of her tyrannical fashion advice. The only positive was that Kristen was so much taller than me that the dresses that were super inappropriate on her weren't so bad on me. They'd probably go down to mid-thigh instead of right below my ass. And it wasn't worth fighting her on this. I just wanted food in my mouth immediately. I pulled on the dress and grabbed the only pair of heels I brought. They were fancy sandals that worked with everything. Kristen seemed to agree because she didn't say anything. I sat down on the edge of the bed while they finished getting ready. Last-minute touches of makeup and hair primping. Not that they needed it. My friends were basically all models. Alina looked like a perfect blonde Barbie doll, except short. Layla looked like a younger Sofia Vergara. Actually, Alina and Layla had both done some modeling after their scandalous TV appearances. And Kristen fit right in with them. She had dark hair and was super tall like a model, but not sickly skinny. She was thin, but somehow still had big breasts and a great ass. I'm surprised a modeling agency hadn't picked her up. And me? I looked down at the dress I was wearing. I wasn't tall and I wasn't short. I had mousy brown hair. I was so average. Not that I was complaining. I liked being average. I liked that when guys liked me, they got to know my personality first. It was important to me. Kristen had said that cute wasn't something I should be aiming for. But that's what I always ended up looking like. I had one of those baby faces that made me look a lot younger than I was. And I was used to wearing sophisticated clothes to work, trying hard not to accentuate my breasts or ass. I never aimed for cute, but that's what I tended to look like every day. And I thought it was a good look for a teacher. I liked it. No one ever called me sexy. That wasn't me. That was a word reserved for my friends. I pulled the neckline of my dress up. I had forgotten the fact that it would be a little lower due to Kristen's height. I stood up and looked in the mirror. My hair didn't seem to agree with the Costa Rican humidity. I ran my palms over it, trying to get rid of some of the frizz. "You look great," Alina said. "You can borrow one of my dresses tomorrow if you want. I know how anal you are about showing off your tits." She was right. My boobs were everywhere. "Thanks, but I don't even care right now. I just need food and sleep. And dancing? If that's the price I have to pay for what I want." Alina smiled. "This is going to be so much fun." The jaguar's den was decorated with fake foliage everywhere, which made it look like we were in the middle of the rainforest. I couldn't help but think that they should have just made it an outdoor restaurant since we were actually in the rainforest. The music was blaring into the hall of the hotel. There was definitely quite a dance party going on inside. I looked around at the decorations as we entered the restaurant.
"Good evening,"
the host said in a sexy accent. I turned toward the voice and put my hand over my mouth so I wouldn't burst out laughing. Who dresses like that? He was wearing only tight black shorts and a jaguar pelt headdress that left his muscular torso completely exposed. The host didn't seem to notice my reaction. "For?" he asked. I dropped my hand and nodded. I wasn't sure why my first reaction was to laugh. He was gorgeous. He had a perfect six-pack and his skin was tan and smooth-looking. The longer I stared, the more I appreciated his attire. And it made me start to wonder, when was the last time I had seen a man naked? Was it really during college? Had I not had sex in over a year? The host grabbed 4 menus and held out his arm to escort me to the table. I looked behind me. I was sure Kristen would be all over linking arms with this half-naked man. But 3 more men dressed just like him had appeared to escort my friends. "Oh, okay then," I said awkwardly and linked my arm with his as he led us to our table. I couldn't help but feel how strong his arm was. "Stop squeezing his arm, psychopath." I immediately released his arm when we got to our table. "Thanks," I mumbled and slid into the booth. He smiled at me.
"Pablo will be your server this evening. He'll be right with you."
Kristen slid into the booth beside me. As soon as the host was out of earshot, she said, "I love this place." "I think men should always dress like this in restaurants," Layla said. "Here's to that," Alina agreed. "The 3 of you are ridiculous. None of you are single. Stop ogling the waitstaff." "Speaking of being single," Alina said, "that host was totally staring at your breasts. You should tap that." I could feel my face turning slightly red as I pulled the neckline of my dress up a little higher. "I don't do one-night stands, you know that." "Yeah, but we're here all week." "I'm not hooking up with a stranger in Costa Rica." "But it's my bachelorette party. I have to live vicariously through you." I glared at her. "You already picked the movie on the plane, Bridezilla." Alina made a pouty face.
"Good evening, ladies."
Our waiter had appeared at the table, and he was dressed exactly like the host. His body may have been even more ripped. I quickly glanced up at his face after I realized I was staring at what he was barely hiding behind his tiny shorts.
"I'm Pablo, and I'll be your waiter this evening. Is this your first time at the Jaguar's Den?"
Kristen put her elbow on the table and rested her chin in her hand. "It is indeed, Pablo." He smiled.
"Then I must tell you about our spicy shrimp skewers."
"How spicy?"
"Oh, very spicy."
He rolled his R slightly and winked at her. "That sounds delicious. What's the best drink that the Jaguar's Den has?" Pablo rubbed his chin. He looked like a statue. I bit the inside of my cheek.
"Our bartender makes the best piña colada I've ever had."
"Well, maybe we can start with a round of those," Kristen said. "I'll just take a water." The champagne had made me feel slightly queasy earlier. I wasn't used to drinking very much, and I couldn't handle anything else on an empty stomach. Kristen elbowed me. "She'll take a water in addition to the piña colada. And maybe we'll take 2 orders of the spicy shrimp to start?" She looked around the table. "How big are the skewers?" Layla asked.
"Oh, very big," Pablo said. "And there's 2 per appetizer. But we find that most people can only handle 1 at a time."
Layla blushed. "That sounds perfect." I wanted to snap my fingers. Bring me food already. My friends were being terrible.
"I'll let you ladies have a moment to look over your menus, and I'll be right back with your drinks and appetizers."
He smiled and walked away. "His ass is amazing," Layla whispered. "Why don't all men wear shorts like that?" "Do those even count as shorts?" Kristen asked. I have the weirdest urge to bite him. I rolled my eyes and looked at the menu. Everything sounded delicious. "Why are there no prices?" "Everything's included with the price of the resort." "Really?" All the menu items just got even more delicious looking now that I knew they were free. "He was totally talking about how big his penis was, right?" Layla asked. "It sure seemed like it," Kristen said. "Yum, chicken Oscar." I tapped my foot as I waited for Pablo to return. I was so hungry I could literally eat anything. "I'm definitely getting a ribeye," Alina said and closed her menu. "Don't look now, but the guys at the bar are totally checking us out." I turned around to look. "I said don't look. They'll see you." But it was too late. I had already made awkward eye contact with one of them. I immediately turned back around when he smiled at me.
"Here's the drinks for the beautiful ladies,"
Pablo said as he walked up with a tray of drinks. He put the 4 piña colada down on the table. For some reason, his words made me blush. Maybe it had something to do with how I was normally called cute. I could count the times that I had been called beautiful on one hand.
And the big spicy shrimp skewers.
He put down the 2 plates of appetizers.
Are you ready to order?
Yes, I said immediately. I'll have the chicken Oscar, but could I have the sauce on the side in a separate cup?
Absolutely.
He jotted it down on his notepad.
It comes with asparagus and...
Is the asparagus steamed?
No, grilled.
I scrunched up my face. Could I substitute the sides?
Of course.
How is the broccoli cooked?
It's grilled as well.
Do you have any steamed vegetables?
We have a sautéed vegetable medley with zucchini, but nothing steamed.
Okay, I'll take the sautéed vegetables.
Great. It also comes with mashed potatoes.
Are there skins in the mashed potatoes?
I'd have to ask the chef.
That won't be necessary. I'll just take a baked potato with sour cream. No butter or chives or cheese or anything like that. Just sour cream. He nodded his head as he wrote down my order. I'm sorry about my annoying friend, Kristen said. I'll take the tilapia with wild rice. I drowned out the rest of their orders and lifted up one of the shrimp skewers. If Pablo had been referring to the size of his penis when talking about this, then he was very well endowed. I put the first shrimp in my mouth and almost melted into my seat. I was pretty sure it was the best thing I had ever put in my mouth. After Pablo took everyone's orders, he excused himself with a smile. I forgot how embarrassing you are to eat out with, Kristen said. What? I just know what I like, I said with a mouthful of shrimp. Those 2 guys are coming over here, Layla said and nodded behind me and Kristen. I tried to finish chewing all the shrimp in my mouth.
Hey, ladies,
the first guy said as he leaned against the side of our booth.
I was telling my friend all day that he should save his card for someone special. It looks like we made the right call.
And what does your card say? Kristen asked.
Are you sure you want to know?
Absolutely. She seductively took a sip of her piña colada. The man pulled his card out of his pocket and put it on the table, sliding it toward her. She covered it up with her hand before looking down at it. Actually, it's my friend's bachelorette party. I feel like she should get the first card. She slid it over to Alina. The guy stared down at Alina's breasts and shrugged.
Fine by me.
Alina frowned as she looked down at the card. Wait, seriously? I'm not doing that. The card was too far away for me to see what it said. Kristen, Alina said, please don't make me do this. What? How bad could it be? Kristen picked it up and laughed. Wow, okay. What does your card say? She asked the guy's friend.
Dance with me.
He smiled. Alina will do that one. Thank you. Alina looked relieved and immediately took the man's hand. I had never seen her look so happy to be escorted to the dance floor by a stranger.
So,
the first guy said and put his hand down on the table.
Does that mean you'll do my card?
Fine, but I'm going to ask the front desk about counterfeit cards after this. She pulled down the straps of her dress, exposing her bra. What are you doing? I yelled.
Thanks, babe,
the guy said and waved his card in front of Kristen's bracelet. It immediately clanged onto the table. It's just a game, hot stuff. Move along. She pulled her straps back on and shooed him away. What the heck did his card say? Show me your bra. Really? That's so ridiculously inappropriate. We're in the middle of a restaurant. Kristen shrugged. No one saw except you guys. It's not a big deal. But I do have a few questions for Javier. How risque do you think this game gets? She put her bracelet into her purse. I moved my hand so that it was underneath the table. I didn't want anyone seeing my bracelet and getting any ideas. Come on, let's go dance too until our food comes, Kristen said. You two go. I'll stay here and wave you down once our food comes. That won't be necessary, Layla said, because the food is here. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. Pablo smiled as he set down our entrees.
Enjoying the bracelet game, ladies?
I take it you were watching, Kristen said with a smile.
I may have been.
He raised his eyebrow. I guess I'm lucky it wasn't any worse. I wouldn't have wanted the whole restaurant to see me naked.
You'd be surprised how often that happens.
I was already cutting into my chicken. Wait, does that seriously happen?
The cards go from very tame to very, very wild.
He rolled his R's again in that sexy way of his. How wild? He winked.
I'm sure you'll find out during your stay. Enjoy, ladies.
Seriously, how wild do the cards get? I asked Kristen and Layla as he walked away. I don't know, but he was totally insinuating sex, wasn't he? It seems like he was, Kristen said as she stared at his ass. I laughed awkwardly. I'm sure he's just messing with us. I tried to pay attention to the delicious food, but my thoughts kept wandering back to the cards. I didn't want to play this stupid game. Couldn't I get out of it? Alina sat down and picked up her fork. That guy was super handsy, though. You would have thought his card said, "Let me grope you." She shook her head and took a bite of her steak. This is so good. We were all silent as we shoved our food in our mouths. Apparently, they were all as famished as me. I need to pee, bitches, Layla said after she finished her pina colada. Alina stood up and Layla slid out of the booth. It only took a second for a guy to approach her. Hopefully, she didn't have to go to the bathroom too badly. What do you think he's going to make her do? I asked. By the way she's laughing, maybe tell a funny joke? I wished the cards were that innocent. A second later, Layla turned around and the guy spanked her. Kristen finished her last bite of tilapia. We should probably go save her. I want to go dance anyway. You guys in? Absolutely, Alina said. I'm still eating, I said, and tried to slow down my ravenous eating so that it would look like I wasn't done yet. Come on, Mama Bear, Kristen said. Alina laughed. Oh, stop torturing Daphne. She'll dance when she's done eating, right? I nodded, even though I was planning my escape route as we spoke. Fine, Kristen said. Man the fort. I watched them walk over to Layla and steal her away from the guy. I didn't even notice Pablo come back over to the table. He was as quiet as a jaguar. His voice almost made me jump.
May I interest you in some dessert?
He was holding up a tray of the fanciest desserts I had ever seen.
The triple chocolate mousse cake is our specialty, and it is my personal favorite.
He gave me a seductive smile. Could I get a piece to go?
Certainly.
5 minutes later, I was sneaking out of the restaurant, trying to hide my wrist and hold my boxed dessert. I made my way to the front desk. I needed to have a word with Javier about this stupid bracelet game. I refused to play. It wasn't fun. It was simply degrading to women. But as soon as I arrived in the lobby, I saw a group of guys walking toward me. One of them smiled. They would intercept me on the way to the front desk. I was not going to risk having to do whatever was on their stupid cards. I bolted to the elevator, got in, and pressed the closed door button until the doors slid closed. I sighed. That was a close call. I looked both ways before exiting onto our floor and hurried into our room. I had somehow escaped playing the game tonight, but I wasn't sure how long my luck would hold out. We were going to be here for a whole week. I plopped down on the bed and opened up the triple chocolate mousse cake. Tomorrow I'd have a heated conversation with Javier. Tonight, I'd just watch that movie I had wanted to earlier. Chapter 6. Daphne. Someone pushing my shoulder woke me up. I groaned in my sleep, trying to ignore it. I was used to sleeping alone, which meant I always spread out like a starfish in bed. Move over, Layla said and pushed me again, this time with both hands, forcing me to roll over. Ow! I yelled as I fell off the bed. I landed with a thud on the wood floor. I reached down to grab my hip and noticed 4 gold bracelets on my wrist in addition to the one I always wore. What the heck? I stood up and looked over at my sleeping friends. Oh my God. Had they robbed a jewelry store last night? I didn't remember them coming back. They had plenty of time to become jewelry thieves. Crap! The evidence was all over me. Why did they put the evidence on me? I tried to unclasp the bracelets, but there didn't seem to be any visible latch. I can't go to Costa Rican prison. I tugged on the bracelets, trying to break them off. And then it hit me. These were the gold bracelets that were part of the bracelet game. And there wasn't just one of the terrible bracelet on me, but 4, which meant I'd be expected to do 4 borderline inappropriate things throughout the day. No. I stared at the bracelets in horror. What did you guys do? My question was greeted by someone snoring in their sleep. I tried to pull the bracelets off my wrist as I stood up, but they wouldn't budge. It was bad enough having one of these stupid bracelets to deal with, but 4? No. Layla, I asked you not to let them draw a mustache on my face. I pulled the covers off of her. This is so much freaking worse. What are you talking about? She mumbled. I shoved my wrist in her face. You put your stupid bracelet on me. All of you did. I pulled the covers off of the bed that Kristen and Alina were sharing. Kristen sat up. She looked at my wrist and started laughing. It's not funny. I felt like I was about to cry. I tried to get them off again, but to no avail. What the hell are these things made of? I'm sorry, Layla said, but I really don't remember doing that. I don't actually remember much from last night. She rubbed her hand against her forehead. I glared at Kristen. Don't look at me. She put her hands up, feigning innocence. I know it was you, Kristen. Now help me get them off. That's not how it works. Guys have to swipe their cards against them. It's part of the game. Which is exactly what I don't want to have happen. Kristen shrugged. It looks to me like you're going to have a fun day. I'm totally jealous. Then you should wear all of them instead. Help me get them off. I held my wrist out. Alina giggled. She had pulled the covers back up over her head. Alina! I pulled the covers off of her. Did you do this to me? Maybe? I pressed my lips together. It was her bachelorette party. I shouldn't be mad at her. But I was pissed. She knew that I thought the game was inappropriate. Don't look at me like that, she said. You left me with these 2 crazies last night. And it seemed like appropriate payback for you not having to lose your bracelet last night. Payback would be 2 bracelets then, not 4. Okay, Miss Math Teacher, I'm sorry. I was drunk. Drunk isn't an excuse for torturing someone, but it's my bachelorette party. I sighed. Can someone please just try to get them off? Kristen crawled to the end of the bed and grabbed my wrist. After looking at them for just a few seconds, she gave up. I think the clasps are only activated by those cards. Sorry, babe. You guys are the worst. I pulled my wrist away. Kristen smiled. I think this will actually be good for you. Besides, we're all in relationships, and you're not. It makes sense for you to wear all the bracelets. It was your boyfriend's idea to send us here. Maybe he wants you to do all these things. So you should be the one wearing all of them. She laughed. I'm sure you wouldn't mind. But really, enjoy it. I think the game is really for the singles here. Anyone up for a swim? After I get some Tylenol and a glass of water, Layla said. I'm sure Mama Bear has some, Kristen said and scooted off the bed. I grabbed the bottle of Tylenol I brought and tossed it at Layla. Just for the record, payback's a bitch, girls. Oh, come on, Alina said and gave me a hug. Kristen's right. You're going to have so much fun all day. And after that thing at the ITAs, Bryce gets really jealous of other guys. I was going to ask you to wear my bracelet for the rest of the trip anyway. You know, you could have just said you wanted to watch a movie with me last night. Then you wouldn't have gotten stuck with the 2 crazies. No offense. None taken, Kristen said as she pulled on a bikini that barely covered anything. Thanks for the Tylenol, Mama Bear, Layla said. I bit the inside of my cheek. It hadn't taken that nickname long to spread. "But we're in Costa Rica," Alina said. "I can watch a movie any night back home." I am sorry about the bracelets, though. If I was sober, I never would have done it. You know that. Please don't be mad at me. I'm not mad. I'm just nervous about all the awkward things guys are going to make me do all day. I had just gotten a great idea. Maybe I wouldn't have to do anything weird at all. Javier seemed like a reasonable guy. I'm sure I could just explain the situation to him, and he'd let me at least remove the extra 3 bracelets. "You guys go on ahead. I'll meet you at the pool later. I need to stop by the front desk first anyway." Alina shook her head. "Nope, you're coming with us. You already ditched us last night." After seeing the expression on my face, she added, "Just hide your wrist under your towel. You'll be fine." "Fine, but we're going to the least crowded pool. Deal." I grabbed my swimsuit out of my suitcase and went to the bathroom. I quickly got ready and applied tons of sunscreen. If I didn't have 4 bracelets on my wrist, I would have been so excited to go to the pool. I tried not to think about it as I left the bathroom. "What the hell is that?" asked Kristen. I turned to look at her. "What the hell is what?" "That thing on your body." "It's a bathing suit. Obviously. Stop being weird." I lifted up my towel and draped it over my arm to hide all the bracelets. "No." "No what?" "I'm not going to the pool with you dressed like a granny. You'll scare away all the hot guys." "Help me out here, Alina." "I'm sorry, you know how much I love you," she said. "But Kristen is right. It looks awful. Whatever possessed you to buy that? I wear it to the gym all the time to swim laps." "We're not swimming laps. We're lounging around, tanning, and flirting with strangers," Kristen said with a smile. "Maybe you are. I brought SPF 50 sunscreen so I don't end up with skin cancer. And I'm certainly not flirting with anyone. They might see my bracelets." "I bet there's a gift shop here that sells swimsuits," Layla said. She grabbed the pamphlet off the dresser and skimmed through it. "There's one near the Jaguar's Den. Let's go check it out and see." "Perfect. Shopping, then to the pool." Kristen linked her arm in mine and pulled me out of the room. "Can we at least stop by the front desk first? I need to ask Javier a question." The 4 of us stepped onto the elevator. Sure, maybe he can point us in the direction of their sexiest bathing suits. I rolled my eyes. Getting a bikini wasn't going to help hide my bracelets at all. My best shot was blending in. But I was almost certain it wouldn't come to that. Wearing 4 bracelets had to violate the game's policy. Javier would let me take them off. The elevator doors opened and I walked over to the front desk. Javier was standing just where he had been the night before.
"Good morning, ladies,"
he said.
"Did you have a good first night?"
"Excellent," Alina said. She gave me a sympathetic smile. "Javier, I was wondering if there was a way to remove these bracelets." I held out my wrist. He smiled.
"You seem to be enjoying the game very much."
"No, not really. My friends pulled a prank on me, and I know that it's just a silly game, but I'm sure wearing 4 bracelets breaks the rules."
The rules don't actually specify if an individual is wearing to wear her friend's bracelets.
"But these were put on me by accident last night."
Once the bracelets are put on, they can only be removed by completing the actions on a gentleman's card.
"I know that's what you say." My friends had wandered over to the activity board. I leaned forward slightly and lowered my voice. "But between you and me, there's another way, right? Like a master key kind of thing? Maybe you could help me out?"
"I'm sorry, ma'am. The only way to remove the bracelet is to swipe a card against it."
"Could you maybe just swipe some of the cards back there against these ones, then?" Javier got a serious look on his face.
"I'm an employee of this establishment. I'm not allowed to partake in the game."
"I don't mean play the game. I just mean swipe the cards against my bracelets. I'm not going to do anything on the cards. Or maybe I can just get the extra 3 removed? Maybe there's someone I can talk to about the rules of the game?" Stop harassing Javier, Kristen said. We were wondering where to find the sexiest bikinis for sale.
Of course.
Javier seemed excited to talk to someone else. I tuned him out and peered over the counter. I could see the stack of cards sitting right there. If I could just grab one. Great, Kristen said. This way, Daphne. She grabbed my arm. We just signed up for a ton of awesome activities. I had forgotten all about the activities. Now I was stuck with 4 bracelets and I didn't have a say in anything we did all week. I wanted to be able to let all this go and have fun. But right now, all I wanted to do was go home. Especially when we stopped outside a store that had the sluttiest bikinis possible displayed in the window. Apparently, bachelorette parties were not my thing. Oh my God, Alina said. What? I turned to look at her. I assumed she was going to talk about the slutty bikinis, but she was staring down the empty hall. I swear, I just saw... Her voice trailed off. Never mind. No, who do you think you saw? I asked. This distraction was just what I needed to get out of purchasing 2 pieces of fabric that had no business being called a bathing suit. Alina laughed. That guy that just turned the corner down there looked just like Professor Hunter. Stop making fun of me, Kristen said and lightly shoved her shoulder. No, I swear, I just saw a guy that could have been his twin. Ha ha, you're just trying to get me to run down the hallway and act like a crazy person. Alina shrugged. I'm not saying it was him. It just looked like him. I probably just imagined it. Let's follow him, I said, hoping to take advantage of the distraction. I can't believe he's here too. What a strange coincidence. It must be fate, Kristen. Kristen laughed. Nice try. You're not getting out of buying an age-appropriate bathing suit. That way, Missy, she said, and pushed me into the store. Chapter 7. Daphne. I stared in horror at my reflection in the mirror. Despite what my friends said, it seemed like the bikini was too small. It screamed, "Look at me," with its neon colors, skimpy material, and push-up cups. And I couldn't look at my backside in the mirror. It was dangerously close to a thong, and the idea of wearing it in public made me cringe. But I didn't seem to have a choice in the matter. So now I could focus on covering up either the slutty bikini my friends had forced me to buy, or the demon bracelets on my wrist. Screw it. I pulled the towel off my body and draped it over my arm. This way I could cover the bracelets and hold the towel in front of me while I walked. Besides, I'd rather have people ogle me than be able to do God knows what to me. I grabbed the bag that now had my super sensible one-piece in it and exited the changing room. You're such a hottie, Kristen said. Why do you always insist on dressing like a 40-year-old virgin? Layla tried to hide her laugh by coughing. I just want to make sure that people like me for me. And I work with kids. You don't work with kids, Kristen said. You work with 18-year-olds that are super eager to please. Don't be gross. I tried to picture some of the boys in my classes, some of the ones that I was friends with on Facebook. The first thing I was going to do once I got home was delete my Facebook account. I'm with Mama Bear on this one, Alina said and linked her arm in mine. Mixing work with pleasure is never a good thing. We all walked out of the store in search of the closest pool. I'm pretty sure mixing work with pleasure is what got us both in so much trouble, Layla said with a wink. Alina laughed. Fine, sometimes it's a good thing, but it doesn't work so well with guys that are barely legal. I'm just saying that some of the guys on Daphne's football team have abs of steel, Kristen said. Don't pretend like you've never noticed. I shrugged. I had noticed, but just in a way that compared guys in high school today with guys in high school when I was younger. It just made me think about how much bigger 18-year-olds seem today than back then. There must have been something in the water in New York. Or maybe steroids? Why am I thinking about this? We walked out of the hotel to an extremely crowded pool. Most of the chairs were already occupied by sunbathers. "Nope, not this one," I said. Part of our agreement was that I got to choose the least crowded pool. No one was getting to my bracelets until I found a loophole in this stupid game. We turned around and headed to the opposite side of the hotel. Luckily, there were 4 pools at the Blue Parrot Resort. There had to be at least one that wasn't crowded. We walked past the slutty swimsuit place again and back outside. This pool was mostly shaded by the building, which meant there weren't many sunbathers. "This one will do," I said, and headed toward a chair. "Oh, come on, it's not even that sunny over here," Kristen said. "I need to work on my tan so that I look amazeballs in my maid of honor dress." "There's a few chairs over there that are in the sun," I said and pointed across the pool. There were already a few people in the sunny chairs, but there were 4 empty ones. It looked like we had gotten there just in time. "Oh my God!" Kristen squealed and ducked behind a pool chair. All 3 of us stared at her. "Get down, guys!" "What exactly are we hiding from?" Layla asked. "Professor Hunter is here." I laughed. "Sure he is." I looked over to where I had just pointed. Actually, that guy does really look like him. "Don't stare!" Kristen grabbed my arm and pulled me down behind the pool chair with her. "Kristen, you're being ridiculous. The chances are that it's not even him. And even if it is, what are you trying to accomplish by hiding?" "Do you think I should go over there?" "That depends on what you're planning to do," Alina said and crouched down next to us. "He's engaged, remember?" "I wouldn't do anything weird," Kristen hissed. "I just want to talk to him." "You guys?" Layla said. "Not now, Layla," Kristen replied. "Okay, we need a game plan. Maybe we should just go get those seats next to him?" Layla laughed and crouched down next to us. "I know one of the guys that he's with. We can walk over and I can say hi and do introductions." "Which one do you know?" I stood up to look at the group of guys, but Kristen immediately pulled me back down. "Stop being obvious, Daphne," Kristen said. I laughed. "Mason Caldwell. He runs the marketing campaigns for Sword Body Wash. He helped me become their celebrity endorsement. He's a marketing genius. Actually, he's the reason why we can afford to be here." She laughed. "I owe him a huge thank you. I'm glad we're going to run into him." "Wait, let me get this straight," Kristen said. "The whole time you knew me, you knew a friend of Professor Hunter's and didn't tell me? You're pure evil, Layla." "I didn't even know about this weird crush you have on Professor Hunter until yesterday. Well, at least how big of a crush it was. And I didn't put the connection together until I just saw Mason." "So, does that mean that it's definitely Professor Hunter over there?" Kristen asked. She suddenly looked nervous. "Most likely. Hey, maybe he's here for his bachelor party." Kristen frowned. "Don't remind me." "If we go over there, you have to promise not to embarrass me, though. Why does everyone assume I'm going to be awful? I'm always completely normal around Professor Hunter." "Mm-hmm," Alina said. "Tell them, Daphne," Kristen said. I shrugged. "I never had a class with you and him. I have no idea how you acted. I just know that you talked about him nonstop and made me sit outside of his apartment building a few times." "Because you're a stalker," I whispered. Kristen frowned again. "I'm not going to be weird. I haven't seen him in a few years. And I'm dating Tim. I'm in love with Tim. I just think it would be rude to not say hi. That's all." "Fine, but I'm not spending my whole bachelorette party stalking him with you. I promise that won't happen. I cross my heart and hope to die." She made a cross over her chest as she said it to prove how serious she was. "Great. So does this mean we can stop hiding and being weird?" I asked and stood up. "I guess so," Layla said and stood up beside me. Alina stood up and pulled Kristen up too. "Just act super normal, everyone," Kristen said. "I don't think we're the ones anyone's worried about," Alina responded. She swiftly got an elbow in the ribs. I followed the three of them to the other side of the pool, making sure my towel was covering up my bracelets and was in front of my inappropriate bikini. Not that I had anything to worry about. Professor Hunter was engaged, and I knew enough about Mason Caldwell from tabloids to know that he had been dating a beautiful blonde for a couple of years. Professor Hunter and Mason had both been New York bachelor royalty. One of the other guys with them was just as gorgeous as Mason. They looked pretty similar, but he was definitely younger. Maybe they were related? I stopped walking when my eyes landed on the man sitting beside Professor Hunter. But not because he was the most gorgeous man I had ever laid my eyes on. Well, maybe partially. It was mainly because I recognized him from campus, though. I used to see him almost every day, running along the paths on the green. I'd be lying if I said I didn't stare. It was hard not to. He looked a lot like Professor Hunter. Maybe they were related, too? I wasn't sure why I had never put that together before. He was laughing at something that Mason had just said. He seemed more carefree and easygoing. It had always seemed like Professor Hunter was uptight. It was probably because all the girls on campus were stalking him. The guy sitting next to him seemed so relaxed and happy, though. He also had shaggy brown hair instead and was tanner. He glanced over at us and made eye contact with me. He smiled, a dazzling, white, perfect smile that made my insides flip over. I quickly looked away. For some reason, my heart was beating fast, probably because I had been caught staring. It definitely had nothing to do with how hot he was. I stopped by the chairs we'd be sitting in and picked the one farthest away from the guys. Fortunately, it was also the one in the shade, or else I would have had to choose between sitting near them or getting skin cancer. I'd just sit here while Kristen embarrassed herself. There was no reason why I had to be part of whatever awkward conversation was about to ensue. And once I was done eavesdropping, I could swim some laps. It was going to be a perfectly relaxing afternoon. I put my bag with my old bathing suit on the chair beside mine, in case some eager sunbathers wanted to swoop the chairs beside me, and sat down, making sure to keep my blanket over my wrist. "Well, if it isn't Mason Caldwell," Layla said. Mason smiled.
Layla Torres.
He stood up and gave her a hug.
You quit on me and now you're spending your days in Costa Rica?
She laughed. "I'm spending my days doing what I love now. You know that. I'm here for my friend's bachelorette party."
What a coincidence. That's why I'm here.
He pointed over his shoulder at Professor Hunter. Professor Hunter was reading a book. He didn't even look up.
Which one of you lovely ladies is getting married?
"This is my friend Alina," Layla said. "Alina, this is Mason." Mason lowered his eyebrows slightly as he shook Alina's hand.
You look really familiar, but I have no idea where I've seen you.
Alina laughed awkwardly. "I just have one of those faces."
That's not it,
the guy who looked like Mason said. He stood up and joined Mason.
I definitely recognize you. You're Alina Smith. She's the tiebreaker girl, man,
he said to Mason. Mason laughed.
Oh,
he scratched the back of his neck.
Right, well, I'm pretty sure most guys weren't staring at your face.
Alina's face turned bright red.
But this is my brother, Matt,
Mason said and slapped the guy next to him on his back.
It's great to meet you,
he said to Alina.
That was some quality television. I'm pretty sure I still have it on my DVR.
Mason cleared his throat.
And that's my friend James behind me and his brother Rob.
Brothers. That made sense. I looked over at Rob again. I swallowed hard. He was still staring at me. I turned back to my friends, but every few moments I'd glance in his direction. He looked pleased with himself, like he knew I thought he was hot. Well, he didn't know anything about me, and he certainly didn't know anything about what I did and didn't like. I looked over at Professor Hunter instead. He was still reading his book. "Nice to meet you guys," Layla said. "Oh, and this is my friend, Kristen Dwyer." James looked up from his book. I could have been imagining it, but he looked slightly freaked out, like maybe he knew Kristen had stalked him in college, and maybe he was still worried she was.
Great to meet you,
Mason said and shook Kristen's hand. You too. Alina and I were actually in Professor Hunter's class at the University of Newcastle. Well, I was in a few of his classes. Alina was just in one.
I should have known you ladies were from there. I think James and I both agree that some of the hottest girls are from the University of Newcastle.
I rolled my eyes.
My girlfriend went there, and so did James's fiancée. Aren't you going to say hi to your old students?
Mason asked Professor Hunter. Professor Hunter stood up and stretched. He seemed completely uninterested in the conversation that was going on. But I could tell why Kristen was obsessed with him. It was hard not to stare at his perfectly sculpted torso. It was certainly easy to imagine licking the lines of his six-pack. I shook the thought away. It had been way too long since I last had sex. He cleared his throat.
Kristen and Alina, of course. It's great to see you again.
He shook Alina's hand and then Kristen's. The smile on Kristen's face made her look like a crazy person. It's so good to see you again. Your classes were definitely my favorite. I was so sad when you stopped teaching, Professor Hunter.
You can just call me James. And thanks, I'm glad you got something out of my classes.
Okay, James, she said with a smile. I'm pretty sure she sighed, but I could have been wrong. I wasn't close enough to tell. Professor Hunter looked over at Mason and raised both his eyebrows. It was so obvious that he knew that Kristen had stalked him. I laughed out loud. Mason, Matt, and Professor Hunter looked over at me. I hadn't meant to laugh. I quickly looked out at the pool. There was just one lady swimming laps. Now it looks like I have the hots for women. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Professor Hunter's brother stand up and join his friends.
So it seems like you all know each other already. But who's your friend?
Is he talking about me? Please don't be talking about me. That's Daphne, Layla said. Daphne, did you ever have James in class? Crap. Now I had to walk over there. No, I said and stood up, keeping my towel in front of my body. But Kristen used to go on and on about him. Professor Hunter laughed and Kristen gave me a death stare. Maybe Professor Hunter wasn't as uptight as I thought. It probably was just the onslaught of students flirting with him that made him so uncomfortable. Despite the fact that one of my best friends was in love with him, I was always a fan of his story with Penny, and I believed that the school made up rumors about them, because I had seen them in the tabloids too. They clearly adored each other. And here he was on his bachelor party. If they weren't truly in love, they wouldn't be getting married. I realized I was standing there awkwardly. So, Mason, Matt, James, and Rob, I said, gesturing toward each of them as I said their names. Nice to meet you guys.
The pleasure is all ours,
Matt said.
I see you ladies already lost your bracelets. I guess you're hot commodities at the Blue Parrot Resort.
Layla laughed. Not exactly. She looked over at me. Don't you dare. I will hate you forever. I'm warning you, Layla. But we barely knew each other. She couldn't read my stares yet. Daphne's the only one of us who is single, so we gave them all to her. She pulled my towel off my arm, revealing both my inappropriately tiny bikini and my 4 gold bracelets all at once. Shit. I quickly folded my arms in front of my chest. I looked over at Rob. He had put his hands in the pockets of his swim trunks. He looked disappointed. I felt my heart sink. I thought he was attracted to me. But now that he had seen my stupid bikini, it seemed like he had changed his mind. Probably because it was way too revealing and I looked like a hooker. I was pretty impressed that he was staring at my bracelets instead of my breasts, though.
And this is why you save your card until after breakfast,
Matt said to Rob and walked toward me. No.
Daphne, it's nice to meet you.
He put his hand out for me to shake, which meant I had to unfold my arms. Damn it. I put my hand out for him to shake and then immediately crossed my arms again when his eyes wandered to my breasts. I was just about to head back to our room, I said. I forgot my sunglasses, so I let my voice trail off.
Gotcha. How about I walk you?
Did he seriously think that was a proposition for sex? Oh, no. I really just forgot my sunglasses. I'm certainly not in need of an escort. Matt smiled as he pulled a card out of his pocket.
How about we do this first?
He held the card out in front of me. I reluctantly looked down at the card. It read, "Apply sunscreen to me." Phew. I'm actually a huge proponent of sunscreen, so I've already applied it, but thanks for offering. Maybe you should use it on one of those girls over there? They look like they're dangerously close to getting sunburned. I pointed to a group of women on the other side of the pool. They were a little older than us, but not by much. I was sure they'd love to have Matt's hands all over them. Matt smiled.
Oh, no, the card means that you have to apply it to me, and I'm not wearing any.
I looked over at my friends for help, but there wasn't anything they could do. I noticed Rob whispering something to Professor Hunter out of the corner of my eye.
And I also don't have any here, which means we need to go buy some first.
He linked his arm in mine. Actually, I have some in my bag. I pulled my arm out of his. Crap, did I just agree to do this?
Perfect.
I sighed. Whatever. I'd apply sunscreen to this muscular stranger and then I'd swim my laps and have a relaxing afternoon. I grabbed the sunscreen out of my bag and followed Matt over to his chair.
Front or back first, sweetheart?
He asked. Sweetheart? Vomit. Back? The front was going to be more awkward.
Sure thing.
He lay down on his stomach. You really should wear sunscreen whenever you go outside. Just a few minutes in the sun without it can be very damaging, you know?
It's good you were here to save me then.
If you'd like, I can just show you how to apply it properly by yourself so you don't miss any spots. The back is always the hardest, but it's doable. Do you want me to show you?
How about we talk about that after you apply mine real quick? I don't want to get burnt.
Fair point. God knows how long he had already been out here without it. I can't believe I'm doing this. I put a glob of sunscreen on my hand and sat down on the edge of his pool chair. Rob crouched down next to Matt and whispered something in his ear. Nope, Matt said. Rob looked up at me and winked. Was he trying to get me out of this? That was really sweet. None of my friends had tried to help me. Rob whispered something else in Matt's ear.
Seriously?
Matt sat up and stared at him.
I swear.
Matt looked at me for a second and then stood up.
Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this?
Rob smiled.
Because she's beautiful.
I knew I blushed at his words. When our waiter had said it last night, he was talking to all four of us. But Rob was saying it directly to me. Okay, well, thanks. I'll just... Here, I said and put the glob of sunscreen that was in my hand onto Matt's hand. You should still apply that. You don't want to get burnt, especially on your shoulders. Actually, you're going to need more than that, so just bring this back when you're done. I put the bottle in his other hand. And I'm just going to go back over to my friends. It was nice meeting all of you. I turned away from them.
Not so fast.
I almost jumped at the touch of a hand on my waist and the warm breath on my neck. I looked up at Rob. His face was close to mine. I noticed how his shaggy hair stuck a little to his forehead because of the heat. My eyes wandered down his face to the alluring deep brown of his eyes, which were intently staring at me. I gulped. I wasn't one to get flustered over a guy. Well, thanks for saving me from that, Rob. I awkwardly stuck out my hand to him.
Well, don't thank me yet. I didn't save you.
He lifted up Matt's card.
I'm just taking Matt's place. because I can tell you'd rather it be me.
Chapter 8. Rob. She gaped at me. Her jaw actually dropped, like that was the most shocking thing anyone had ever said to her. She was clearly in need of some fun. But I barely noticed her gaping because I was completely transfixed by her green eyes. They looked like emeralds in the sun. I had never seen eyes that color before. It felt like I had been waiting to see her without her sunglasses forever. And now here she was, the girl in the grass. I shouldn't have been surprised that her eyes were the very color of the grass she used to lay in. I had been dreaming about this girl for over a year, and now she had just shown up out of the blue. She was literally about to fall into my lap. I had blown my first chance with her. I wasn't going to blow my second chance, especially to Matt. I lightly touched the bottom of her chin. She snapped her mouth shut and took a step back from me. She looked flustered and her cheeks were rosy. If there was one thing I loved besides fucking, it was making girls blush. This girl was even better than I had even hoped.
I wouldn't rather it be one of you versus the other. I would rather just not do it at all.
I don't think that's true. Ever since you walked over here, you haven't been able to keep your eyes off me.
That is not true, sir.
She pressed her lips together like she regretted what she had just said. Sir? Did she just call me sir? I smiled. She was clearly a lot kinkier than I would have first guessed. I wasn't really into BDSM, but I certainly wouldn't mind spanking her firm ass, and she could call me whatever she wanted as long as she spread her legs for me. Rules are rules, Daphne. Where would you like to put your hands all over me? Is here good, or should we go somewhere a little more private? She shook her head.
Neither is good, because I'm pretty sure I don't have to do it now. Because you can't go switching cards around. It's against the rules.
I smiled. Against the rules? I'm not sure that's true. Besides, you did steal all your friends' bracelets.
I did not steal my friends' bracelets. They put them on me while I was sleeping.
Minor detail. Regardless if switching cards is against the rules, surely wearing your friends' bracelets is too.
I know. And I tried to make that point to the man at the front desk, but he was super unreasonable.
Who, Javier? That doesn't sound like him at all. He's nothing but accommodating. She scoffed.
Maybe to you.
Well, maybe I could talk to him for you. That seemed to make her relax a little. She even smiled for a second, and her smile was beautiful.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. I was just there this morning, about an hour ago, I believe. Hopefully he's still on duty.
Not right now. I sat down in the chair that Matt had been in a minute ago. First, I'm cashing this in. I lifted up the card.
But you just agreed that it was against the rules.
She made this cute, pouty face. Her lips were full and soft-looking. It was easy to imagine them around my cock. Just the thought was starting to make me hard. Did I? I'm pretty sure I said it wasn't against the rules. And then I offered to talk to Javier for you out of the kindness of my own heart. But first, I need you to give me something.
Are you really not wearing sunscreen either? You guys are completely irresponsible.
I'm naturally tan. I noticed her eyes run down my body, hesitating slightly on my abs. It couldn't be any clearer that she wanted me unless she got down on her knees and begged, which sounded pretty good to me. I was sure I could have her there in a few hours.
Still.
She folded her arms across her chest. I wasn't sure if she realized it, but this stubborn act just made me want her even more. There was no way I was going to let her go now. Here's the deal, Daphne. Lather me up with sunscreen, and then I'll give you whatever you want.
So, you will talk to Javier?
If you still want to waste my favor on talking to Javier after having your hands all over me, that's up to you. But I'm pretty sure you'll be wanting something else. She rolled her eyes. Fuck. Blushing and eye-rolling, this girl was fantastic. I grabbed the bottle of sunscreen from Matt and handed it to her. She hesitantly took the bottle from me.
Well, lie down and let's get this over with.
That's what she said, I said. She laughed. It was a tiny laugh that she probably hadn't meant to let escape. But there it was. She thought I was funny. This was definitely working out in my favor. But don't get the wrong idea. Women never say that to me. They just beg me to never let it stop. Her cheeks got a little rosy again. Sure. She squirted some of the sunscreen into her hand as I lay down on my stomach. After she massaged the sunscreen into my back, she'd be more comfortable with my body and me. That way, it would be easier to convince her to straddle me when I turned over, which in turn would allow her to feel how hard I was getting. And then we could fuck in one of the showers they had around the pool for rinsing off. This was going to be a great afternoon. I felt the cushion sag slightly as she sat down beside me, but she didn't touch me at all. A second later, I felt the cold lotion splash onto my back, and then her hesitant fingers slid down my back. At first, she barely applied any pressure, as if she was scared of touching me. But soon she was massaging my shoulders, spending a little too long for just applying lotion, in my opinion. Her hand snaked down to the waistline of my shorts and dipped under slightly. I wanted to make a joke about how handsy she was being, but I didn't want to scare her off when she was finally getting into it. Her hands moved to the backs of my legs, massaging my calves. I swallowed down a groan in my throat. Damn, this feels good. This girl was good with her hands. She cleared her throat. You can turn over now. I rolled over and put my arms behind my head. She didn't make eye contact with me as she squirted some lotion on her hands. I watched her rub the sunscreen into my legs. She was really sexy. Her hair was a light brown, and she had hypnotizing green eyes. Her skin looked soft and pale and delicate. I wanted to grab her and pull her on top of me, but she seemed like a flight risk, and I definitely didn't want to risk losing her when I almost had her right where I wanted. She paused when she finished putting sunscreen on my legs. It'll probably be easier if you straddle me now. She finally made eye contact with me. I think I can manage without climbing on top of you. Thank you very much. I don't know. It is my card. I feel like I get to decide how it's done. You're joking, right? Even though I do joke around a lot, I'm not joking about this. I put my hand on her thigh. She immediately bit her lip. Trying to resist me? I don't think so. I slid my hand slightly up her thigh. I promise I won't bite. Until later. She visibly gulped. And then we talk to Javier? Whatever you want. She squirted a glob of sunscreen onto her hand. Fine, if you insist. She put her hand on the center of my chest and kept it there for support as she straddled me. I swallowed down my groan again. I could not wait to fuck this girl. As soon as she lowered herself onto me, her eyes bulged. Just wait till I'm inside of you.
Chapter 9. Daphne. Holy shit, he has a boner. What was the best plan of action here? Get up and walk away? No, I had already completed more than half of that stupid card. It would be wonderful to be rid of at least one bracelet. The most logical thing to do would be to ignore it. I coughed awkwardly.
Something wrong?
Rob asked. Oh, no, not at all. I glanced at his face. He had a smug smile like he was happy with my response. Damn it. I had just basically said I loved his boner, or at least that I didn't mind it being pressed against me. I took a deep breath. This would be over in just a few minutes. And then he'd talk to Javier, I'd be bracelet-free, and get to swim my laps in peace. I ran my fingers through the sunscreen, rubbing it onto his hard pecs. God, he has a nice body. It wasn't like I hadn't imagined doing this to him when he ran by me on campus without a shirt. Who wouldn't dream of touching him like this after seeing his abs? It didn't mean anything. I trailed my hands down his six-pack, spreading the lotion in the contours of his abs. This was probably the most erotic thing I had ever done outside of sex. Or maybe it just seemed that way because while I was applying the sunscreen, I could feel him getting harder underneath me. And bigger. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't getting turned on myself. His cock pressing against me was making me wet. I just hoped that when I stood up, my bathing suit wouldn't have a wet spot on my crotch. While I had been thinking about the implications, I realized I had just been running my hands along his abs over and over again. What the hell am I doing? I quickly squirted more sunscreen into my hands and leaned forward, massaging it into his muscular arms. I got up on my knees so that I would no longer be pressed against his bulging erection. And I'd be lying again if I said I didn't miss the pressure of him against me. Fuck. I quickly finished applying it to his arms. All done. I moved my leg to climb off, but he quickly grabbed my hip.
Not so fast. What about my face?
I looked down at this hand on my hip. His long fingers were curved around the bone, resting on my exposed ass cheek. I pushed his hand off of me and looked down at his face. Fine. He grabbed my waist, pulling me against his waiting erection again as he sat up. And I moaned. Out loud. The sound actually escaped from my mouth. A smile curved onto Rob's face.
Are you going to do me or not?
I tried to move away, but his hands were firmly on my hips. Excuse me? He let go of my waist with one hand and ran his index finger under one of his eyes.
Sunscreen, beautiful. Not all of us have such dirty minds.
And I knew my face turned bright red. Maybe he had or maybe hadn't been referring to putting sunscreen on his face. But I was the only one who had verbally jumped to the conclusion that he was talking about sex. I knew what you meant. I picked up the bottle again and squirted some in my palm.
Sure.
His hands had slid slightly off my hips and were much more on my ass now. I tried to ignore him as I gently applied the sunscreen under his eyes and over his nose. He was tan, but he had these tiny little freckles under his eyes. They gave him a boyish charm on top of his rugged exterior and clearly dirty mind. I ran my fingers through the scruff on his jawline. I had always liked how rough facial hair felt on my palms. For some reason, it made me even hornier. I was extremely aware that his hands had moved to the tops of my thighs. His thumbs had hooked on the insides of my thighs and were a fraction of an inch away from my bathing suit bottom. It was hard to pay attention to applying the sunscreen when I was hyper-focused on how close his fingers were to touching me.
So I've been thinking about that favor I owe you for doing this, and I can tell how badly you want to kiss me right now. How about I just let you do that?
How badly I want to kiss you? I don't think so, hotshot. You're clearly the one that wants to kiss me, bartering with your friend to get his card, asking me to straddle you, running your hands across my ass, massaging my inner thighs. I slapped his hand away. He raised his left eyebrow.
But you're the one moaning.
I would have been hypnotized by how sexy he looked with his eyebrow raised if what he had said hadn't been so patronizing. I pushed his other hand off of me. A deal's a deal. I climbed off of his lap. Javier, now. Someone laughed to our left. I looked over at Matt. He had clearly enjoyed Rob's strikeout. Rob sighed.
Fine, but I guarantee you that I'm going to get you to change your mind eventually.
Right. I don't think so.
Rob, take this with you,
Matt said and tossed him a cell phone.
It's your turn to watch it.
Professor Hunter snapped the book he was reading shut.
I have a better idea. Just let me talk to Penny for 5 minutes and... Not happening,
Rob said.
Bachelor party rules. She wouldn't be calling if something wasn't wrong. You know that.
He looked truly concerned, like he was worried his bride-to-be was in trouble and only he could save her. It was so romantic. It made me think again of how all my friends were getting engaged and married, and I was stuck, alone. I wanted what Professor Hunter had with his fiancée. True love. The kind you read about. Because I had actually read about them in a tabloid once.
She just misses you, man,
Mason said and turned the page of the magazine he was thumbing through.
B's already called me a few times. Yeah, but you got to talk to her. I'm just asking for a few minutes.
You should let him talk to her, I said. Professor Hunter looked up at me.
See? That's what we needed. A female's perspective. Thank you, Daphne. Now, give me my fucking phone. Daphne doesn't know anything about bachelor party bro code. Now, I'm escorting her to the front desk before she can mess up all our weekend plans.
I'm not... But Rob had already grabbed my hand and turned me away from his friends. I tried to snatch my towel off my pool chair, but he pulled me away from my friends too. I need my towel to cover up my bracelets and bathing suit.
You don't need to cover up your bathing suit. You have an amazing body. And why do you think I'm holding your hand?
Because you're incredibly forward? Rob laughed.
No, barely anyone can see your bracelets when we're holding hands. And if they do catch sight of your bracelets, they won't mess with you when we're clearly together.
We are not together.
Okay, then.
He dropped my hand as he opened up the door to the hotel for me. The blast of air conditioning felt amazing. I had gotten overheated from the Costa Rican heat. I glanced over at Rob. Or maybe I was overheated from having my hands all over his perfect body. I turned away from him and noticed a group of guys walking toward us. Hold my hand again, I whispered to him.
Nah, I'm going to respect your boundaries.
Now you're going to respect my boundaries? After you had your hands all over me?
I'm pretty sure you're the one who had your hands all over me, gorgeous.
Seriously, Rob, hold my hand.
We're not together. Your words.
Please, come on. Those guys are getting closer. They might try to use their cards on me.
I guess that's a risk you're going to have to take.
Please, Rob, I'll do anything.
Anything?
He raised his left eyebrow. I gulped. Yes, anything. I looked over at the group of guys. They were nearly upon us. Come on. He shrugged.
Okay, deal.
He immediately stopped walking and pushed the middle of my chest, pressing my back against the wall. His lips were on me before I even had time to realize what was happening. Holy shit. Normally, I would have waited longer to kiss someone after just meeting them, but I had just told him he could have whatever he wanted. A kiss seemed innocent enough. Besides, when was I ever going to get another chance to make out with a sexy stranger at an exclusive resort, especially one that looked like Rob? He ran his tongue across my lips, slowly easing them open. He tasted like mint and something sweet. Coconut, maybe? I felt one of his hands slide to my ass and lift my leg up around his waist. It was maybe becoming a little more PG-13 now, but I didn't want him to stop. I couldn't even remember the last time I had been kissed like this. I moved my hands to the back of his head, gripping his hair. It was softer than I imagined. I pulled him closer to me, deepening the kiss. He groaned into my mouth. There was something so primal about the noise. I wanted to hear him make it again and again. And suddenly I wanted to touch every inch of him, even though I had just applied sunscreen in the same places. I ran my fingers down the back of his neck and over the muscles of his broad shoulders. I let my hands trail down his strong biceps. He pulled back far too soon and smiled.
I told you that you wanted to kiss me.
He kept my thigh in his hand. Psh, yeah, right. I was just letting you kiss me because of the deal we just made.
The deal where you said you'd do anything? You really think I'd waste that on a kiss that you were clearly already begging me for?
He removed his hand from my thigh. Yes, what other deal would I be talking about? We're even now. I put my foot back down on the ground and pushed on his chest so I could get away from him. But he didn't budge.
I never even said I was cashing in.
It was implied when you started making out with me.
Again, I was just giving you what you wanted.
He leaned forward. His breath was hot in my ear.
Don't worry. You'll like what I actually have planned for you.
He lightly bit my earlobe.
Chapter 10. Rob. The moan that escaped her lips made it hard for me to step back. But the chase was half the fun. This girl was stubborn and uptight. It was going to be amusing watching her unwind. Slowly. Very slowly. It was part of the game. And now that I had kissed her, there was no way I was going to stop. I stepped back and ran my hand through my hair. Girls love that for some reason. I watched her eyes follow my fingers. She crossed her arms and looked away from me.
As far as I'm concerned, our deal is done, she said. The only thing that either of us owe the other one is you making Javier get these bracelets off me.
We both know that's not what you want. She looked back up at me.
Yes, I do. All I want is for these bracelets to be off my wrist and to be swimming laps. Alone.
I put my hand to my chest. Ouch. I thought that kiss was amazing.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
I smiled as she turned and walked away. Her ass swayed just the right amount, like she was trying a little to be sexy, but not trying too hard. She was definitely sexy, and very stubborn. Luckily for me, this weekend, she was going to be mine. Wait up, I said and caught up to her. Aren't you worried that more creepy guys are going to walk by? I slipped my hand into hers.
Not as creepy as you, surely.
Despite what she had just said, she kept her fingers intertwined with mine. I looked down at her hand. I rarely held hands. It seemed more intimate than a light touch on the lower back. But I liked it. Her palm felt warm against mine, almost sweaty. I tried to look at her face, but she turned away. She was nervous, which was incredibly cute. She seemed so confident and feisty out by the pool. I was used to girls bending over backward to be with me. But this girl was different. She was putting up a good fight. Her body was giving off so many tells it wasn't even fair, though. She didn't seem to realize how obvious it was that she wanted me. It just made her even cuter. Since when was I attracted to cute? I shook away the thought and tightened my fingers around hers. She looked down at her hands and then up at me.
Why won't you let your brother talk to his fiancée?
Are you going to pester me about this too? Look, I know Penny. She's fine. She worries about him, that's all. If something was really wrong, I'd let him talk to her. I'm not a monster. Besides, I already talked to her last night, and left her a note. She's just used to talking to him every day.
You care about her.
She said it in a way like she was surprised, maybe even shocked. Yeah, of course I do. She's going to be my little sister. Daphne shrugged.
I've just found that guys like you usually only care about themselves.
I wouldn't have pegged you as someone that would judge a book by its cover.
I'm not. And I wouldn't. I'm not just judging you based on your six-pack and perfect tan.
She flushed slightly.
We've interacted. You forced me to put sunscreen all over you and got a hard-on. And then you tricked me into making out with you in front of a bunch of people. That's what I was judging you based on. And all the super suggestive things that come out of your mouth. You do it so naturally that you must do it all the time. Which means that either you're a player or you're afraid of commitment. Or both.
Maybe I just haven't found the right person yet. I wasn't sure why I had said it. Just kind of spilled out. I didn't want to be a player. I didn't want people to label me that way. And I wasn't afraid of commitment. I actually wanted something more than a one-night thing. Am I just waiting for the right person? She pushed her lips to one side as if she was biting the inside of her cheek.
That's something that a player would say to get a good girl into bed.
I laughed. And what about you then?
What about me?
You clearly don't know how to let loose and have fun. Your friends put those bracelets on you and forced you to buy this bikini because you probably dress the same way you act. I pulled a price sticker off the back of her bathing suit bottom. She pressed her lips together. And I'm guessing that you're a serial monogamist if you have such issues with the way I live. But despite that, you haven't found the right guy yet. You've done everything right, but your friends are the ones that keep getting engaged and married, and you feel like you're slipping behind. I bet you have a checklist of all the things your dream guy would have. So the real problem is that you're too picky, and maybe you're even avoiding falling in love a little because it would mean you have to give up control for 1 second. How off am I?
Completely off.
She pulled her hand out of mine and folded her arms in front of her chest. She probably didn't realize that doing so really just pushed her boobs up. I looked back up at her face. She was blinking fast, like she was holding back tears. Shit. I hadn't meant to upset her, I just didn't like when people judged me. So my reaction was to judge her back? Smooth. That's a shame, I quickly said. Because if it was true, then it would mean we were both waiting for the right person to come along. Which means we could spend the weekend figuring out if we could be that for each other. She laughed. I liked her laugh a lot more than imminent tears. Seriously, we could spend all weekend in bed really getting to know each other. She laughed again.
As tempting as that is, I'm going to have to pass. I'm here to hang out with my friends, not to hook up with strangers. So how about you get these bracelets off of me and we can go our separate ways?
That definitely wasn't going to happen. Okay, beautiful. I'll distract Javier while you steal the cards.
What?
She stopped right before we got to the front desk. Just follow my lead. I walked up to Javier and leaned against the counter. Hey, Javier. What can I do for you, Mr. Hunter? I was just wondering what your iguana policy is. I saw Daphne put her hand over her mouth out of the corner of my eye. Our iguana policy? Javier asked. Yeah. We don't usually allow pets on the premises. Right, but I just caught this iguana outside, and I'd really love to keep it. Well, how big is it? Oh, it's really big, the biggest one I've ever seen. Daphne laughed and then immediately clasped her hands over her mouth again. Javier turned around, but Daphne had just ducked. He looked back at me. If you want, I can call the manager to see if... No, that's okay. Daphne had just reached her hand toward the stack of cards, which was sitting right by the phone. So you don't want to keep the iguana? Javier asked. Daphne successfully grabbed a stack of cards. Nope, I've changed my mind. I'll just kill it. I tapped the counter and went to go follow her. Mr. Hunter, killing animals in this rainforest is illegal. Mr. Hunter, Javier called after me. But I was already running up to Daphne. I quickly grabbed the cards out of her hand before she got a chance to swipe any of them over her bracelets.
What the heck? Those are mine!
I lifted them up in the air so she couldn't reach. She tried to jump to grab them, but I just held them up even higher and enjoyed the view of her tits bouncing. They're mine now, I said.
But I'm the one that stole them.
Yeah, because of my awesome plan and distraction.
Asking about their iguana policy? That wasn't a good distraction.
I believe I saw you laughing.
Because it was so ridiculous.
Let's see what we have here. I picked up the first card. Get topless.
It does not say that.
Actually, it does. Oh, how about this one? Skinny dipping in the pool.
You're making those up.
I held them out for her to prove that I wasn't lying.
Don't you dare make me do those. I'll never speak to you again.
I shrugged. I thought you were already done speaking to me.
If you promise not to use any of the dirty ones on me, we can still be on speaking terms.
And hang out for the rest of the time we're both here? She rolled her eyes.
I have bachelorette party duties. But outside of them, sure. We can hang out.
Okay. Deal. I put my hand out for her to shake.
I feel like this is another trick.
She eyed my hand skeptically. No trick, beautiful. She looked up into my eyes. I had the urge to press her back against the wall again and do more than kissing. But I was just about to get her exactly where I wanted her. Luckily for me, I had a great poker face.
Fine. Deal.
She shook my hand. That's great, I said, because I already promised to give all the dirtiest ones to Matt.
What?
When we switched places for the sunscreen application, I told him I'd swipe some cards from the front desk and give him the dirtiest ones.
You did trick me.
She lightly slapped my arm. Yeah, maybe. But now I only get to... I picked up another card. Snuggle with you. So, you're welcome. She glanced at the card in my hand.
We don't know each other. I'm not snuggling with you.
She walked past me. I laughed at the card I had just picked up. How about you give me a hand job instead then? She started laughing.
Keep dreaming, Rob,
she said over her shoulder. That was something else I loved. The challenge of turning a no into a yes. After an awesome snuggling session, she'd be eager to give me that hand job and then some. Besides, I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to get to know her. I found her attitude extremely refreshing. Her ass was pretty amazing, too.
Chapter 11. Daphne. Rob was right about me. So right that it stung. I hadn't even thought about how vulnerable falling in love left me. I was used to doing whatever I wanted every day, however I wanted. I was used to being in control. Am I really avoiding love? I didn't flinch when Rob caught up to me and slipped his hand in mine again. It had been a long time since someone had held my hand. It made me feel safe somehow, almost protected. But what I currently needed was protection from Rob. I glanced up at him out of the corner of my eye. He was gorgeous, confident, and a great kisser. A really, really good kisser. I was never one to condone public displays of affection. I was always yelling at kids in the hallway at school. There was a time and place for everything, and kissing by a set of lockers wasn't that time or place. But I hadn't even been thinking about the appropriateness of it when he kissed me. All I wanted was more, a lot more, and the thought terrified me. I was only going to be here for a week. I had no idea how long he was going to be here. I didn't do one-night stands. Why am I even thinking about this? Because he's gorgeous, confident, and a great kisser. I quickly looked away from him when he turned his head toward me. Those 3 things were on my list for a soulmate. Pretty high up there, too. But he was also infuriating. He assumed I wanted to kiss him, he didn't seem to have any filter whatsoever, and his confidence was borderline cocky. He was definitely not my soulmate. You still need to take off my bracelet for applying your sunscreen, I said, trying to push aside the thoughts rolling around in my head. He smiled.
How long has it been since then?
I don't know, 10 minutes maybe?
Too bad. I think the rules state that the card must be swiped against the bracelet within 5 minutes of the activity being completed.
What rules? There don't seem to be any rules at all for this game. If you don't swipe my bracelet, I'm going to tell Javier that you took that stack of cards.
Yeah, I was talking to Javier the whole time. He knows I didn't take anything.
I didn't care how good his hand felt wrapped around mine. Besides, he was making me incredibly nervous, and I was pretty sure my palms were getting sweaty, which was mortifying. I pulled my hand away from his. Rob, you have 10 seconds to swipe my bracelet. He raised his left eyebrow.
Or what?
Or... I let my voice trail off. He smiled. It was no longer a question if he was cocky or confident. He was definitely cocky. Or I'll tell Javier that you murdered an iguana and you'll be sent to Costa Rican prison. He laughed, a low, deep, sexy laugh.
I can handle Costa Rican prison.
He started walking again. What? I quickly caught up to him. What do you mean you can handle it? I bet the conditions aren't nearly as nice as American prisons, and I watched a documentary about that. American prisons aren't exactly nice either.
Do you watch a lot of documentaries?
I'd say a normal amount, yes.
That doesn't surprise me at all. But you're right. I'd rather not go back to Costa Rican prison. James was not happy at all when he had to bail me out last time.
He grabbed my wrist, making me stop.
Besides, I am a man of my word.
He pulled a card out of his pocket and swiped it across one of my bracelets. You've been to prison here? I caught the bracelet as it fell off. That was another red flag. I didn't date guys that went to prison. Was that supposed to elicit a different reaction from me? Was I supposed to think it was sexy that he was all tough and rugged and went to Costa Rican prison? Damn it, why is that sexy?
That depends on whether or not you're more or less attracted to guys that went to prison.
Definitely less.
I'll take that as more. It's not even a good story, though. I'll spare you the details.
Well, you have to tell me now.
Make me.
I laughed. What do you mean by that?
I mean, there are plenty of things you could do to me that would make me tell you whatever you want.
Like?
He
grabbed a card out of his pocket.
Give me your underwear.
I laughed. I don't think so. I think I can live without the story.
So that's a no for that one, too.
He shoved the card back in his pocket.
I was lying to Matt when I said I'd give him all the dirty cards. But if you're refusing to do them, it looks like I have no choice.
Or you could keep some of them and use them on some other poor girl.
That doesn't sound appealing at all. I fully intend to use all my cards on you.
Is that supposed to flatter me?
Supposed to? I don't know about that. But based on how rosy your cheeks are, I'm guessing that it did.
I pressed my lips together. Stupid rosy cheeks. I didn't know how I was going to shake this guy, and I didn't know if I even wanted to. That was such a lie. I knew I didn't want to. I wanted him to push me up against the wall again and do more than kiss me. My friends signed up for a bunch of activities, so I'm sure I'll be pretty busy for the rest of the day. You'll probably need to find someone else to hang out with if you want to put a dent in those cards.
What a coincidence. My friends signed up for a bunch of activities, too. Maybe we'll be at some of the same ones.
He opened up the door for me, completely ignoring my comment about finding someone else. I walked back into the heat. My friends were all laying in their beach chairs tanning. Mason and James were both still reading, but Matt had disappeared. He was probably off harassing some innocent woman. Rob flopped down in the empty chair beside my friends and put his arm out.
Right here, Snuggle Bunny,
he said and tapped the very small empty spot beside him. Kristen turned toward him. It seems like you and Daphne are hitting it off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that kiss sealed the deal. Right, beautiful?
Kristen pulled her sunglasses to the top of her head and stared at me. You kissed him? She mouthed silently to me. I could feel my face turning red. I had kissed a complete stranger, and not even a peck, like a full-blown makeout session. He keeps using cards on me. Rob feigned shocked innocence.
That kiss was not on my cards.
He tapped the seat beside him. Kristen gave me a thumbs up. Fucking hell. I sat down on the very edge of the chair, trying not to touch Rob. I wasn't at all surprised when he wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me down beside him. He quickly adjusted himself so that my head would be on his chest. Are you done? I asked.
Almost.
He grabbed my thigh and pulled it across his legs.
There, that's better.
How long do I have to do this?
I'd say 20 minutes would suffice.
20 minutes? That's ridiculous. I lifted up my head to protest, and he immediately put his hand on the side of my face. The way his thumb gently traced under my cheekbone sent chills down my spine. He was staring into my eyes so intently, and I couldn't help but get lost in the deep brown of his. He was so handsome. Why the hell is he hanging out with me?
I'm more than happy to do one of the other cards,
he whispered so that my friends couldn't hear.
I just thought it might be nice if we got to know each other first.
His hand left my face, and he tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. My heart was beating so fast, I'm sure he could feel my pulse against his torso. I tried to steady my uneven breaths. I should have slapped him. I should have told him I had no interest in accepting any more of his cards. But the way he was looking at me made it seem like he actually did want to get to know me. That was the most important thing on my list, for someone to be genuinely interested in getting to know me for me. What do you want to know? The words tumbled out before I even realized I was saying them. He smiled.
Everything.
I laughed and readjusted myself so that my head was resting on his shoulder. Our faces were only a few inches apart, and his hand slid down my back, resting just above my ass. Ask me something more specific.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a high school math teacher.
Really? I wish I had you for a teacher, although it's probably for the best that I didn't, because I would have found you very, very distracting. Your students must have a hard time focusing.
I laughed. I don't think so.
You probably have no idea how many inconvenient boners you've caused.
He laughed, and I felt the vibrations through my palm that was pressed against his chest. A sense of humor was another thing on my list. Rob definitely had that. What about you?
What about me?
He trailed his fingers through my hair. It seemed like he was doing it absent-mindedly, but it was soothing. What do you do for a living? He shrugged, which caused my face to move even closer to his.
I'm just enjoying living right now.
I smelled the mix of mint and coconut on his breath. It was very tempting to kiss him again. What does that mean exactly? Unemployed? Possibly unmotivated to achieve anything? 2 more red flags.
It means that I'm taking time to figure out what I want to do, what will truly make me happy. I'm traveling, I'm having fun, and I'm going to take as long as I need to figure it out, because I refuse to sit behind a desk every day pushing papers and being miserable.
That wasn't the answer I was expecting. I knew enough about Professor Hunter to know that he came from money, which meant Rob did too. Yes, he was clearly living off his parents, but his answer didn't seem to hint at the fact that he was a stuck-up rich brat. He was trying to find himself, and wasn't that the most important thing anyone could do? I was lucky. I grew up knowing I wanted to be a teacher, just like Alina grew up knowing she wanted to run her grandmother's bakery, and Layla wanted to be a meteorologist. But we were exceptions. Most people discovered their passions later in life. Most people changed their majors in college at least 5 times. It was admirable to want to find your passion. Underneath all the brash comments and rough exterior, maybe there was someone deep and insightful. I found myself wanting to know more. And what have you found out during your travels?
That Costa Rican prison sucks.
I laughed. Maybe that deep, insightful person was also hiding under a layer of sarcasm. Do I get to hear that story?
I told you it wasn't a good story.
I want to hear it anyway. If it wasn't good, it meant it wasn't funny. Or maybe he got arrested for doing something he was embarrassed about. Either way, it seemed like the perfect way to get to know him. And I wanted to get to know him. Despite all the red flags, he had so many characteristics that I hadn't found in anyone yet. My list was ridiculously long. If there was one good thing to come out of this weekend, maybe it was realizing that my expectations were too high. Rob was right about me. He could read me like an open book. It had been a while since I had taken a good, long look in the mirror. I loved being a teacher, but maybe there was something missing from my life, too. I wasn't sure if I was passionate about anything anymore. I wanted to remember how to enjoy living, too.
Chapter 12. Rob. I was having a hard time getting a read on this girl. She seemed to enjoy resisting me 1 minute, and then she did, well, this. I looked down at Daphne, nuzzled perfectly in the crook of my arm, her hand pressed against my chest and her thigh draped on top of my legs. I was good at knowing what women wanted, but I was kind of lost on her. At every turn, she seemed to contradict herself. The most interesting part of all was that she seemed so confident, yet she was embarrassed about her skimpy bikini. Did she seriously not realize how amazing she looked? The neon colors made the tan she was starting to get pop. Her skin was silky smooth. It felt amazing underneath my palms. I ran my hands slowly down her back as I stared at her perfect ass. It was virtually uncovered by the thin strap of fabric that's somehow classified as a bikini bottom. I certainly wasn't complaining. It didn't leave much to the imagination, but I didn't mind. I was going to picture her naked either way. Just made it easy to tell that she was going to look amazing in my bed. I let my hand slip to the top of her ass. She didn't flinch. Another contradiction. If I told her I was going to feel her up, she would have told me off, for sure. But she couldn't seem to resist when I started doing it. I guess it wasn't really a contradiction at all. She was set in her virtues. She just couldn't resist me. The thought made me smile. I was only going to be here for 2 days. Normally I'd be hanging out with Matt, adding to my number count, making an ass of myself, and not remembering a thing. We had an ongoing bet of who could seduce more women. I was always ahead. But this weekend I wasn't feeling it. Besides, James and Mason were being super lame. Since they weren't up for doing anything fun, it meant that I had extra time to break this girl out of her shell. And that was exactly what I was going to do. Again, and again, and again. She lifted her head off my chest and looked up at me, giving me a perfect view of her tits.
Are you really not going to tell me?
What? I had been daydreaming and had completely missed what she had just said.
The story about how you ended up in jail. Were you just staring at my breasts?
Fuck yes. And now I was imagining sucking on her hard nipples that were clearly visible through her bikini top. The material looked thin and flimsy. I could probably rip it off, or I could untie her top and slowly pull it down, teasing her, until her breasts were exposed to me. That's what I wanted to do. Torture her. Nice and slow. I could probably make her come like that. Just my tongue swirling around her sensitive nipples, maybe a light bite or two. A gentle tug. Someone so tightly wound would be easy to release. She'd be dripping wet, just waiting for me. I so badly wanted to taste her. She smelled like sunscreen and mangoes, and I would bet good money that she tasted just as sweet. I could already imagine her screaming my name, begging for my cock as my tongue swirled around her juices.
Rob?
Her eyebrows were furrowed when I looked back up at her face. She had this cute little line in the middle of her forehead, one that came from worrying a lot. What was she worrying about? Someone that beautiful shouldn't be worried. She should be getting her needs attended to. I cleared my throat. Right, sorry, actually, I have a really great story about this time that I—
No,
she said. Her breath felt warm against my chest.
I want to hear the Costa Rica one.
She splayed her hands on my chest and rested her chin on them as she looked up at me. The new angle removed her ass from underneath my hand. I sighed. If you insist. I ran my fingers along the dimples on her lower back. I was living here a few years ago.
In this hotel?
She scrunched up her face in clear disapproval. No, beautiful, not in this hotel. I ran my fingers through her hair. I could tell it unnerved her when I called her that. It was clear that she wasn't used to being called beautiful. But she should be. She was gorgeous. If someone else wasn't telling her I could be that person, even if it was just for a few days. This is actually the first time I've ever been to this hotel. I did live in Costa Rica for about 6 months, though. I spent most of my time in San Jose. She nodded.
That's good. If you lived here for 6 months being part of this stupid bracelet game, I'd probably have to worry about you having STDs.
I made a mental note not to share my sexual history with her, and also of the fact that she was thinking about STDs, which meant she was thinking about having sex with me. I'm clean. You have nothing to worry about there. She rolled her eyes.
Get back to the story.
Didn't she realize she was killing me with those eye rolls? Like I said, it's not a good story. They have this huge Labor Day parade every year, but it's not like Labor Day in the U.S., which doesn't seem to mean anything anymore. In Costa Rica, it's their day to air their grievances toward their government. When I was living here, there was a water shortage. Not just in San Jose, the whole country was basically living without water. People were dying on the streets, and I was standing there watching this peaceful parade, and it made me mad. It wasn't enough. They weren't getting their point across. People were going to keep dying. Nothing was going to change. I wasn't sure why she wanted to hear this. It wasn't funny, it wasn't a good story, and just talking about it made me mad again. But she was just staring at me with her big green eyes, so I kept going. When the parade was over, I joined some protesters, but like I said, there were tons of people airing their grievances, not just about the water shortage, but about all sorts of stuff. Obama was visiting later that week, and there were some protesters against that. Obama was going to talk about the embargo on Cuba and other free trade agreements, and the people of Costa Rica didn't care. The United States lumps all of the countries in Central America together, but Costa Rica doesn't get shit from the embargo on Cuba. They don't benefit from it at all. And everyone was mad that Obama chose now, when the country is dying of thirst, to talk about something that doesn't affect them. Costa Rica isn't part of the United States. They have their own problems. People were dying, and I was right next to them. So I joined their not as peaceful protest because fuck that. Turned into a riot and I got arrested. End of story. She continued to stare at me, but I didn't have anything else to say. That's the whole story. The way she was looking at me was unnerving. She nestled back down into the crook of my arm. I'm sorry I judged you before I knew you. Thanks. I wasn't exactly sure what else to say. Her fingers ran through the contours of my six-pack. I tried to keep completely still. It seemed like she was doing it absent-mindedly, and I didn't want her to stop. I just wanted her to go lower. I was about 2 seconds away from pulling that handjob card out of my pocket. Apparently, I was wrong about that story. I'd have to tell it more often if it resulted in this response. And I think it's nice that you look out for your future sister-in-law. It's sweet how much you care. Sweet? I'm not sweet. If she knew how many times I had jerked off to the thought of Penny, she would have called me anything but sweet. Not that I made a hobby of jerking off to the thought of my future sister-in-law. I jerked off to most dimes I met. Penny just happened to be around a lot, which meant it was easy to picture her. It wasn't a big deal. You are sweet, actually. Don't get defensive, I think it's nice. You left off an important part of your story, though. How did you get out of prison? I'm not sweet, I said again. James bailed me out. I went back to the States a few months later. She stopped running her fingers along my abs and looked up to me. So your brother bailed you out of a Costa Rican prison. Doesn't that mean you owe him a favor? Like maybe letting him talk to his fiancée? I'm pretty sure we're even right now. You're keeping score of favors with your brother? Like you don't do that with your siblings? There was a flash of something across her face. It was fleeting. It had disappeared before I could tell what it was. She pressed the side of her face against my chest. I don't have any siblings. But that's what family does. They help each other without keeping score, FYI. I laughed. I am doing him a favor. I'm doing Penny a favor, too. They're together so much that it's unhealthy. Well, I do think I was right about one thing, said Daphne. And what was that? I think that you are scared of commitment. I'm committing to you right now. I have at least a dozen cards in my pocket, but I'm choosing to hang out with you. She furrowed her brow again. What did you do with your card this morning, before we met? Shit. Nothing that interesting? Then tell me. You're really bossy. You do realize that, right? She shrugged her shoulders as she stared up at me. The way the light caught her eyes almost made them look like they had golden flakes. There was no point in lying to her. Either she wanted me or not, and I was pretty sure she wanted me. Something dumb I did before I met her shouldn't matter. Hopefully. Because I had done a lot of stupid stuff over the years. But I didn't want to tell her. I'd been waiting for over a year to talk to this girl. I wasn't going to blow this chance over something I did this morning before I'd even really met her. Let's just say I should have saved my card. I would have much rather used it on you. You're disgusting. Yet you're all over me. Because I have to be.
Speaking of which, has it been 20 minutes yet?
I don't know. I don't have a watch. I'm not a tool. James! I yelled over to my brother. How long have Daphne and I been snuggling? I heard the tool comment, asshole, he yelled back. If you'll give me my phone, it's been 10 minutes. No can do. Then it's been a half an hour. Fuck.
Thanks, Professor Hunter,
Daphne said and quickly got off of me. James slamming his book shut made me look away from Daphne's ass. He looked kind of pissed that these girls kept calling him Professor Hunter, which was weird because I knew for a fact that he got off when Penny called him that.
So you should probably, go back over to your friends,
Daphne said. Yeah, I probably should. She looked disappointed. I climbed off the chair. Don't worry, I'll be right back. I just need to check on my super sensitive older brother. James was glaring at me from his chair. What the fuck had gotten into him? I walked back over toward my friends and collapsed in the chair beside him. You okay, man? James ran his hands down his face. No, I'm not okay. Is this about calling Penny again? James, you have to learn to live a little. This is your last weekend as a single man. You should be the one over there flirting with a hot girl. You're joking, right? I shrugged. That's what bachelor parties are for. It's time to let loose. Enjoy yourself. I got some extra cards from the front desk. You should use this one on the girl over there. I pulled out a card that said, Receive a motorboating, and tossed it at him. James picked up the card without looking at it and tossed it back at me. I would never cheat on Penny. Ever. You don't have to sleep with someone else. A good motorboating never hurt anyone, though. Come on, you old sailor. I motorboated a pair of imaginary breasts to emphasize my point. Why did I make you my best man again? Because you love me? Fine, then if you love me at all, you'll let me call her back. I'm not letting you call her because I love you, man. Look, I feel sick to my stomach, and I've been having these chest pains all morning. Couldn't sleep well last night. He ran his hands down his face again. He wasn't kidding. He looked a fucking mess. His face was pale and his eyes were slightly bloodshot. He seemed antsy and definitely agitated. It's been one night since you've seen her and you're falling apart. Jeez, you really are addicted to her, aren't you? James glared at me. Shut the hell up, Rob, Mason said. I was going to call Penny tonight anyway, James. I'll make sure she's okay. Don't worry about her too much. Plus, Bee's hanging out with her tonight. They're going to be having fun, which is what you should be doing too. I just need to talk to her, James said. I pulled his phone out of my pocket. Look, she hasn't even called you today. Whatever was bothering her last night clearly isn't bothering her anymore. And I talked to her last night. She was fine. She just misses you. Yeah, I guess. He opened his book back up, but he didn't look down at it. He was just staring at the empty pool. You have a very overactive imagination. She is in the safest apartment in the world with all your security measures. And whenever she does leave, you have that driver that's an ex-Marine. She's fine. You're not actually worried about her, are you? Of course I am. He didn't seem completely genuine, like there was something else bothering him. And I knew my brother. He was embarrassed about something. You're lying. I'm not lying, His voice trailed off. Never mind, screw both of you. Oh my God, you miss her. You can't sleep because you miss her. I started laughing. So what? You're so cute. I'm not cute. Mason, Mrs. B. He pointed over to Mason. He called her last night and talked to her, and he got to calm her down about where we were. She thought he had taken us to an underground strip club or something. But I didn't get to calm Penny down, and I didn't get to tell her goodnight. And yeah, I miss her. I'm used to telling her goodnight every night. I want to do that. It's why I'm marrying her, and I don't want a day to go by where we don't talk. I don't like this feeling. He ran his hand across his chest. So if that makes me cute, fine. I'm fucking adorable. Mason laughed. I really did have to calm Bee down, and it didn't help that she accidentally told Penny that I used to be a horrible person. What? James sat up straight. She let some information about my old side business slip out, but it's fine. She calmed Penny down. No wonder Penny called me a million times last night. I need to talk to her. I need to tell her I'm just sitting around a pool being adorable and talking about how much I miss her. He reached for his phone, but I quickly slipped it back into my pocket. Totally whipped. You do not need to tell her that. Don't you wear the pants in the relationship? Penny and I pride ourselves on barely wearing any clothes when we're together. He folded his arms across his chest. Here's to that, Mason said and picked his magazine back up. Really? Don't worry, man. I'll talk to Penny tonight and make sure everything's okay. How about you just try to relax for a few minutes? Seriously, I said. There's a group of hot girls over there that would love to hang out with us for the rest of the weekend. I don't want to hang out with some girls that used to be in my class. That one girl basically stalked me. Which one? The one with the brunette hair. Kristen Dwyer. So what? It's your bachelor party. Make her dreams come true. She's hot. I feel like I need to say this one more time to nail it into your head, James said. I will never, ever cheat on Penny. Ever. Fine, I totally get it. If she was my girl, I wouldn't cheat on her either. She is so fucking sexy. And I promise if you ever die in some terrible, fiery accident, I will totally make sure she stays sexually satisfied for you. Best man code. I'm going to kill you in your sleep tonight. James picked up his book again. And then I'm going to make Mason my best man. Mason laughed. You should have just made me your best man to begin with. I never say anything inappropriate about Penny. Ever since you started dating B, but before that you had your fair share of comments too. All I ever said is that I could hook her up with a great job and an amazing salary. No benefits, but still. You wanted her to be a hooker. Oh, shit, I said. Mason, did I ever tell you that when I first met Penny, I thought she was a prostitute that James had hired for me? Mason laughed. Tell me that isn't true. No, seriously, it was hilarious. I'm gonna go get a drink, James said. He tossed his book in his chair and walked away from us. He's going to the front desk to call Penny, right? I asked. I'll give him 1 minute and then I'll run after him. Mason turned to me. Lighten up on him a bit, though, will you? You know how he gets. You mean you think he is addicted to her? I'd been through a lot with James. I'd sat with him during withdrawal. I knew him better than anyone else did. Well, maybe not Penny. She had me beat. I don't know. Mason dropped his magazine and stood up. I just meant that he's in love. He misses her. He stared after James. He seems different, you know, with her. You mean he's fun again? And not obliterated, yes. You always were the one that was a bad influence on him, I said. Me? I'm pretty sure that was you. I laughed. Maybe he was the one that was a bad influence on us. I watched James as he walked around the pool. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't seen him like this before. That wasn't seriously the problem, was it? Withdrawal? He'd been clean for years. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach as the realization slowly dawned on me. I wasn't sure why I'd never realized it before. He had been clean since he started dating Penny. Before Mason could go after him, I stood up. I'll go talk to him.
Chapter 13. Daphne. I tried to casually glance over at Rob again, hoping he wouldn't notice. I had misjudged him. That wasn't something I usually did. There was so much more to him than the handsome, funny man front. Why was he hiding that? When he started talking about his time living in Costa Rica, I had been completely absorbed. Hopefully he had been too, because when I realized I was running my hands through the contours of his six-pack while I listened, I couldn't seem to stop. I had never felt a body as hard as his before. It was like my hand was the opposite end of a magnet. It just wanted to be pressed against him. And I liked the way his muscles felt under my fingers. I liked the way he looked at me even more. It was as though he desired me. No one had ever desired me like that before. The story he had told me wasn't sexy at all. But he was so passionate about what he was saying. I could hear it in his voice, which somehow resulted in his story sounding sexy. Everything that came out of his mouth somehow exuded sex. I was scared of my own reaction to him. I had never been this physically attracted to anyone in my life. I needed to calm down. When Rob stood up from his chair, I immediately closed my eyes. I shouldn't have been thinking about him anyway. It wasn't like I was just going to jump in bed with him. That wasn't me. I didn't have vacation flings, or any flings for that matter. He was right about me, too. I was a serial monogamist. I believed in deep connections and long relationships. I jumped when I felt a large hand fall on my shoulder. My eyelids flew open. Rob was standing above me with a smile on his face.
You're not used to being touched, huh?
His thumb dropped slightly, stopping dangerously close to my breast. I shrugged away from his hand before I could let his touch affect me even more. I'm perfectly used to being touched. It's not like I'm some prude virgin. Why the hell did I just say that? His smile got even broader.
Good to know. I just wanted to tell you that I'll be back in a few minutes. Did any of you ladies want something to drink?
Kristen rolled over onto her back and pushed her sunglasses on top of her head. No thanks. We're leaving for a tour of the rainforest in a few minutes. But maybe we could all meet up for drinks later? I pressed my lips together as I stared at her. She was basically setting me up on a date. Kristen always thought she knew what was best for me. But if she knew at all the way I was feeling right now, she'd know that I couldn't hang out with Rob anymore. Really, I should be avoiding him at all costs. Whatever this electricity was between us was only going to end badly. For me. Besides, I never just went out for drinks with a guy. It was always dinner. Drinks was basically just code for let's fuck. It didn't imply getting to know each other at all.
I think my friends and I would be up for that. Have fun in the rainforest, ladies. There's a beautiful waterfall near here. You should tell your tour guide to take you there.
Thanks for the tip, Kristen said. I guess we'll see you later?
Absolutely.
He bent down and grabbed my wrist. For some reason, I thought he was going to kiss my hand. The thought sent goosebumps up my arms.
I almost forgot.
He pulled out a card from his pocket and swiped it across one of my bracelets.
That one was for the snuggling.
He pulled out 2 more cards and removed my other 2 bracelets.
And that's because I don't like to share.
His words, combined with the way he was looking at me, made me even wetter than I already was. I tried to cross my legs discreetly. Despite how sexy what he just said was, though, I couldn't help but wonder what was on the 2 cards he hadn't shown me. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that he'd make me do whatever was on them whenever we ran into each other next. What was on the other cards? I asked. He looked down at them and smiled before putting them in his pocket.
I guess you'll find out later.
Aren't the rules that I have to do the action on the card before you take off my bracelet?
I just did you a favor. Now you don't have to worry about a bunch of guys on your tour trying to hit on you.
But I have to worry about you instead. He smiled.
Just me.
He lightly touched the bottom of my chin.
That's the whole point, beautiful.
He stopped touching me just as quickly as he had started, and he turned around without another word. I watched his perfect male form run past the pool to catch up with his brother who had walked away a while ago. Damn, Kristen said. He's almost as hot as his brother. Almost? He's just as hot as Professor Hunter, I said more defensively than I realized. But Kristen was so far gone in her own obsession that she didn't even realize my tone. He asked me to call him James. How sexy is that? I'm on a first-name basis with Professor Hunter. Kristen squealed. Alina laughed and sat up. I'm guessing that you didn't notice that he looked super uncomfortable around you? What? Kristen asked. He didn't look uncomfortable. I thought he looked happy to see me. Plus, he remembered who I was. Alina laughed. Sure, But what we should really be talking about right now is how Daphne can't keep her hands off of Professor Hunter's little brother. That isn't true, I said. He was using his stupid cards on me. I didn't have a choice. How did the Javier talk go? I'm guessing not great, since you still had your bracelets when you came back. The talk didn't go great, but I stole some cards so that I could take the rest of those stupid bracelets off. I threw their bracelets back at them. Don't you dare put those on me again. Wait, you stole something? You broke the rules? Are you feeling okay, Mama Bear? That was basically the same thing that Rob had said to me, that I didn't know how to have fun. I know how to have fun, you guys. Does that mean you're going to have some fun with Rob later? Layla had decided to jump in on their teasing too. No, absolutely not. It sounded like you already shared a pretty spicy kiss, Kristen said. He was exaggerating. I lied. Because it was true. Just thinking about that kiss made my head spin. Besides, we're probably never going to see him again. He didn't even ask where we wanted to meet, or what room we were in, or anything. As I said it, I realized how I hoped it wasn't true. No, I didn't want to hop in bed with him, but I wouldn't mind sharing a few more of those kisses. I'll just go tell Mason our room number then, Layla said and stood up. She had already walked over to Mason before I could tell her to stop. We should probably go get ready for our rainforest tour, Alina said. I can't wait to see the waterfall Rob told us about. I hope the tour guide will take us there. I'm even going to keep my bikini on under my clothes in case we're allowed to swim. That's a great idea, Kristen said as she stood up and stretched. Hopefully we get back in time to shower, though. I have to look amazing for my date with Professor Hunter tonight. You don't have a date with Professor Hunter tonight, I said. And what would Tim think if he knew you were talking about another guy like this? Tim and I each have a few people on our allowed to fuck list. Your what? Our lists of people that we're allowed to have sex with outside of our relationship. That's not a thing. Of course it's a thing. It's mostly celebrities, obviously, but Professor Hunter is at the top of mine. Tim's fine with it. You two have the weirdest relationship ever. Whatever you say, Mama Bear. I am going to be totally selfless tonight, though. You haven't gotten laid in forever, so my main goal tonight is for you to get in Rob's pants. I don't want your help with that. She winked at me. Kristen, I don't. I'm not going to sleep with some guy I just met this morning. She winked at me again. Stop winking at me. We're all set, Layla said as she joined us again. Mason's going to call our room tonight to let us know where to meet them. You're welcome, she said and looked right at me. I don't know why you guys are focusing on me right now. It's Alina's bachelorette party. Let's make her do stupid stuff instead. I'm actually greatly enjoying this, Alina said. And I already know which dress you should wear tonight. First, I'm getting my rainforest on, though. So let's get ready before we miss the tour. She linked her arm in mine. When did bachelorette parties turn into torturing single girls' parties? I tried to focus on my question instead of the butterflies in my stomach.
Chapter 14. Rob. I caught up to James right before he got to the front desk. What's up? James winced when he heard me. Nothing. I just forgot my key card and I need to get back in our room. I thought you were getting a drink. I think I'm just going to take a nap instead. Okay, well, I have my key. I need to go grab a shirt anyway. I'll let you in our room. James looked at the front desk and then back at me. Yeah, thanks. He shoved his hands into his pockets as he joined me. We walked in silence toward the elevator. When we got in, he leaned against the wall and looked down at the ground. What's really bothering you? I finally asked, breaking the silence. James shook his head. It looked like he wanted to talk, or at least like he needed to. But he didn't say anything. You can tell me, you know. I feel like I can't give her enough. I'm Not enough. What are you talking about? Penny loves you. Are you getting cold feet? Is that what this is? No. He pressed his lips together. No, he said again. I want to marry her. That's all I want. Then what's wrong? I just told you. I'm not enough. Not enough what? I can't give her what she wants. What are you talking about? You've given her everything she could possibly dreamed of. It's like a fucking Disney story. Not that stuff. She's never cared about my money. It's one of the reasons I fell in love with her in the first place. I didn't say anything. I knew that. I knew how important it was for James to separate his personal relationships from money. My mother had ingrained in our heads this fucked up idea that no one would ever love us for any reason besides for our net worth. Probably because that was why my parents got married. But it was all bullshit. Just because she was cold and heartless didn't mean all women were. Maybe James was more jaded than me, though, because he had been forced to marry the troll, Isabella. I couldn't even imagine what it must have felt like to live that lie. James shook his head. She wants a family. And she's getting one. I'm the best brother ever. James laughed. And she loves you, you know that. But Mom and Dad refuse to get to know her. They're not even coming to the wedding. She keeps telling me that it's okay, that you and Jen and our friends are enough, that they're all the family she needs. But I can see it in her eyes. She's hurt that they won't come, that they won't even try to get to know her. And I can't do anything about it. I can't fix it. It kills me that I can't fix it. I didn't really know what to say. I hadn't realized how upset he was about our parents not coming to his wedding. He was fucked up, but I thought he had stopped caring about their opinion when he filed to divorce Isabella. And Penny's fucking best friend has chosen now, of all times, to fight with her. She's not even speaking to her, and she's her maid of honor. Who the fuck does that? It kills me that I'm not with her right now because I know that she needs me. I'm supposed to be her rock. I'm not supposed to just disappear without saying goodbye. Especially now. She told me that she wasn't good at handling change, and I just keep adding fuel to the flame. I forced her to take my internship, and I bought that new apartment without asking her. She was right. It was too much change all at once. It stressed her out. I don't know why I kept pushing things. I just wanted to start our lives together. He paused and took a breath. I had never heard him ramble like this. We're getting married. She's going to be my wife. I have to protect her. I have to be there for her. She wants to have kids. Do you know that? I can't have kids. I'm just going to screw them up like our parents screwed us up. Fuck. He ran his hand through his hair and looked back down at the floor. He wasn't suffering from withdrawal. He wasn't getting cold feet. He was just stressed out. Really stressed out. And the funniest thing about that was that we were here for his bachelor party. He was the one that was supposed to be relaxing. I knew my brother really well, and despite what he might say, he definitely needed a hug right now. I put my arms around him before he could even tell what was going on. I didn't even care how unmanly it was. Sometimes guys just needed a bro hug. The elevator doors opened. Oh, excuse me, some guy said. I'll just wait for the next one. He stepped back and looked the other way as the doors closed again. I laughed and patted James' back. That guy totally thought we were a gay couple. James laughed, one of his real laughs, not the fake ones that I knew so well. I was pretty sure it was the first time he had really laughed since we had kidnapped him for this trip. It was contagious. I started laughing too. I released him from my hug. You're just stressed out, man. Penny doesn't care about all the noise. She just cares about you. James shook his head. I know, but we're not married yet. I still have time to lose her. My big brother always gave off the vibe that he was tough as nails, but he was actually a big softy. You're not going to lose her. Trust me. If she was going to leave you, she would have done it already. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're stubborn, obsessive, controlling, hot-tempered, possessive, jealous, egotistical, and you're probably extremely selfish in bed. She already knows all that, and she decided to stick around anyway. I don't think you know me at all. I laughed and slapped his back as the elevator doors opened on the top floor. And despite all those terrible qualities, you're going to be a great dad, because you'll be motivated to be better than our parents, who are clearly the worst. Besides, you're going to have kids whether you want to or not. I can't wait to be an uncle. He laughed. Here's what we're going to do, I said as I opened the door to our room. You're going to get a drink from the minibar and head back down to the pool to work on your tan. You have to look amazing when you get back to New York, since apparently Penny is thinking about leaving you, and you're going to spend the rest of this weekend relaxing and not stressing over anything. At this rate, you're going to have a heart attack before you turn 30. You need to calm the fuck down and stop worrying about everything. Easier said than done. He flopped down on the bottom of his bed. He still seemed to be acting weird. Is there anything else? Maybe I should have used my snuggling card with you instead of Daphne. James laughed and sat up. I'm probably reading into nothing, but the past few weeks, Penny's been asking me a lot of questions. Like if I wish I was still a professor. It's like she's been trying to find a reason that I'm unhappy. It's unnerving. I don't know why she can't see how happy I am. How happy she makes me. Well, Professor Hunter, maybe because you're a ball of stress and hold it all in until you explode in an elevator and make strangers think we're gay. He laughed. Don't call me that. What's your deal anyway? You love when Penny calls you that. I saw your face when those girls called you Professor Hunter. It was like you hated it. I like when Penny calls me that. Not you. And not random people. I'm not a professor anymore. It's in the past. I want to keep it that way. I want to move forward. I just want Penny and me to be a normal couple. Normalcy is overrated. He nodded. I guess. But really, do you think Penny's getting cold feet? No. Didn't I just tell you to stop worrying? I pulled a small bottle of vodka out of the fridge and tossed it at him. He looked at the bottle and then dropped it on the bed. You do realize that I thought you were suffering from withdrawal. You scared the shit out of me. I thought you were actually addicted to Penny, like, unhealthily. I thought I was going to have an intervention and make you break up with her before you ruined both your lives. James lowered his eyebrows. I'm not addicted to her. Not like that, anyway. I know. And I did. He loved Penny unconditionally. It was such a deep connection. They could share one look and know what the other was thinking. I was almost certain that Penny knew that James was stressed out, just like he knew that she was still upset about our parents not coming to their wedding. They were the perfect couple. There were pictures of them all over the internet tagged with #relationship goals. It was puke-worthy. I grabbed a shirt out of my suitcase and pulled it on. I wasn't sure I cared as much about anyone as James cared about Penny. The thought was a little chilling. James and my sister Jen were probably highest on my list. I love them unconditionally too. But of course, that was different. Penny was at the top too. I loved Penny. But as much as I enjoyed teasing her, I would never actually want to steal her away from James. She was perfect for him. She wasn't perfect for me. Shit. Am I jealous of their relationship? I shook the thought away. I wasn't jealous of James and Penny. I didn't want to be stressed out over a stupid wedding. The way it was tearing James up made it even more unappealing. If the stuff with my parents was bothering him, it would probably bother me whenever I got married too. Whenever, way, way in the future that was. I have to go. Promise you'll head back down to the pool? I'll come back down with you. Okay, but I'm not going back to the pool. Where are you going? I want to surprise Daphne. James smiled. You should invite her to the wedding. Why would I do that? We just met. That would be ridiculously inappropriate. More inappropriate than screwing around with her all weekend and never talking to her again? Absolutely. You should think about it. Just because you convinced Mason to settle down with B doesn't mean you can do it with me. I bet you're just trying to get me to date someone so I have to stop flirting with Penny. I'm not trying to convince you to do anything. By the way, Penny told me that you called her your little sister the other day to cheer her up. That was really nice. It meant a lot to her. Yeah. Did she also tell you that I jerked off to the thought of her in the shower that night? James frowned. I didn't think so. I'm disgusting, remember? Don't start getting any ideas in your head. I wasn't sure if I said that for him or for myself. Because now that the idea of me being jealous of my brother getting married was in my head, I was having a hard time forgetting about it.
Chapter 15. Daphne. This was what living was supposed to be like. I stared up at the canopy of green above us. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I let myself spin in a circle as I stared up at the parrots darting between the leaves. This was how I felt whenever I stood in front of the ocean. Small. It grounded me somehow. I fidgeted with the bracelet on my wrist, the one that I always wore, the one I hadn't taken off since I got it. It made me feel even smaller in the sight of all the beauty, like my problems weren't significant, like everything was how it should be. These were the moments that made everything worth it. For some reason, I wanted to cry. I stopped touching the bracelet and just stared at all the green. I didn't want to think about him. I couldn't think about him. Not now. I had been doing so well. I breathed in the musty smell of the rainforest and relished the humid air against my skin. It almost felt like I was floating amongst the trees. "You okay, Daphne?" Alina asked. I was pulled back down to the ground, back to the now. My legs were tired from trekking through the rainforest, and I was thirsty. I tried to focus on that. It was safer to think about the now, much safer than the future, and definitely safer than the past. "I'm good." I looked ahead at the tour. We were falling behind. "We should probably catch up with everyone." Alina looked over her shoulder and then back at me. "I just wanted to make sure you're okay. I remember all those pictures in his room growing up. I know he wanted to come here." I shook my head. If I had wanted to cry looking up at the canopy a minute ago, I definitely wanted to cry now. No matter how much time had passed, the wound never seemed to heal. I distracted myself by pulling my hair into a ponytail, getting my hair off my neck, which was sticky with sweat. But I didn't need to hide how I was feeling to Alina. She knew. She understood better than anyone else. "It's so beautiful," I said. I blinked to remove the tears from my eyes. I wasn't going to cry. "He would have loved it." Alina put her arm around my shoulders and we started walking toward the others. She didn't say anything because there was nothing to say. Her being next to me was what I needed, a constant reminder that I was never alone. Kristen squealed up ahead as a monkey ran in front of her. "Did you see that?" she said as she turned back to us. "It almost attacked me." Alina laughed and squeezed my shoulder once more before catching up with everyone else, leaving me behind. I felt that bitterness seeping back into me for a second. That feeling that I was falling behind. The feeling that I actually was alone. Stop it. Alina had been my best friend since elementary school. Just because she was getting married didn't mean she'd forget about me. Kristen still had time for me even though she was dating Tim, and Layla was married, yet she was still here. I thought about my empty apartment back home. Everything perfectly organized. I was a huge believer of the motto that everything needs a place and everything should be in said place. But I was starting to wonder where I really belonged. In my apartment alone? In my life alone? Which made my mind wander back to what Rob had said to me. In a lot of ways, he was right. I did feel like I was slipping behind. All my friends were moving forward in their lives, and I was just stuck. I didn't know how to let loose and have fun. I didn't like giving up control. But he didn't know why. He didn't know how much I had lost. He didn't know how scared I was. I winced at my own thoughts. Scared? That wasn't a strong enough word. I wasn't scared. I was terrified. Terrified of being left alone. Terrified of feeling loss. Because it almost drowned me the first time. I wasn't sure if I could handle it again. So I protected myself with my endless checklists and analyzing every little thing whenever I met someone I might like. I had to protect myself because no one else would. Not anymore. I pushed a branch out of my way. The humidity was stifling. I jogged to catch up with my friends. I didn't want to think about what I had lost right now, and I certainly didn't want to think about Rob's stupid opinions. They didn't matter. He didn't know me. Rob really knows his Costa Rican geography, Kristen said when I caught up to them. They had all stopped. I joined them at the side of a pristine pool of water and glanced up at the beautiful waterfall. The scene was breathtaking. I stepped forward onto one of the rocks jutting out of the water. It was slippery with mist from the waterfall or the humidity of the air, but I kept my balance as I walked closer to the water. I had seen much bigger waterfalls, but there was something more impressive about this one. The sound of the water crashing down combined with the noises of the rainforest was all-consuming. I thought being in the middle of the rainforest was amazing, but this? I felt like I belonged here, like I was being pulled toward the waterfall. I wanted to feel the water cascading down on me. "Is it okay for us to swim?" I asked and turned back toward the tour guide. Kristen had already taken off her clothes and was standing in her bikini. "Even if it wasn't, I'd go in anyway." She laughed and joined me on the rocks, being careful not to lose her footing.
Yes,
the tour guide said. I stripped down to my bikini and dipped my toes into the water. It was chilly, but it felt amazing in the Costa Rican heat.
just watch out for crocodiles,
the tour guide added. I immediately pulled my foot out of the water. "What?" Kristen grabbed my hand before I could step back. "It's fine. The water is clear. I don't see any." Layla grabbed my other hand. "Just don't close your eyes or one might sneak up on you." She winked. Alina joined Layla on her other side. "Ready?" Kristen asked, bending her legs ready to jump into the surely crocodile-swarmed water. "No," I said immediately, but my words were drowned out as they all jumped, pulling me with them. We sunk down into the water. It was way deeper than it looked, and it took a while for my feet to touch the mud at the bottom. I pulled my hands out of Kristen and Layla's and swam to the surface of the water, breaking through the surface and taking a huge breath of air. Everyone was laughing around me, splashing each other with water. No one else was thinking about the imminent danger. Just me. I swam over to the rocks to climb out. Mama Bear. God, I hated that nickname. If I climbed out right now, they'd surely keep calling me that. I could have fun too. I could let loose. I took a deep breath and submerged back into the water, swimming toward the waterfall. Before I knew about the dangers, I had wanted to feel the water falling on my head. I'd do that before getting out. Then no one could say anything to me. Plus, I still wanted to do it. It still felt like the waterfall was calling to me. It was the strangest feeling. I paused at the base of the waterfall and looked up, blinking rapidly to avoid the droplets of water spraying from it. This really was breathtaking. I had stared at waterfalls from a distance, but I had never done anything like this. I closed my eyes and swam closer and closer until the water started falling on the top of my head and shoulders. It was cooler than the pool of the water I was swimming in. It felt even more refreshing. I thought the water might hurt, falling so rapidly. But the waterfall was small enough that it felt more like a massage than anything else. My peace was interrupted by something gripping my arm. "Crocodile!" I pulled my arm, but it was firmly in the animal's grasp. I opened my mouth to scream, but water fell into my mouth, muting my cries. I didn't feel any pain, probably from the adrenaline coursing through my body, and I was able to briefly think about the fact that sharks hated being hit in the nose. Did crocodiles hate that too? I slammed my fist on top of where the beast was latched onto my arm, aiming for a nose I couldn't see.
Daphne!
My name was being called. It was a male voice, probably the tour guide. It seemed far away from the deafening roar of the waterfall. too far away to save me. I kicked out, making contact with something solid, probably the crocodile. Shit, the same voice said as the crocodile pulled me behind the waterfall toward its lair of death. I was blinded in the darkness. Help me! I screamed, still feeling like I was drowning in the water. I continued to kick and squirm and hit the beast as it pushed my back against slippery rock, away from the cascading water, ready to bite into my flesh. But I didn't feel teeth. I felt lips brush gently against mine, warm breath on my skin.
It's me. It's just me. It's okay. You're safe.
My heart felt like it was breaking through my ribs as I gasped for air. My eyes still hadn't adjusted from the darkness, but I knew the voice. It wasn't the waterfall calling me toward it. It was him. Had my senses somehow known what I didn't? Had it known he was here, waiting for me? My body wanted him, but my mind was lagging behind. What the hell is wrong with you, Rob? You scared me half to death. He laughed, releasing me from his tight grip, but he kept me sandwiched between his torso and the rocks.
I was trying to surprise you.
I thought you were a crocodile. He laughed again.
How? I wasn't biting you. Although if that's what you're into, I can arrange that.
His words made me shiver. I thought I was having one of those experiences where you don't feel the pain because your body knows it needs to get out of danger. You know, like when moms can lift cars off their kids.
Well, I'll certainly have a few bruises from you trying to beat me up.
I didn't react to his jokes. I was having a hard time calming down. I thought I was going to die. I clutched onto his strong shoulders. He was right. I was safe. Nothing could happen to me when I was being protected by someone so strong. I let my hands slide down to his biceps. It was like my hands had a mind of their own.
Your heart's beating so fast.
Because you scared me.
I don't think that's why.
His face was so close to mine. I could feel his warm breath. The smell of mint and coconuts mixed with the sunscreen I had put on him was intoxicating. I didn't want my mind to catch up to my body and tell me no. For 1 second, I wanted to give in to my impulses. I wanted him. Oh, God, did I want him. Before I could lean closer to him, his lips landed on mine, easily parting them with his tongue. If his smell was intoxicating, there were no words to describe the taste of him. All I wanted was more. My hands wandered to the back of his neck as he pressed his body more firmly against mine. I moaned into his mouth as I felt his erection press against me. My legs instinctively wrapped around his hips. One of his hands slipped to my ass as the other trailed down my back. I felt his fingers tug on the string of my bikini. My mind had finally caught up. I put my hand on his chest and gripped his hair in my hand, pulling away from his kiss. That wonderful, wonderful kiss. My fingers tugging on his shaggy hair made me even hornier. Be sensible. I immediately released his hair. I don't do one-night stands. I can't do this.
Daphne, I'm not planning on having you only once.
His voice was low and husky. I could hear the desire just as much as I could feel it pressing against me. He felt so big. I wanted to reach down and touch him. I wanted to wrap my fingers around his erection and hear him groan my name. I swallowed hard. But how long are you even here? Please be for a week like me, please. I could rationalize a week. It was so much harder to rationalize one night. He kissed the side of my neck, making me moan again. My body was betraying me.
Until tomorrow night.
He whispered in my ear. Tomorrow night. He was only here for one more day, and then he went back to wherever he was from. I'd never see him again. I couldn't do this. I'd get attached. I'd want more. He'd leave me. I let my thighs fall from around his waist. I can't.
Chapter 16. Rob. She can't? The way she was kissing me screamed that she could, that she wanted to. She didn't move away from me. She stayed pressed against my throbbing erection, teasing me. I wanted to push her bikini bottom to the side and show her just how much she could, over and over again. I wanted to feel how wet she was for me. I wanted to taste her sweet pussy. I wanted to show her just what it meant to let go, to truly live. She needed me. She needed me, and she didn't know it. Then what was that kiss? My words betrayed me. They sounded eager. She was going to think I needed her instead of the other way around. But she had enjoyed that kiss just as much as me. She was a second away from initiating it before I had. Her voice squeaked slightly as she swallowed. She cleared her throat. I wish I could see her face in the darkness. I wanted to be able to see what she was feeling, because how could she not be mirroring my own emotions? How could she not feel this heat between us?
I don't even know where you're from. I only know your last name because Kristen has a crush on your brother. And you're going to leave tomorrow night, and I'll never hear from you again. I can't do something like that. It's too casual for me. I need more than that. I need something tangible. Something real. Something stable.
There was something desperate in her voice. I couldn't tell if she was fighting her own thoughts or if she truly needed stability in her life. I couldn't imagine that she needed that. She seemed so centered, so grounded, so sure in her ways. But here she was telling me that wasn't true. She needed something to hold on to. Right now, she was holding on to me. And I liked that feeling. I liked the feeling of her hands on me. I live in Newark.
Still?
She immediately coughed.
I mean, do you really? It's a shame we never ran into each other. I went to school at the University of Newcastle with Alina and Kristen.
I know. I hadn't meant for that to slip out. She was going to think I was stalking her. I wasn't. I just noticed her. She was hard not to notice. And she had said, still. She had known I lived on campus. Had she noticed me too?
How did you know that?
She asked. I saw you were on campus.
Why didn't you introduce yourself?
You were always studying. I would have just gotten in your way. Again, too honest. But she said she wanted something real. I found it easy to tell the truth around her. To tell her whatever she wanted to know.
Did you go to school there too?
No, I moved in with James and then ended up staying when he went to New York with Penny.
Where did you go to school then?
Harvard, like everyone else in my family. I couldn't hide the resentment in my voice. I wanted to take a few years off to travel, but my father forced me to go. So much good that had done him. I hadn't had a real job since graduation. I'd been traveling ever since. Maybe I'd never stop. Unlike Daphne, stability didn't appeal to me that much. I was surprised when I felt her hand brush the side of my face. It dipped behind my back and rested against the base of my neck. She felt comfortable around me. Why else would she be holding on to me?
I would have loved to go to Harvard. I got in, but I almost got a full ride to the University of Newcastle. I couldn't turn down that scholarship. Not when I knew I wanted to be a teacher. I would have had to pay off those loans for the rest of my life. I regret that sometimes, being so worried about the future. For some reason, I felt the need to comfort her, to tell her she hadn't made a mistake, because maybe we would have never met if it wasn't for that decision. But that's not what came out of my mouth. Instead, I said, the University of Newcastle's campus is actually prettier, and the people are nicer. They weren't nice to your brother.
No, I guess they weren't. I felt guilty sometimes for staying, like I was being a traitor staying in the place that had shit all over him and Penny. But I couldn't seem to move. I couldn't go back to New York. There wasn't anything there for me. There wasn't anything for me in Newark either, though. You moved away from Newark, right? I knew that she probably graduated last year, because I hadn't seen her since last spring. I was an observant guy.
Yeah, I guess you could say that I needed a change. New York City seemed like a glamorous choice. I'm teaching at a school in Manhattan.
My family is from New York, but I chose to keep my distance.
Why?
Why? Because I hate my parents? Because I'm jealous of James? Because I worry about him? Distance doesn't change those things. Maybe it makes it harder. I need to figure some stuff out on my own.
I'm still figuring stuff out too.
She laughed in the darkness, but it wasn't like her laughs from earlier. There was something sad in it. I wanted to know what it was. I thought I'd surprise her here. I thought she'd find the gesture grand and romantic, and I'd get to finally have her. Instead, I had gotten beaten up. She knew how to take a fucking swing. The girl had an impressive right hook, and she hadn't just physically assaulted me. She was making me think about things I didn't want to think about, things I avoided thinking about, and now my insides were twisting in knots. Am I avoiding my family? Am I hiding in Newark? I prided myself on truly living. Maybe I wasn't living at all.
So you live in Newark and I live in New York. See?
It would just be this one night. One night isn't enough. I come to New York all the time to bother James and Penny. I'm sure I could bother one more person on my trips.
I like plans and structure. I wouldn't be able to handle you just showing up for booty calls or whatever you'd call them. That's not what I'm looking for. At all.
Me either. I wanted her to want me. Not just for a night. I wanted to be wanted. I wanted to be needed. No one really needed me. I had my family and my friends, but it wasn't the same. I wanted someone to look at me the way Penny looked at James. Maybe I needed something real. Maybe I needed a change. I was sick of sleeping around. I wanted a little of that structure that she was apparently so into. So how long-term are we talking about? I asked. What the fuck did I just say? She laughed. A real one this time. The sadness was suddenly gone. What I had just asked was ridiculous, but why did she find it so humorous? I could do long-term. If I made a decision, I could stick to it. Now I just wanted to prove her wrong.
I can't handle you,
she said and lightly touched the center of my chest.
And I don't think you could handle me either.
Baby, I can definitely handle you.
I don't think so.
Is that a challenge? She laughed. Challenge accepted.
It's not a challenge.
Well, either way, how about we just see how this weekend goes? If she was scared of the label of a one-night stand, then I'd take that off the table. It could be more. At least a few nights. Not just one. Like I said, I'm in New York all the time, probably as much as I'm in Newark.
I'm not having sex with you this weekend, Rob Hunter.
Yes, you will. Fine. Just kissing. She laughed.
I think I should swim away, and we should never see each other again.
I didn't like that thought at all. There was something in her voice that made it seem like she didn't like the idea either. Like she almost said it as a question, wondering what I was thinking. That's going to be hard. We already have plans tonight.
We can cancel them.
I'm sure your friend would be terribly disappointed if she didn't get to hang out with my brother tonight.
Don't encourage that. Kristen is impossible. Actually, you two kind of have that in common. Maybe you should be hitting on her.
God, this girl was stubborn. I just wanted to shake her. She could feel this heat. She said she wanted something tangible, and I could feel this chemistry. Couldn't just be me. What are you so scared of?
I'm not scared.
Look, here's the deal. I refuse to leave you alone for the rest of the time we're here. I refuse to let someone else remove your bracelets. I don't even think you realize how R-rated the cards get. And I can't not kiss you when I'm next to you. So you'll have to let me do that too, okay? No one-night stand. No sex. I cringed, saying it aloud. All I wanted was to fuck her. Just really borderline inappropriate makeout sessions. We're going to see where the weekend takes us. We'll go from there. Deal?
Why is everything a negotiation to you? I feel like all I've done since we've met is make deals that always seem to sway in your favor.
I silenced her complaint with a kiss. I was done talking. So what if I told her I wasn't going to put sex on the table? Just meant I'd have to get her to beg for it instead. And she wouldn't have to beg for long before I said yes. I grabbed her ass, lifting her legs around me again. If she didn't feel this electricity, I'd make her feel it. I'd make her feel it until she couldn't stand it, until it shattered her, until she opened her legs and guided my cock deep inside of her. And she never had to worry about it being a one-time thing anyway. I fully intended to fuck her over and over and over again, especially now that she was making me work for it, torturing me, teasing me. I needed to forget about the envious feeling in my chest. I just wanted to forget everything that talking to her made me think about. And if her pussy was as sweet as her lips, I'd be able to forget, even if just for a while. Help me forget. I ran my fingers through her long hair, gripping the tendrils and pulling her head back, exposing the flesh of her neck. I wasn't a crocodile, but I certainly had the urge to leave my mark on her.
Chapter 17. Daphne. Oh, God, what am I doing? But even as I thought it, my fingers just gripped his shoulders tighter. He gently kissed my neck, his tongue tracing my skin. And all I could think about was how amazing that tongue would feel between my thighs. He had taken sex off the table, and now I wanted it more than ever. My friends were swimming just on the other side of the waterfall, but I was seconds away from begging him for more. How could he be doing this to me? How could I have this reaction to him? He was right. I was scared. I was so scared of him. Why was this fear so damn intriguing? It was like opening Pandora's box. He was going to ruin me. And a part of me wanted him to ruin me. I spread my thighs a little farther apart. My body was uncontrollable. I was pretty sure I was losing my mind. I was definitely losing my last ounce of restraint. And it wasn't just physical. I liked talking to him. There were so many layers that he seemed to be hiding. I wanted to know more. I wanted to know everything. Oh, God. I moaned as his lips moved to my collarbone. Whoa, Kristen said. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Rob laughed. His warm breath against my skin made me tingle.
That's okay, he said. I'm just trying to prove to your friend that she wants to do more than just kiss me.
Oh, she definitely wants more, Kristen said. Kristen? I hissed. That's not true. Rob let go of my waist and my feet sunk to the muddy bottom. It felt like my heart sunk too. Had I just hurt his feelings by denying that I wanted more? And not just denying, but lying about it. I rolled my eyes at myself. Why do I even care if I hurt his feelings? Absolutely nothing is going to happen between us. Of course not, Mama Bear. Our tour guide said he has a schedule to keep. But if you'd like to stay with Rob...
Mama Bear?
Rob said with a laugh. I was so glad I couldn't see his face. Was he going to call me that now, too? I was mortified. It's a long story, I mumbled. And no, I'm coming with you guys. I started to swim away from both of them.
I'll see you tonight,
Rob said from behind me.
Try not to run into any crocodiles on the way back.
His voice disappeared as I swam underneath the waterfall. I ran my hand through the fog on the bathroom mirror and stared at my reflection. My thoughts had been consumed by Rob the rest of the afternoon. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't stop thinking about him when I told myself I should, and I still couldn't believe that he had noticed me. Not just here, but back on campus. He remembered me reading in the grass. Of course, I had wanted to talk to him back then, but I wasn't in a good place. I had sat there reading every afternoon to escape. Maybe I had been focusing on the wrong thing, though. Maybe he could help me escape. I sighed and stared at my reflection. I was pretty in a high school teacher kind of way. I wasn't beautiful. It was unnerving that Rob kept calling me that. It wasn't that I wasn't confident. I was. I took care of myself. I was independent. I had my shit together. Kind of. So why can't I stop thinking about Rob? I looked away from the mirror and twisted my hair into a bun to dry. There was no use combating the Costa Rican humidity. Loose waves were the only style this climate could handle. I was the last one to take a shower, which meant my friends would all be ready and eager to go. I quickly applied some foundation, eyeliner, and mascara before leaving the bathroom to find out what they were going to force me to wear tonight. "No," I said when my eyes landed on a dress laid out on the bed. Alina laughed. "The green matches your eyes. You're going to look so pretty." I already told Rob I wasn't sleeping with him. This will give him the completely wrong impression. "Why did you tell him that?" Layla asked. "We could all see your chemistry." "Chemistry? Yeah, right," I said. "Guys like him didn't pay attention in school. They were too busy hitting on cheerleaders. He probably flunked chemistry." Layla laughed. "I've heard that all the hunters are geniuses, and I'm pretty sure Rob went to Harvard like the rest of them. Most likely not from his grades, but from his lineage." Harsh. I paused in my onslaught. Why was I being like this? I was judging him again before I really knew him. He seemed smart. We easily held a conversation. Why was I trying to prove he wasn't a good guy? Because you like him, you idiot. Because he's leaving tomorrow. Because you can't afford to get attached. Sorry, I'm just frustrated. There was the understatement of the year. Frustrated that all my friends had found their soulmates. Frustrated that I was falling behind. Frustrated that I couldn't have Rob. Because I wanted him. I really, really wanted him. But it went against every rule I had ever made for myself. I couldn't have him. Not the way that I wanted, which was the only way I knew how. "You're just horny," Kristen said. "You need to tap that while you can. Rob Hunter is a catch." "I don't do one-night stands. Who says it only has to be one night? He's leaving tomorrow. He's literally here for only one night. Thus, it's a one-night stand. Then get his phone number. What, so I can text him and he can wait at least 2 days and then text me back some generic message that just leads me on? No, thank you." "You don't know that." "Yes, I do. He's a player. I don't want to date a guy like that. I want something real, like what you guys have." "I'm just saying, if you date Rob Hunter, we'll all be the ones that are jealous of you. Do you know how hard it was for us to get into this resort? And Layla and Alina are famous. It should have been easy, but it wasn't. And Rob probably got in just like that." Kristen snapped her fingers. "He's got connections. And he's hot, like almost as hot as James, which means he's above a 10. I don't care about those things. Looks are fleeting. Money doesn't make you happy. I'm not looking for any of that." Then why can't you keep your hands off each other?" I sighed in exasperation. "I can keep my hands off him." The hickey on your neck says otherwise." "What?" Layla laughed as I ran back into the bathroom. Sure enough, there was a hickey on the left side of my neck. And not just a little one, but one that was prominent enough to be almost impossible to cover with everything I was trying to put on it. Was I so turned on that I hadn't noticed him do that to my neck? Just picturing him kissing me behind that waterfall made me start to get wet. He could have done whatever he wanted to me. But he chose to brand me like some hooker. That bastard. I walked back out of the bathroom, trying to keep my head held high. "Layla's right, you know," Alina said. "You look happy when you're with him. And it was pretty clear that you couldn't keep your eyes off him." I was trying to be discreet about that. Was I really that open of a book? "What Kristen is trying to say is that you should give him a chance, because he's been looking at you the same way you've been looking at him. Plus, it was really adorable that he showed up at that waterfall to surprise you. I don't think players put in that much effort." I knew she was right. Yes, Rob had the dirty mouth of a sailor. but he was also sweet and thoughtful and protective of me for some reason. He had gotten all the bracelets off of me after all. Not that I'd go so far as to say he was a gentleman. "You aren't really going to stand there and deny that you like him, are you?" Kristen said. I scrunched up my face. They had cornered me. "Of course I like him. I'm just trying to say that it isn't worth pursuing. Mama Bear, happiness is worth pursuing." Her words made me feel cold. I knew that. I loved teaching. I loved living in New York. I was actively pursuing happiness. Wasn't I? "Why are you guys pushing this so hard?" I asked. "Because we want you to be happy," Alina said. "And wearing this dress and flirting with a rich playboy is going to make me happy?" In the case of Rob Hunter? Absolutely. I don't know. I sat down on the edge of the bed. "Are you going to make me pull out my Bridezilla card, Daphne? Because it is my bachelorette party, and there is nothing I want more than to see you hook up with Rob." "Ew, why do you want to see that?" She laughed. "I don't really, but I want to know it's happening somewhere in the hotel." "You're all so bossy." "That's because we love you," Kristen said. "Now, throw this on. Boys love when girls show some skin." "He's already seen me in a bikini all day." So don't disappoint him by wearing one of your parka-esque dresses tonight." "Sundress! They're sundresses. Normal people wear them." "Whatever. Tonight, you're not being normal. You're being sexy Daphne, who loves flirting with handsome bachelors and not fucking it up for her friend that is in love with Professor Hunter." "You're not in love with Professor Hunter. You're such a psychopath." "Why do I have a feeling that you're all going to embarrass me tonight?" Layla asked. "Fortunately, I don't work with Mason anymore, or this would be a nightmare." Alina laughed. "Welcome to my life." I scoffed. "Like what you did in Brazil didn't embarrass us," I said under my breath. "I asked you not to talk about that. Ever. Now put on your whore dress and let's go." "I warned you," she added when she must have seen my expression. "You've unleashed the Bridezilla within. Kill me now."
Chapter 18. Rob. "Is he in the shower yet?" Mason asked as I walked back into the main room. "Yep, the water just turned on." I sat down next to him on the couch. I feel like it was poor planning on the girl's part to leave a crucial part of Penny's bachelorette party surprise to you. At the time, B didn't know I'd be in Costa Rica, but it works out well anyway. I'm just going to pretend to be worried I haven't heard from B and get Penny to go check on her. Boom. Surprise done. Isn't it kind of a dick move to ask her to check on B when you won't let her talk to James? That we won't let her talk to James, you mean? And no, Penny will totally understand. She encouraged him to have a bachelor party after all. Now be quiet when I call. He clicked on Penny's name in his contact list. "Put it on speaker," I whispered. I wanted to hear that Penny was okay too. If James was worried about her, it would calm him down if I told him she sounded fine on the phone. Mason pulled his phone away from his ear and hit the speaker button.
"Mason!"
Penny's voice filled the room. Mason laughed. "Hey, Penny. Having a good weekend?"
"Can I talk to him?"
She sounded worried. What was she worried about? Just because James and I beat up a professor one time, she doesn't trust me to take care of him? When was she going to let that go? Mason laughed again. Jumping right into things then. So, about that. You need to stop calling. You're distracting him from having fun.
"I'm sure he's having quite enough fun."
Mason and I exchanged shrugs. Is that what she was worried about? James having too much fun? He was being a bore, if anything. He only had eyes for her.
"Where are you guys?"
Penny asked. "Costa Rica."
"What hotel?"
Nice try, Penny. I'm not telling you where we are. You're not allowed to infiltrate his bachelor party.
"Mason, I really need to talk to him."
I would hand the phone over, but he's currently indisposed.
"Indisposed? What have you been doing?"
I hit Mason's arm and shook my head. If he couldn't hear the worry in Penny's voice, I could. She didn't need him to joke around right now. She needed him to tell her everything was okay. He pushed my arm off him and laughed. I'm just kidding. He's taking a shower. There was a slight pause.
Has he been getting packages? Or any mail there?
Mason looked at me and I shook my head. No, he said into the phone.
Has he been acting weird?
Mason laughed. He's not getting cold feet if that's what you're worried about.
Okay.
I promise I'm taking good care of your fiancé. You don't need to worry. I'm not going to let him fuck up the best thing that's ever happened to him. I gave Mason a thumbs up. That was exactly what Penny needed to hear.
That's not what I'm worried about.
Ask her what's bothering her, I mouthed silently at Mason. Are you okay, Penny? He asked. You can talk to me, you know.
I need to talk to him, Mason.
I'll give him a message for you. Another long pause.
That's okay. I'll just see him tomorrow night, right?
I'll have him back before midnight, I promise.
Okay. Bye, Mason.
Wait, there was a reason I was calling. I think Bee's phone died. I haven't heard from her all day. Could you go over there and see if she's okay? And tell her to call me?
So you want me to tell Bee to call you, but you won't let me talk to James?
Yeah.
You're a terrible person.
Penny's laughter filled the room. She was definitely worried about something, but her laughter calmed me down. If she was laughing, she was okay. And that's why you love me, Mason said. Let me talk to her, I whispered. I wanted to tell her that there was nothing to be stressed out about, that James had done nothing all weekend but sit at the pool, that if he had been acting weird recently, that he was just stressed out, that all he wanted was to make her happy. I wasn't sure why I was feeling sentimental. Maybe it was Daphne's nagging me about letting James talk to her. No, Mason whispered back. She's fine. I already calmed her down. It's different coming from me. Why? Because you flirt with her all the time? You're acting just as bad as James. You're being cut off from talking to her too. Give me the phone. I tried to grab it from his hand. Rob's back, Mason said into the phone. I have to go. Please check on her, Penny. Mason hung up the phone. What the hell, man? What the hell yourself? I thought all your flirting was a joke. But do you miss Penny too? Can't go a day without talking to her either, he teased. Shut the fuck up. I'm just worried about her. Why? What did you and James talk about earlier? Is that why he's being a dick? Because he was upset that James confided in me instead of him? I knew he was pissed that he wasn't James' best man. How stressed out he is, which means Penny probably is too. Just let me call her back real quick and talk to her. I reached for the phone again. That's just gonna worry her more. Just admit that you're in love with Penny. He laughed as I shoved his arm. What's going on? We both stopped and turned to look at James. We were just making sure Penny got to her bachelorette party without a hitch, Mason said. Bachelorette party? He put his hands in his pockets. Yeah, what, you thought you were going to have a kick-ass bachelor party and she wasn't going to have a bachelorette party? I never even wanted to have a bachelor party, you know that. Where are the girls taking her? Calm down, James, Mason said, and stretched out on the couch, kicking my legs so that I'd move. They're just going to a bar. I slapped his ankle and stood up. Mason was being a dick, but he was right. Me calling to check on Penny right after he did would just freak her out, like we were trying too hard to prove that everything was okay. Which bar? James asked. I don't know, Mason said. Penny sounded fine, James, I added. She just misses you. He gave me a weird look. How much had he heard of Mason and I talking? Shit. He had to know that I didn't love Penny. That was ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, James said. I think I'm just going to hang out in the room tonight while you guys go out. I just want to rent a movie or something. Mason and I exchanged glances. Nope, Mason said. There's 4 of us and there's 4 girls we're meeting up with. We need you. I'm not going to hang out with Kristen tonight just so my brother can get laid. It's not about Rob getting laid. It's about you relaxing and having fun. We're worried about you, man. What is wrong with you? Why can't you just enjoy this weekend? Nothing's wrong. Come on, something's bothering you. Jesus Christ. James collapsed on his bed. Just tell us, Mason said. I'm horny, okay? Fuck. I laughed. Wait, what? James groaned. Penny decided she didn't want to have sex before the wedding. I haven't had sex in days. I knew you were a selfish lover, I said. He propped himself up on his elbows. That's not why, asshole. She wants our wedding night to be special. And you've shared a place with us. You've heard how much she enjoys what I do to her. Gross, I said. Mason laughed. Seriously? That's why you're acting like you have a stick up your ass? Because you haven't been laid recently? You're the ones that asked. He collapsed back down on the bed. So that's why you want to talk to Penny so badly. I should have known it was about phone sex. No, I just miss her. Well, you have to eat either way, right? I said. Come have dinner, then we can all come back and watch a movie. That sounds so incredibly lame, Matt said. He had just walked in the room. Where have you been all day? Mason asked. Rob got me a bunch of cards from the front desk. I've been flirting with all the hottest girls here. I love bachelor parties. Well, we're getting dinner in 10 minutes with Layla and her friends. James groaned again. Don't mind him, Mason said. Penny's been withholding sex from him. Matt laughed. Why are you in the doghouse, man? I'm not, James said. I'm just getting married. Getting married sounds awful. Speaking of which, are you getting nervous about popping the question? He said and looked over at Mason. A little. I don't really know why, though. I know B's going to say yes. It's not like I'm going to propose to her after only knowing her for a few months. He pointed over at James. You guys suck, James said and sat up. Fine, let's go eat. But don't make me sit next to Kristen. Did she really stalk you? Matt said. I didn't think stalkers were super hot. Yes, I almost got a restraining order, but I didn't want to ruin her life. I figured she was over it now, but did you see that crazy look in her eyes? Matt laughed. Crazy girls are always the kinkiest. I bet she's into some weird stuff. And we all know Alina and Layla definitely are. Dirty, dirty girls. Are you seriously slut-shaming them right now? James asked and stood up. No, I totally respect their youthful decisions. I love naughty girls. I bet Daphne is real kinky too if she hangs out with them, Matt said and looked over at me. She's not like her friends, she's more reserved. I wasn't sure why I felt the need to defend her, I barely knew her. But I didn't want anyone to talk about her like that. Yeah, I've been fantasizing about doing all sorts of primitive, dirty stuff to her. But that was different. I liked her. I like her. I shook the thought away. I'd only known her for one day. What the fuck was I talking about? You're totally smitten, Matt said. I'm not. She's just making the chase fun. I had been about to ask them if my outfit was okay, but now it seemed like that was a bad idea. You're just jealous because she's mine. Yours? Would you pee on her or something and mark your territory? I could totally win her over. The deal was that I'd give you a bunch of cards if you stayed away from her. But now I'm almost out of cards. You can have mine tomorrow, James said. Come on, let's go get this over with. He grabbed my shoulder as he walked toward the door. I'm doing this for you, so don't you dare let me get stuck sitting next to Kristen. Doing it for me? It's your bachelor party. Yeah, but I've seen the way you look at Daphne, like you want more than whatever disgusting things you're planning on doing to her tonight. Disgusting things? I'm a very giving lover, James, unlike you. What look was he talking about? I was looking at Daphne like I wanted to fuck her. That was it. The humidity in Costa Rica was making everyone lose their minds. He gripped my shoulder a little tighter. Trust me, I give Penny everything she wants and needs. Fuck. He had definitely overheard me and Mason talking. I shook his hand off of me. I knew James had a terrible jealous streak. I did not want to be caught on the wrong side of that. He seemed to tolerate my flirting with Penny because he knew it was a joke. And it was a joke. She was like a little sister to me. I know. I'm just messing with you, I said. You're right. I remember her screaming Professor Hunter all night long when I lived with you guys. And jerking off to it. pretending she was my naughty student. Fuck. Maybe he should beat me up.
Chapter 19. Daphne. My friends were right. Rob had even said we could just see how the weekend went. He had actually taken sex off the table. I hadn't agreed to his deal, but that wasn't because I didn't think it was a good idea. Having sex this soon in a relationship was disastrous. Relationships weren't built on physical attraction. Not having sex was a prime idea. Just fantastic, really. I certainly wasn't thinking about having sex with him. I sighed. Even my mind was rambling. Could we really be more than a weekend fling? I didn't want to think about all the red flags. I just wanted to have fun. I wanted to feel alive. If even a little bit of Rob's energy rubbed off on me, it would be for the better. Now that sex was off the table, I wanted it even more, though. Did he do that on purpose? We walked into the restaurant, and my eyes found his right away, like I could sense his presence. There was just something magnetizing that I was drawn to. I couldn't even control it. I should have been more relaxed entering a restaurant tonight since I didn't have any bracelets on my wrist. But I was more nervous than ever. Having Rob's brown eyes on me was the most nerve-wracking thing in the world. I didn't understand him at all. I didn't know what he wanted from me. I looked away from his gaze, taking in the ambiance of the restaurant. Unlike the Jaguar's Den, all the waiters and waitresses were dressed in normal clothes. This restaurant also had more of a casual vibe than a sexual one, which I was happy about. The far end of the restaurant was open to a veranda where couples were dancing. I could feel the breeze from the night air from where I was standing. There weren't any crazy decorations or anything, because the view was the only thing anyone was going to look at anyway. When my eyes found Rob's again, he was staring at me even more intently. I awkwardly tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. "There they are," Kristen whispered. "Awesome. There's one seat open next to Professor Hunter. I call dibs." She quickly brushed past me. I saw James lean over and whisper something in Rob's ear. Rob immediately nodded and stood up. I felt frozen as he walked toward me, his eyes completely fixed on me. They traveled from my feet to my face in the most primitive way possible. Sex wasn't off the table, despite what he had said. He was clearly undressing me with his eyes. Not that there was much left for the imagination. This dress was completely ridiculous. The fabric crisscrossed along the front and the back, leaving so much skin exposed, I wasn't even sure it could be classified as a dress. "He's totally checking you out," Layla said. "Thanks, Captain Obvious." Layla laughed. "I didn't realize how confident you were. Go get him, girl." I wasn't trying to be rude to Layla. I just couldn't think of anything normal to say when I was staring at Rob the exact same way he was staring at me. He was wearing a freshly pressed gray suit. He wasn't sporting a tie, and his light blue dress shirt had the top few buttons undone. Even though I had already seen him without a shirt, I found myself wanting to unbutton it with my teeth. Get a grip. I had never been someone who wanted something just because they were told they couldn't have it. But right now, I wanted to jump him. He was like the forbidden fruit, and I knew he was going to taste so fucking good.
All the niceties have to wait 1 second, or else my brother is going to kill me. You might want to pull your dress down, gorgeous.
He winked at me. What? I put my hand over my chest. He seriously wanted me to reveal more of my cleavage? I wasn't even sure that was possible unless I didn't mind having a nip slip, which I did mind. We were in public. What is wrong with you? Rob laughed.
Suit yourself.
Before I knew what was happening, he grabbed me around the waist and lifted me over his shoulder. Put me down! I hissed and hit his back with my palm, while my other hand gripped the back of his suit jacket tightly so that I wouldn't fall head first onto the floor. Oh my God! Damn it! He meant pull down the bottom of my dress so I wouldn't be showing my ass to the entire freaking restaurant. I was a mooner. I was a public menace. Please, Rob, put me down. My voice was more desperate now than upset. I felt him pull on the bottom hem of my dress. He kept his fingers on the edge of the fabric, ensuring that it wouldn't ride up anymore.
Is that better, beautiful?
He asked in his stupid, charming voice. Don't call me that. I tried to squirm out of his grip, but it just made him hold me tighter.
Beautiful?
Yes, beautiful. It's unnerving. He laughed and placed his hand firmly on my ass. What are you doing? You can't just touch my ass without my permission.
Well, if you're okay with mooning the whole restaurant.
I lifted my head to see people staring at us from their tables. I knew what he meant. If he didn't hold my dress, it would lift up when he set me back down on 2 feet. Bastard. Fine.
So let me just make sure I get this right. You're giving me permission to touch your ass?
It's not like an ongoing invitation. It's just this one time so I don't moon everyone.
I'm going to need to hear you say I can touch your ass at least 2 times tonight before I agree to these reckless shenanigans.
I was beginning to realize that not only was Rob the sexiest guy I had ever met, he was also the most exasperating. Fine, whatever. You're such an asshole. I needed his hands off of me immediately. When he touched me, my whole body felt alive. Knowing my luck, my desire for him was dripping down my exposed thighs for the whole restaurant to see. He laughed and placed his hand on my ass again as he bent down and set me into a chair. Rob's face was an inch from mine, but the distance didn't last long. He placed a soft kiss against my lips.
I'm afraid I can't stop calling you beautiful. It's just a fact, Daphne.
He sat down in the chair next to me as I tried to even out my breaths. I wish I just felt lightheaded from him holding me over his shoulder like a terrible 2-year-old, but it wasn't that. He made my heart race and my stomach churn. It was like I was on a terrifying roller coaster and I was getting close to the part of the ride where they make you free fall hundreds of feet to what sure seems like your death. Please don't let Robert Hunter be the death of me.
Hey,
James said, making me jump. Whenever I interacted with Rob, I seemed to forget about everyone else around us. I tore my eyes away from Rob and turned to his brother, who was sitting right next to me. I could feel Kristen's death stare without even looking at her. Rob had placed me in the only seat next to James. Mason was sitting directly on the other side of him. Hey, I said. James, right? Rob and him looked very similar. Except Rob was a little shorter and he had shaggy hair, whereas James's hair was short. I had seen James around campus before, even though I had never taken one of his classes. His hair was usually perfectly styled, but in the humidity it was a little wavy and unruly looking. I knew why Kristen was attracted to him. He seemed so poised, so together. Yet he had this air of danger about him. I couldn't explain it exactly. Like a nerdy bad boy. He was even wearing glasses tonight, which added to the whole look.
Yep.
He smiled and shifted slightly away from me in his seat. Clearly, my staring at him was making him uncomfortable. I hadn't even meant to stare. Rob's hands on me had just been so damn arousing that now I was acting completely inappropriate.
I'm the asshole's older brother,
James added. I laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
Oh no, you're good. Rob is definitely an asshole.
I laughed. I know, right? He's infuriating. Infuriating? It was the first word that had popped into my head to describe Rob. James smiled. He seemed amused by what I had just said, but he didn't say why.
Well, this evening is off to a great start.
Rob said from the chair on the other side of me. I felt his warm hand fall onto my thigh, making my whole body shiver in contrast to its heat. Or maybe it was just because of him. I looked up into Rob's eyes. His brother was handsome, but despite what Kristen believed, I thought Rob was more attractive. All I wanted to do was run my hands through his shaggy hair again. He had scruff on his jawline that I knew would prickle my palms in a sexy, rugged way. He just had this carefree attitude that I didn't understand and envied. He was still finding himself, and despite what I had thought before this vacation, I was still finding myself too. I wanted to find myself over and over again in his bed. Calm down. No sex, remember? But I didn't agree to that. He put his other hand on the bottom of my chin and lifted my face toward his.
Now, if I hadn't been in a rush to fill that seat next to my brother, I would have said you look amazing in that dress. The green matches your eyes perfectly.
I smiled. I haven't noticed you staring at my eyes that much.
Oh, did I say eyes? I meant breasts. Sorry about that. And I meant this color.
He dropped my chin and ran his fingers along one of the triangles of exposed skin the dress left on me. I laughed. You clean up nice yourself. No tie, huh? I didn't reach out and touch him. Apparently I had no self-control, so I couldn't risk it.
I can't wear ties. It makes me feel like someone is strangling me. Whoever invented them is the asshole, not me.
It's probably the same person that invented high heels.
The worst human being who ever lived.
I laughed. So you never wear a tie? Not even for a super fancy occasion?
You mean my brother's wedding? Yes, I'm being forced to wear a tie to that. But as long as I can help it, I avoid them. If you ask me, there's only one good use for a tie.
And what is that? He smiled, as if the fact that I didn't know the answer was humorous. He leaned closer until I could feel his warm breath in my ear. His hand had slid slightly up my thigh.
Has no one ever tied you up before?
There was so much innuendo in his voice. If he had said, ties only look good on hippopotamuses, I would have been turned on. But even what he said was sexy. I crossed my legs under the table, accidentally sandwiching his hand between my thighs. The waiter had just arrived, so fortunately I didn't need to answer his question. But my heart was racing. I hadn't even looked at the menu. It was hard to read through the items even as I opened it. Rob's hand felt like it was burning me. His intensity was too much. Or maybe mine was too much. If I hadn't trapped his hand, it might still be ascending. I could imagine his hands gently spreading my thighs under the table as they dipped under my dress. His fingers would brush against my thong, and he'd feel how wet I was for him. He'd know before he even pushed my thong to the side and touched me.
And you, ma'am?
Oh, shit. Water. I drowned out everything at the table as I let my fantasy overcome me. I could imagine his fingers touching me for the first time. It was easy to feel his warm breath in my ear again, encouraging me to spread my thighs more as his thumb found my clit.
Uncross your legs.
It took me a second to realize it wasn't just in my head. Rob was whispering in my ear. My heart started racing even faster.
I'm thinking about it, too.
His voice was so seductive.
It's all I can think about. You're driving me crazy. You make me so fucking hard.
Holy shit. No one ever talked to me like that. I looked down at his lap, but it was covered by the tablecloth. The tablecloth was covering my thighs. No one would be able to see. I knew he wasn't lying about being hard. I had felt him against me twice. Once this morning in the hotel, and once this afternoon underneath the waterfall. I aroused him just as much as he aroused me.
Let me feel how wet you are, baby.
I immediately uncrossed my legs. His hand slid slightly up my thigh, higher and higher. His fingers paused right before they reached where he wanted to be. There was a low, groaning noise in his throat, and he immediately moved his hand off my thigh. So fast that you would have thought something had shocked him. He picked up his menu and leaned back in his chair without another word. What? Apparently, it was not where he wanted to be, just where I wanted him to be. I crossed my legs again and gripped the sides of my chair. I couldn't have something more with Rob Hunter. This whole thing was just a power game to him, one that he was clearly winning. He just wanted to see if I wanted him. And I spread my thighs. Who does that after knowing someone for less than 24 hours? I could feel my cheeks turning red. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of girl. I wanted love. I stared down at my menu. The buzz of conversation was all around me, but I couldn't really hear any of it, and the words on the menu didn't seem cohesive. I closed my eyes for a second and took a deep breath. So, I know you like younger women, I heard Kristen say from across the table. Tell me more about that. My eyes snapped open. Was she seriously going to hit on a man who was about to get married? I looked over at James, who seemed to be looking everywhere but at Kristen. I could feel how uncomfortable he was. Why couldn't Kristen see that?
I don't like younger women,
he said, more to Mason, who was beside him, than to Kristen.
Yeah, he does,
Mason said with a wink. Kristen laughed. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Attraction is a natural thing. I don't think anyone should apologize for who they find alluring. She leaned forward, clearly trying to expose more of her breasts, which were already barely covered. James didn't even look at her. Instead, he lifted up his menu like he was studying it.
But an apology may be due when the attraction is not reciprocated,
he said slowly. I pressed my lips together. I almost wanted to laugh. If that didn't shut Kristen up, I didn't know what would. I don't know, Kristen continued. Sometimes people just need a little persuading. Don't you find me alluring, Professor Hunter? Oh my God. It was easier to focus on this than my own turmoil. I turned to James. Tell me about Penny. James smiled and set down his menu.
She's the love of my life.
I swallowed hard. I wanted someone to feel that way about me, which is exactly why I should have trusted my gut around Rob. I needed to run away from him and this uneasy feeling in my stomach. I needed to find something real, not fleeting. How did you know that you loved her? I mean, did you know right away? Did it take a while? James glanced at his brother for a second and then back at me.
I think I knew right away.
You think? I smiled.
I wasn't really in a good place when I met Penny. My divorce wasn't final yet. My whole life was just kind of up in the air. But when I met her, I felt this peace that I had never felt before. She just has this way of making me only see her, like nothing else in the world matters. She grounded me. I guess you could say she's my balance. I'm better because of her, and she loves me despite all my flaws.
I always thought that you needed to be content with yourself before you found your partner. That's what I was led to believe. But it was almost the opposite for James. It almost seemed like he found himself in Penny. That thought was even more romantic. And do you love her despite all her flaws?
I love her flaws. I don't just love her in spite of them.
He smiled again.
They're part of why I was drawn to her in the first place. She's stubborn and she challenges me. She never cared about who I was, and maybe that makes her naive, but it makes her her. And I love her. Such a sap,
Matt said.
Alina, you should tell us all about your time in Brazil.
Alina laughed one of her uncomfortable laughs. If there was one thing she hated, it was talking about Brazil. Unless the question was about her future hubby, and then she could go on and on about it. Just like clockwork, Alina said. It was wonderful. I actually met the guy I'm going to marry in a few weeks there.
Wow,
Matt said.
that's a little shocking. Was he one of the guys in the performance?
Alina cleared her throat.
Matt, come get a drink with me,
James said and stood up. He seemed to share my thoughts on how inappropriate it was to flirt with someone who was about to get married. And if he couldn't get Kristen to understand, maybe he could get Matt to.
We just ordered drinks, man. Come on, it's my bachelor party.
Matt pointed at him.
Finally ready to have fun? There's the James I know.
He stood up and followed James to the bar. Alina couldn't have looked more relieved. I had no idea why the four of us were hanging out with these four guys. Mason was in a serious relationship, and James was getting married soon. I was the only one in my group that was single. This whole night was just a terrible idea. I wanted what Alina and Bryce, James and Penny, and Layla and Ethan all had. God, maybe even Kristen and Tim. I didn't understand their relationship, but I could tell they were in love. What the hell was I doing here? Putting my list aside and trying to find a love in paradise? What the fuck am I doing? I made that list for a reason. I was just about to excuse myself to go to the bathroom when I felt something on my thigh. I looked down at the card that had just landed there. Rob was right that some of the cards were X-rated. This one said, "Get fingered."
You have no idea how badly I want to do that to you. But I made you a promise. I intend to keep it.
I thought he was playing a game with me. Hell, maybe he still was. But he stopped because he was keeping his word. I looked up into his captivating eyes.
Unless you don't want me to keep it, Daphne.
Chapter 20. Rob. I had wanted to touch her. That's all I wanted. Well, that and her lips around my cock. I wasn't sure what had happened with her restraint between the waterfall and tonight, but she wasn't resisting anymore. She had opened up her legs, for Christ's sake. She was going to let me finger her under the fucking table. I could have made her come in front of the whole damn restaurant. I could have had the only thing I wanted to indulge in since I'd met her. I was going crazy waiting to taste her. And I'd been so close. So fucking close. But I pulled back. Like an idiot. She hadn't even agreed to my deal on the waterfall, but I didn't want to break it. I wanted her to trust me. I was serious about seeing where this weekend went. I was serious about all of it. She looked up at me with her beautiful green eyes. She seemed to be torn. It was the same thing I was feeling. I wanted her. I wanted her so badly that my balls actually ached. But I also wanted to wait. For what? I had no clue. "Keep it," she said slowly. "I want you to keep your word." I laughed and ran my hand through my hair, watching her as she watched me. "You're quite the tease, you do realize that, right?" I put my arm around the back of her chair without touching her. She looked back at my arm and then back at me. "I want what your brother has." "A hot girlfriend?" She laughed. "No, not exactly." She furrowed her brow when she was thinking. I wanted to reach out and smooth it out for her, but I was too distracted by her words. Love. She was looking for love. I felt far away from that. A part of me just wanted to give her whatever she wanted to make her happy, though. I liked seeing her smile. I didn't want to talk about love or anything deep right now. I just wanted her to smile. Has anyone ever told you how beautiful you are? Instead of smiling, she pursed her lips together. No one that's actually meant it. She was trying to pull me into something deep again. Maybe I tried to get her to blush instead. I liked seeing her blush even more than seeing her smile. I mean it. Her cheeks turned rosy and I felt my dick swell even more in my pants. The fuck was this girl doing to me? I felt like a teenager with no control over my hormones. She laughed and looked away from me.
I know you're just messing with me.
I'm not messing with you. Have you ever even looked in a mirror? She laughed again.
You're a total schmoozer, Rob Hunter. Ask me something important. Something that matters.
Deep. Again. Why couldn't we just have a flirtatious conversation without her trying to get to know me? Because you said you wanted more, you jackass. I thought back to her saying she wanted what my brother had. I had just been thinking the same thing earlier today. Have you ever been in love?
No, I haven't. Not in the way you're asking, anyway.
I understood that. I loved my family and friends. I loved Penny, who for some reason didn't quite fit into either of those categories. But all that was different.
Have you?
She asked. No, I said. Not really.
Ask me something else.
What does love mean to you? I wasn't sure why I asked her that question. It just kind of popped out. She seemed surprised by my question. She looked down at her hands for a second and then back up at me.
It's about patience and taking the time to truly know someone. And when the right person comes along, it will be totally worth the wait.
There was something sad in her eyes, like she didn't even believe what she was saying. Maybe because she hadn't found it yet. Maybe because she had tried and failed. Maybe because what she just said was complete bullshit. I never really tried to find love. I constantly pushed women away, preferring the tidiness of one-night stands. But I knew what love was. Daphne, however, didn't understand it at all. Patience. Really, I said. That isn't love. Patience is something you have for a toddler that won't stop crying. I barely had any patience. She laughed.
It's a waiting game, and I'm being patient until the right guy comes along, and then I'll be patient as I learn all about him and see if we truly are compatible. It's all about patience.
It's not about patience. It's about passion. She stared at me for a second. There was something in her eyes that I couldn't quite read. She laughed awkwardly.
You're wrong.
I raised my eyebrow. I don't think so, beautiful.
Passion can build. It can be one of the things that patience brings. You have to get to know each other first. That's the whole point of building a relationship.
Passion like we have doesn't build. It's instantaneous.
And that's what love is to you? Just passion like what we have? Does that mean you're in love with me, Rob?
She batted her eyelashes at me. Damn. She was good. But I was better. It means I have the potential to fall in love with you because of said passion. She rolled her eyes. Oh, God, I wanted to spank her. I wanted to do more than spank her, but right now I just craved my palm on her bare ass. She was so incredibly naive and charming and sexy as hell. I put my hand back on her thigh. Now that I knew she felt the heat between us, it was even harder to control myself. Patience. Screw patience. I trailed my fingers up her thigh, relishing the softness of her skin. Patience isn't fun, Daphne. Patience is torture. Patience is something you hold on to when there is no spark. Wouldn't you agree? My fingers stopped at the top of her thigh. She hadn't resisted at all as my hand slid under her skirt. I wasn't going to touch her, no matter how much I wanted to. I just wanted her to admit that I was right. She shook her head. Apparently, she wouldn't abandon her horrible belief about love in order to experience the most mind-blowing orgasm of her life. Yes, with just my fingers. You can't deny that we have chemistry, I said. It's not about a physical connection. Her words were slow. She was clearly consumed by lust, consumed by me. It's about an emotional one. Yeah, you've only known me for a day, and you want me to touch you. That's passion. That's the key. This undeniable heat. I ran my fingers along the edge of her thong, and her body trembled. That's right. She shook her head. You're wrong. Her voice wasn't as determined this time. And you're stubborn. I stopped my ascent and removed my hand. I'm stubborn. What about you? I'm not stubborn. I'm just right. She scoffed. That's something a stubborn person would say. Is stubbornness a quality on your list? I lifted up the drink the waiter had just set down in front of me. She didn't deem my question with an answer. Instead, she looked down at the drink the waiter put in front of her. I don't drink margaritas. You'll like this one. I had ordered it for her while she was fantasizing about me. You don't know what I like. She picked up her menu. I think I do. She lifted the menu slightly to cover her face. Yeah, I know her better than she thinks. I'll be right back to take your order, the waiter said and walked away. I wanted to be alone with Daphne. I'd take whatever opportunity I could get. I quickly stood up and put my hand out. May I have this dance? She slowly lowered her menu. Her cheeks were still rosy. He said he'd be right back. I'll keep an eye out for him. I moved my hand closer to her. Just one dance. She bit her lip. I wanted to be the one doing that. Go, Mama Bear, Kristen said from across the table. Daphne immediately put her hand in mine and I pulled her to her feet. I interlaced my fingers with hers as I escorted her to the veranda. The air was much cooler at night. The warmth of her hand was surprisingly comforting. I spun her around as we walked toward the other dancers, my eyes fixed on the twirl of her hair and the smile on her face. She laughed and put her hand to my chest as I spun her back toward me. What, you didn't think I knew how to dance? I gave her my most charming smile. I just wasn't sure what you meant by dancing. I thought this might be more of a bumping and grinding kind of dance. I'm glad it isn't. You're very up on the lingo for a teacher. I moved my hands to her hips and made sure our torsos were pressed together. She laughed again. Maybe. Her hands clasped behind my neck. She didn't seem at all upset that the song was a slow one. I couldn't pull my eyes away from hers. She looked even prettier in the glow of the lanterns. I wanted to be alone with her. I wanted to explore how good this electricity between us really could be. I had a feeling it was going to be mind-blowing. What? She said shyly as she looked up at me. I'm not sure I've ever danced with someone as stunning as you. She laughed. Stop. I'm serious. Mm-hmm. She shook her head and looked over toward our table. So why do your friends call you Mama Bear? Her fingers seemed to stiffen on the back of my neck. She looked up at me again. I have no idea. Come on, tell me. She sighed. I don't know. I'm responsible. I don't take risks. I'm good at taking care of people. Good at taking care of your friends. She tilted her head away from me again. Yeah, I guess. Her voice suddenly sounded sad, and I didn't know why. The angle of her head exposed her neck to me. There was a mark that she had poorly tried to cover up with makeup. I reached out and ran my index finger down her slender neck and over the hickey. She looked back up at me. You look happy with yourself. I smiled. I kind of am. Now everyone knows you're taken. Taken? Have you ever been in a relationship, Rob? Relationship? I was jumping the gun a little. But for some reason, I didn't want to run. I wanted to hold her like this for as long as I could. Her hips fit perfectly in my hands, and her hands fit perfectly behind my neck. This felt right. That depends on what you mean by a relationship. I mean a committed relationship,
where you call each other boyfriend and girlfriend, and you go on lots of dates and talk about your feelings and your hopes and dreams. Oh, that. She laughed. I liked the sound of her laughter. I slid my hand slightly down her hips, precariously close to her perfect ass. And what about you, beautiful? You didn't even answer my question. Isn't that the same question as if you've ever been in love? I've already told you no. I don't think it necessarily is. Okay, so what about you? Yes, I've had boyfriends. But you didn't love them. I thought maybe I did at the time. But looking back on it, no. That can't be love. Love is something that's supposed to last. It's supposed to be supportive and forgiving. And passionate. She smiled. Yeah, and passionate. I've never really had that either. No? Not even recently? I moved my face a fraction of an inch closer to hers. Maybe recently I have. Maybe. I placed a soft kiss against her lips. What do you want me to say, Rob? That you feel this too. I kissed her again, harder this time. I could taste the lust on her tongue. I relished the feeling of her hands in my hair pulling me closer to her. She felt it. Maybe she couldn't say it, but I knew she felt it too. This wasn't just a kiss. This was a jump your bones kind of kiss. If we were alone right now, I'd already be unzipping her dress. When I pulled back, she was breathless. She searched my eyes. I wasn't sure what she was looking for, but I hoped she found it. Her throat made this adorable squeaking noise, and she looked up at the sky. I think it's raining. I hadn't felt it before. I was too focused on the curves of her hips and the taste of her. But it definitely was starting to drizzle. There is nothing better in the world than the feeling of rain on your skin. Is that so? I smiled. I could have said an assortment of dirty things like, no, fucking is better, obviously, or something vulgar like that. But I didn't. She looked so happy. There was a time and a place for jokes. I usually didn't pay attention to stuff like that. But I fucking liked this girl. I couldn't help it. She made me feel grounded somehow. I was so completely wrapped up in this moment, wrapped up in her. Nothing better, I said. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the waiter walk back over to our table. It was tempting to kiss her again, to pull her even closer to me. But I only had so much control. We'd end up naked on the dance floor in a matter of seconds, and I seriously didn't want to go back to Costa Rican prison. Besides, I'd given her my word. I intended to keep it. The waiter was back. I loved the disappointment that flashed across her face. She's definitely feeling this too. I took a step back and grabbed her hand. Thanks for the dance, Mama Bear. Oh, God, please don't call me that. As you wish. Beautiful suits you better anyway. She blushed again. I released her hand and watched her sit back down and flip her hair over her shoulder. There was no doubt in my mind that we were on the same page now. I felt like I was in this happy bubble. This girl was amazing. And what would you like, ma'am? The waiter said to Daphne as she picked up her menu again. Can I have the crab cake sandwich? Of course, that comes with... And could I have the tomato and lettuce on the side? Daphne continued, interrupting the waiter. The waiter started jotting down the order. And also the bun. I'll just assemble it when it comes to me. And please hold the sauce. Also, would it be possible to substitute the French fries and coleslaw? The waiter finished jotting down the weird shit that just came out of Daphne's mouth. Of course, there's a list of sides on page 2. Daphne turned back the page. Are your green beans steamed? Yes, and they're tossed in a delicious garlic sauce. Oh, no, that doesn't sound delicious to me. Is it possible to get them not tossed in the garlic sauce? Certainly. And for your other side? What potatoes are your mashed potatoes made from? Red potatoes, I believe, but I'd have to check. That won't be necessary. I don't want to inconvenience you. Do you know if your French fries are prepared with sea salt or Himalayan salt? Neither. We leave the seasoning to the patrons. There's sea salt on the table as well as Old Bay, and that's awesome,"
Daphne said, cutting the waiter off again.
"Actually, I'll just have the French fries after all then. Thank you so much."
She closed her menu and looked at me. What the fuck just happened? I laughed awkwardly. It kind of felt like my happy bubble had just popped, but it did give me more material for teasing her. "The prime rib, medium."
"That comes with green beans with garlic sauce and mashed potatoes. Is that okay?"
"Yeah, that sounds great. I'm not a lunatic."
"We almost missed out on dinner,"
James almost shouted as he sat down. He immediately cleared his throat. First, Daphne was acting crazy with her order, and now James was yelling, "Is everyone high or something?" Matt gave me a thumbs up before he sat back down. "What?" I mouthed silently.
"You'll see,"
he said silently back to me. I was definitely missing something. It must have been make the waiter as uncomfortable as possible day. As soon as the waiter was done taking everyone's order, I turned to Daphne. What the hell was that?"
"What was what?"
"The way you just ordered was..." I didn't know how to finish my sentence.
"Crazy, embarrassing, bossy, rude, mortifying, ridiculous."
Kristen gave a list of adjectives to fill in my pause. "Yeah, what the hell, does she always order like that?" I asked her.
"Always. It's horrible."
I laughed and looked over at Daphne. Maybe I didn't know what she liked after all. You know, the chef prepares everything the way he thinks it'll be best.
"Exactly. The way he thinks it'll be best, not me."
But he's a culinary expert.
"Have you seen his resume?"
"No, but..."
"Exactly. He could just be some schmuck they pulled off the streets."
"Probably not, but fine. Regardless of that, how do you even know if you don't like something if you won't try it?"
"I know what I do and don't like. I just want what I want. Is there something so wrong with that?"
"No, I guess not. Trying new stuff is a fun experience." "It's true," James said. He was still talking a little loudly. "If I didn't get out of my comfort zone, I never would have ended up with Penny. She's my favorite experience, and I get to experience her all the time, if you know what I mean." He paused.
"I mean sex, in case you didn't know what I meant. But not recently, actually. We're waiting until we get married, you know, which is funny because we've been fucking this whole time, like, a lot. Sometimes more than once a day, which maybe isn't a lot to this guy."
He pointed at Mason. Mason pushed his hand away. "Are you feeling okay?"
"But it's a lot to me," James said, ignoring Mason. "So I don't know why we have to stop on the home stretch, you know? It's like she's punishing me."
He laughed.
"Inside joke, not with these guys." He waved his arms around, gesturing to the rest of the table. "It's an inside joke with me and Penny."
He took a sip of his drink and made a slurping noise with his straw. Daphne and I both laughed. "See?" I said, giving James a weird look. "Experiencing new people or new food is fun, and very passionate."
"You're so full of yourself."
She picked up the margarita I'd ordered for her and took a sip. She scrunched up her face.
"Fine. I have to admit that it's actually pretty good."
"Exactly."
"Is it?" James asked. "Let me try."
He put his straw on Daphne's margarita and took a sip.
"It is pretty good."
He laughed and made the slurping noise again with the straw as he pulled it out of her drink. He kept it in his mouth, letting it dangle like a weirdly long cigarette.
Are you feeling okay, James?" I asked.
He spit the straw out onto the table and cleared his throat.
"Yeah. Why? I mean, I'm a little overheated, I guess."
He pulled off his suit jacket. He tried to toss it on the back of his chair but completely missed and just threw it on the ground. He didn't bother to pick it up. Or maybe he didn't realize he had missed.
"What are you looking at?"
he asked when he turned back around.
"Nothing?"
I glanced over at Matt. Matt immediately gave me 2 thumbs up. Oh no. What the fuck did Matt do?
Chapter 21. Daphne. I quickly picked up the suit jacket that James had accidentally thrown on the floor. "You dropped this," I said and handed it to him.
"Oh no, that's not mine."
He immediately pushed it back into my hands.
"I'm not wearing one."
"Right, because you just took it off." I let my voice trail off. Does he really not remember wearing it a second ago? James had only drunk half of the beer in front of him. Maybe he was a lightweight, but I had never seen someone react so quickly to a beer. I placed the suit jacket on the back of my chair so it wouldn't get stepped on. James ran his hand through his hair. It was the same thing that Rob seemed to do so often. It made me wonder if their father did it too. "So," Layla said, breaking the awkward silence, "should we play an icebreaker game?" "I learned a fun icebreaker game from my boyfriend, Tim," Kristen said. "You ask a question about someone, but then someone else at the table has to answer it."
"2 truths, 1 lie,"
James said way too loudly for the middle of the restaurant, completely ignoring Kristen's suggestion. He rolled up the sleeves of his dress shirt and put his elbows on the table.
"I just played this with Penny and some of the new interns at my company. It's lots of fun. When it's your turn, you tell 2 truths and 1 lie about yourself, and everyone has to guess the lie."
"We can totally play that, if that's what you want, James," Kristen said way too seductively for normal conversation. Rob leaned toward me.
"Has everyone at this table lost their minds, or is it just me?"
I laughed. "I was just thinking the same thing. Your friends are very interesting."
"My friends? What about your friends?"
I laughed again. My eyes wandered to his mouth. His smile was so charming, and I couldn't help but think about how his lips felt on mine. The kisses we had shared had been some of the best of my life. Maybe Rob was right. Maybe there should be more passion in a relationship than I realized. His smile broadened when he noticed I was staring at his mouth. I cleared my throat and looked away from him. Kristen gave me a not-so-subtle thumbs up from across the table.
"I'll go first,"
James said.
"Let me think. No, actually, someone else go first. I can't think of anything right now."
He wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead. Something was definitely off with him. It was almost like he had taken something to make him all hyper. I frowned. Was he on cocaine? The thought made my stomach twist into knots. "James, are you feeling okay?" I asked.
"I'm swell. You go first."
"Oh, I tried to think of some funny facts about myself. All I wanted to do was tell him that I felt it too, that I loved the feeling of rain on my skin and his hand in mine. But I couldn't do that in front of all these people. Everything else that popped into my head was just super lame. "I'll go first," Alina said, saving me. She gave me a small smile. Alina was never very outgoing either, so I appreciated the gesture more than she even knew. "I'm about to get married to the love of my life. I can play guitar, and I only have one major regret."
"You're definitely lying about getting married to the love of your life,"
Matt said. Alina laughed awkwardly. "No, that's true. It's really, really true." "It is," Kristen said. "Just mentioning Bryce's name makes her giddy like a schoolgirl. See? Look at her face right now." Alina was smiling. She grabbed her drink and took a sip, clearly embarrassed. I glanced at Rob out of the corner of my eye, but immediately looked away. He was staring right at me. We had both just talked about what love meant to us and how neither of us had experienced it yet. Was that why he was looking at me? Was that why I had looked at him?
"Cheers to that,"
James said and lifted up his glass.
"And this guy right here is about to be in the same boat as us. He's proposing to his girlfriend soon."
He slapped Mason on the back.
"What the fuck, man?"
Mason said.
"You promised you wouldn't tell anyone." "I haven't told anyone. I haven't even told Penny, which has been really hard because we don't keep secrets from each other. Besides, we don't know these people."
I was pretty sure he meant to whisper the last line. He had said it a little quieter, but his normal speaking voice seemed strangely loud tonight.
"Layla knows her."
Matt gestured to Layla, who was sitting beside him. Layla put her hands up. "I swear I won't tell B. Your secret is safe with me."
"Still," Mason said, "stop trying to ruin the surprise."
He laughed and lightly pushed James's shoulder. James shrugged.
Anyway, Alina, you're lying about only having one regret. We all saw that it was more than that.
Alina's eyes got wide. If the restaurant wasn't busy around us, we would have been able to hear crickets chirping. No, she said quietly. I lump that all together as one bad decision.
Oh, sorry. You're lying about the guitar thing, then?
Alina nodded her head. Yeah, I'm terrible with musical instruments.
Really?
Matt asked.
I would have guessed you'd know your way around, say, a flute or a clarinet pretty well.
Alina choked on the sip she had just taken. Rob laughed.
Did you seriously just compare your dick to a flute? Is it like super thin or something? No, Matt said. Shut up, you've seen my dick. It's normal, it's not thin.
Wait, I laughed and looked up at Rob. Why have you seen his penis? Rob shrugged.
I don't know, we all grew up together.
Now I just have to know, Kristen said, staring directly at James. Who is the biggest? James looked away from her and downed the rest of his beer. He picked his straw up from the table and put it in his other drink. He swirled it around, seemingly transfixed.
We weren't erect around each other or anything,
Rob said.
But everyone knows that the hunters have huge dicks.
Oh, really? Kristen winked at me. Don't fucking wink at me. So, she continued, how big are we talking? She stared directly at James, who made a weird face.
Not as big as the Caldwells,
Mason said. James laughed.
Why are you laughing?
Mason said.
I just feel like I'm probably bigger than you are.
Prove it, Kristen said.
As much as I know you'd like that, I'm not going to whip my dick out in the middle of a restaurant. I'll keep public nudity off my rap sheet.
I definitely wouldn't mind you doing that. She batted her eyelashes at him. Oh my God, Kristen.
Don't you have a boyfriend?
James asked.
I'm pretty sure you literally just mentioned your boyfriend.
Yeah, but you're on my list.
Your list?
Yeah, my list. You know, like a list of people we're allowed to have sex with outside of our relationship. You're at the very top of mine, Professor Hunter. Oh my God. James lowered his eyebrows slightly. He looked pissed.
Please call me James. And as flattering as that is, I'm getting married. And I don't have a list because I don't want one. I would never cheat on my fiancée. She's everything that I need.
Right, but maybe... Ow! Layla had just elbowed Kristen in the ribs. Kristen glared at her.
You're up, Matt,
Rob said. I silently thanked him. It was nice of him to intervene to help his brother out. If I had been sitting next to Kristen, I would have elbowed her a few minutes ago.
I'm kind of liking this conversation,
Matt said and looked back and forth between Kristen and James.
You know, Kristen,
he said, putting his arm behind her on the chair.
You could always add me to your list. I promise my dick is much thicker than a flute.
She laughed. I'm not prepared to kick James off quite yet, but I'll keep that in mind.
Please kick me off.
James grumbled beside me. I laughed. He looked over at me and smiled. His smile was just as charming as his brother's, but I was too busy staring at his eyes to focus on it. His pupils were dilated. It wasn't dark in the restaurant. His pupils shouldn't have been that big. Hey, are you sure you're okay? I whispered. He gave me a small smile.
I'm good, just a little overheated.
He rolled up his sleeves even more.
Is it hot in here, or is it just me?
It's a little warm, I guess. If he was on drugs, he was trying to hide it. Or maybe he didn't know. Maybe someone had slipped him something. I had a fleeting thought that it was Kristen, but she hadn't been alone with him, and even though she was acting completely inappropriate, I couldn't imagine her drugging James. That would be crazy. Kristen wasn't crazy. Was she? I looked over at her. She was staring down at the table. She looked a little embarrassed about her onslaught. It definitely wasn't her. Or maybe she was just planning how to proposition him next.
Okay,
Matt said, removing his arm from the back of Kristen's chair.
My dick is thicker than a flute, even when it's flaccid.
Everyone laughed.
Stop laughing,
He mumbled.
I can break dance, and I'm really into working out.
Rob laughed.
You're lying about working out. Yup, working out is the worst.
So you can actually breakdance? Alina asked.
Yeah, I'm a great break dancer.
Really?
Maybe I can show you a few moves later.
She laughed. Bryce would love it if I came home knowing how to breakdance. Matt shook his head, clearly defeated by the women on either side of him. Well, Kristen said, I hate Justin Bieber so much that it hurts. I love Disney movies, and I have a crush on my professor.
Jesus Christ,
James said under his breath.
does she ever let up?
I laughed. No, she's been obsessed with you ever since you walked onto campus.
Yeah, I had my suspicions. How do I make her stop?
Seduce her? James frowned.
I'm not going to.
I'm just kidding, I said, cutting him off. I know you wouldn't do that. Just try to ignore her. I was actually really impressed by how nice of a guy James was. He clearly would never cheat on Penny even when a girl was throwing herself at him. And it wasn't like Kristen wasn't attractive. She was gorgeous. Guys would kill to sleep with her. But James was so sweet, even when he was clearly on drugs. I looked over at Rob. Was Rob that good of a guy? Was he sweet? If we started dating, would he cheat on me? Are you lying about Disney movies? Layla asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. No, I really do love Disney movies.
You're lying about the Biebs,
Matt said. Yeah, I actually love him. He's on my list, too. She winked at James, who looked the other way.
How the fuck do I get on this list?
Matt said. Kristen laughed. Well, I love the Biebs, too, Layla said. I've eaten an entire medium-sized pizza by myself, and when I was little, I wanted to grow up and be an actress.
You're lying about the pizza,
Mason said. Nope, you'd be surprised by how much I can eat. Mason laughed.
I do know how much you enjoy things in your mouth, Layla. That's kind of how we were introduced in the first place.
He smiled. She laughed. You're so bad.
Speaking of Ethan, how is he doing?
Really? That's your segue? He's great, though. Thanks for asking.
Good. Then you're lying about wanting to be an actress?
Yep. I always wanted to be a meteorologist.
Such a serious little kid.
Layla laughed. I guess so.
Okay, well, I don't love Justin Bieber like you ladies, but I do like the idea of him.
Mason said.
What does that even mean?
Rob asked. Mason shrugged.
That's up to you guys to determine. I also got a perfect score on the SATs, and I like to nap after sex. You're lying about the weird loving the idea of the Biebs thing,
Rob said.
Nope, I really do love the idea of him. You're so weird.
No, I think it makes sense, I said. I don't really love his music, but he has a few catchy songs. And he was discovered on YouTube, right? That's pretty cool. He went from nothing to stardom like that, I said and snapped my fingers. And little girls swoon all over him. It's a pretty awesome life.
You totally get me, Daphne,
Mason said with a smirk. I laughed. I liked Rob's friends. And I really liked Rob. All the red flags were starting to disappear. None of that mattered. The more I thought about it, the more I thought Rob was right. I had been putting passion on the back burner. But I liked this feeling. I wanted to indulge in it. I smiled at him.
That makes you weird, too,
Rob whispered. Then apparently you like weird girls.
I guess so. I certainly like you.
He put his arm behind me on the chair again, this time resting his hand on my shoulder. The feeling of his skin against mine sent chills down my spine. He started slowly making circles with his thumb.
You're lying about the napping after sex thing,
James said.
Precisely,
Mason said.
After sex, I just have more sex.
James groaned.
I miss Penny. Don't mind him, ladies. He's just incredibly horny.
James's eyes got huge.
Why the fuck would you tell them that? Especially her.
He unsubtly nodded his head toward Kristen. I tried to hide my laugh.
Me?
Mason asked.
You just groaned about missing Penny after I talked about sex, and a few minutes ago you went on and on about how she won't have sex with you before the wedding. I did not. I would never talk about my private life in public. You kind of did, man. Sorry.
James folded his arms across his chest.
Shit. Is it my turn? You chose the game,
Mason said with a laugh.
You must have had something in mind to say. Not really.
I don't mind hearing about your private life at all, James, Kristen said. Tell us some truths about that.
Do you mind going, Daphne?
James said.
And you can come back to me at the end?
His face was starting to get red, and he looked even sweatier. Yeah, no problem. I looked over at Rob, but immediately looked away. His eyes on me made me nervous. His fingers on my shoulder were distracting enough. I was my high school valedictorian. Kristen groaned. Apparently, I hadn't thought of anything exciting during my extra time to think. I bit my lip. I wanted something sexy to say. I have never dyed my hair. Why did I think that was sexy to say? And I'm looking for a serious relationship because I feel like I'm missing something in my life. Well, that definitely wasn't sexy to say. I'm so bad at this game. Rob stopped making circles on my shoulder with his thumb. Crap, I freaked him out.
Well,
he said.
You seem very intelligent, so I don't doubt that you were valedictorian. And I wouldn't blame you at all for feeling like something is missing in your life, especially with all your friends and relationships. I'm kind of feeling the same way myself. So, what color did you dye your hair?
He smiled at me. I didn't need to wonder anymore if Rob was as sweet as James. He was so nice, and such a gentleman, at least when he wasn't trying to finger me under the table. I dyed it red so that I could be Poison Ivy for Halloween a few years ago. It was just a temporary dye. James groaned again.
What, did Penny dress up as Poison Ivy for Halloween one year?
Rob asked.
She'd kill that outfit, too.
James looked down at his hands.
Yeah, not for me, though. I mean, I think she bought the outfit for me, but we had broken up. She wore it for Tyler. She looked so beautiful.
I almost wanted to cry at the expression of agony on his face. I hadn't meant to upset him. Every part of me wanted to reach out and hug him. But he was a stranger to me. I couldn't just do that. Really, I should be getting him a glass of water from the bar to get out whatever was in his system. It was making him a mess. He was happy and loud one second and then depressed and quiet the next. What the hell was he on?
Her friend, Tyler?
Mason asked.
Tyler Stevens? The one Bea and her hang out with all the time? Yeah, that one. Wait, have they ever been together? I don't want to talk about it. James, have they slept together? What difference does it make? It makes a huge difference,
Mason said.
How can you let her hang out with him if they've slept together? Because I trust her. Do you trust him? Tyler is a good guy. I don't know. He wouldn't hurt her. It was just one time a few years ago. He wouldn't hurt her.
He repeated. His words were slightly slurred now.
But
Rob cleared his throat.
It's my turn, right? Let's see.
He looked down at me and smiled.
I'm sick of having one-night stands. I spend more time in hotels, hostels, and friends' couches than I do in my apartment. And I've visited almost 20 countries.
I looked up at him. That pretty much summed up the difference between us. Rob Hunter lived. He traveled. He had fun. And I just let life pass me by each day. My routine was rarely ever broken. I was envious of his life. I wanted to grab his hand and never let go. I wanted him to teach me how to live.
Take a guess, Daphne,
he said with a smile. I hope that you're sick of one-night stands, and I know you travel a lot, so I'm going to guess that you're lying about the number of countries you've been to. It's probably way more than 20.
Yeah, it's closer to double that.
I just stared at him in disbelief. I had never left the country until this trip. My grand total was now 2. You're kind of amazing.
I will take that adjective any day.
So, back to you, James, Kristen said. Let's hear some more personal facts about you.
Fine,
he sighed.
You want to hear some of my private confessions?
He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. It didn't look like he had improved from the conversation about one of Penny's exes at all.
Sometimes I have a hard time falling asleep at night because I'm worried I'll wake up and Penny will be gone, as if I just imagined being this happy, and my life will be dark again, and I can't go back to what I was. That fear consumes me. I need her. I need her so much that it scares me.
He ran his hand through his hair.
And at the same time, sometimes I feel guilty for seducing Penny in the first place. It was my responsibility as her professor to keep her safe, and I crossed the line. And I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to be happy when I broke the rules. Like I cheated fate. That guilt eats at me too. That I should have been better. She deserves the best. And what if that is Tyler? What if I ruined her life?
He looked down at the table.
James.
Rob's voice sounded pained.
You know that isn't true. Penny wants to be with you. No, that's one of my truths. Oh, crap. I need a third thing, right? I don't know. I hate dirty dishes in the sink.
Everyone was silent.
No one has a guess? I don't care about dirty dishes. That was my lie. My wonderful maid takes care of them. And Penny sometimes. Because she's still not used to having a maid and she feels bad making her do anything. She's so sweet.
He loosened his tie.
Why is it so fucking hot in here?
Matt started laughing. I glanced at him and then back at James. Matt winked at me. Of course it was Matt. They had walked off together to the bar. I leaned over to Rob and put my hand on his thigh. I hadn't meant it to be sexual, but I could almost feel the heat in the stare he gave me. I immediately removed my hand. Sorry, this is going to sound strange, I whispered. And I don't know your brother very well, but he seems different tonight than he did earlier. Kind of all over the place, actually. He's slurring his words. His pupils are dilated. He's overheated. I think that maybe someone slipped something in his drink. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be presumptuous at all, but by the way Matt is laughing, I feel like maybe he did it. They walked over to the bar together and, shit, Rob said under his breath. I'm sorry, I'm probably overstepping.
No, I'm not mad at you. I should have seen it earlier.
He cleared his throat.
Matt, can I talk to you for a second? Sure, man.
Matt smiled and got up, following Rob to the bar.
Chapter 22. Rob. God damn it. I walked to the bar waiting for Matt to catch up. I leaned against the counter. The bartender, a woman with a low-cut blouse and a skirt that was too short, came over. She was the type of woman that I would normally flirt with. But not tonight. Not when I was trying to win over the most beautiful girl here. Probably the most beautiful girl in any room.
What can I get for you?
She asked with a seductive smile. Water, please. No ice. She tapped the counter.
That's it?
That's it. I turned around just as Matt reached me. I had to take a deep breath so I wouldn't try to kill him. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What do you mean?
You drugged James, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. He was being such a downer all day. We all get it. He misses his fiancée, whatever. It's his bachelor party. He's supposed to be having fun.
That doesn't mean you should slip something in his drink.
He's having so much more fun now, though. Hell, maybe he'll even get lucky with that Kristen girl. She's been throwing herself at him all night.
Is that really what you want to have happen tonight? You want him to ruin his whole life? Matt frowned.
No, of course not. But he's allowed to have fun.
I get it. It's his bachelor party. It doesn't give him a free pass to fuck whoever he wants.
Actually, it kinda does.
No, it doesn't. He made a commitment to Penny, and if he ever did cheat on her, I'd kill him myself.
God, you have such a hard-on for her. I bet you're hoping he does screw it up.
He waved down the bartender.
Can we have another round of drinks for our table? Sure thing,
she said with a wink as she set down the water in front of me. I would never want that, I said as soon as she was out of earshot. I want him to be happy. You know what he's been through. Penny is the one good thing he's been given. I don't want him to lose that. She's his fresh start. He has a second chance.
You're being dramatic. He's not going to cheat on her. All he's done all night is ignore Kristen and talk about Penny. I just want him to have a little fun, and he is. You're welcome.
This isn't fun, Matt. We're not kids anymore. You just gave an addict drugs. You're a fucking idiot.
Really? You're saying that I'm immature. You just met that girl and you're telling her you don't want one-night stands and pretending that you want something serious? If I'm immature, then so are you. Stop lying to yourself.
I'm not lying. I'm so sick of this.
If you're not happy, don't fucking take it out on me.
Fuck. I sighed and sat down on one of the stools. I'm sorry, You didn't see James at his worst.
I know. Look, it'll wear off by tomorrow, and until then, we get the fun, James. What are you so worried about?
Losing him? Nothing, you're right. What'd you slip in his drink?
Matt smiled. Do you really want to know?
No, but I need to know. What, did you roofie him?
No, I'm not a weirdo. I'm not trying to rape your brother.
The bartender gave us a strange look. Matt laughed and lowered his voice.
Remember that party a few years ago when we had that really bad trip? We said we'd never do acid again?
Yeah.
Well, I had a ton of acid left, and since we took a private jet, there wasn't any security. So, bam, tons of acid.
I shook my head.
You want some?
No, I don't want any. I'm trying to win over Daphne, not end up face first in a toilet bowl. Matt laughed.
Fair enough. What is it with that girl anyway? You seem totally off your game. I thought you would have taken her to our room ages ago.
I looked over my shoulder at Daphne. She was even more beautiful than I remembered her being on campus. Her hand was on James' arm, but I could tell it wasn't in a flirtatious way. Daphne didn't even know my brother, but she was worried about him. She was trying to take care of him. She had pushed her glass of water in front of him, and she was holding the tie that he had been wearing before we left the table. I had never met anyone like her. She's different.
Well, she's definitely hot.
Don't talk about her like that. My own thoughts made me frown. Daphne wasn't my girl. Sure, I wanted her to be, but I'd only just met her. Matt and I always talked about women like that. But for some reason, it irked me. I didn't want him to be checking her out. I didn't want anyone else looking at her. She wasn't mine yet. But she was going to be. She's not just hot. She's gorgeous. He laughed.
What's the difference?
I shrugged. Was there one? I wasn't sure. But Daphne wasn't just hot. That wasn't substantial enough. Beautiful, gorgeous, sweet, caring. I wasn't sure how I'd describe her. She had called me amazing. Maybe that was the best way to describe her, too. It's just different. I picked up the glass of water. You're taking care of James if he gets sick.
Fair enough. We all know how well he handles stuff like this, though. He'll be fine.
I nodded. He was right. But I'm not sure James had ever had a ton of acid slipped into his drink before. I guess there was a first time for everything. And dude, stop flirting with Alina. You're being super inappropriate. Matt laughed.
You can't blame me for trying. I mean, you watched that footage almost as much as I did. She's skilled.
I laughed. Just for the record, I'm going to slip something in your drink when you least expect it. I stood up.
Can you do it at the wedding? That would be so much fun.
That wouldn't be when you least expect it then. He laughed.
A guy can dream.
About getting high at one of his best friend's wedding?
Oh yeah, I think that sounds amazing. I get depressed at weddings.
What do you mean? I asked as we walked back toward our table. He frowned. It reminds me that I'm alone, you know? Especially with Mason and James both tying the knots soon. Matt and I rarely talked about stuff like this. We hung out all the time, and I had no idea he felt that way. And he didn't know that I felt the same. We were always too busy being each other's wingmen. I watched Daphne push the glass of water closer to James. I know exactly what you mean.
Maybe we can finish off the acid together during the wedding then,
Matt said with a laugh. No, I'm not going to be alone at this wedding. James said I should invite Daphne. Maybe I would. Maybe I didn't need to be envious of his relationship with Penny. I could have something real too. I'm planning on being sober at my brother's wedding, I said and clapped him on the back. I don't want to let him down. I'm the best man.
You really like to throw that in everyone's face.
Maybe if you didn't slip things in his drink, it would have been you. Matt laughed.
Nah. I promise I won't do anything inappropriate on his big day, though.
You better not.
Good luck getting Daphne into bed tonight,
he said with a wink and walked back to his chair. I didn't want Daphne in my bed. I just wanted her in my arms. I put my hand on the back of her chair and crouched down beside her. Do you mind switching seats with me? I need to talk to James.
Yeah, Rob,
she said and touched my forearm.
He's upset. He's worried Penny is getting cold feet. Don't you think you should let him talk to her?
Maybe in the morning. Letting him talk to her right now isn't going to help anything. It'll just get Penny upset for no reason. Daphne smiled.
You're probably right.
She slid into the seat that I had been in before and watched me sit down next to James. How are you feeling? I asked him. James rubbed his forehead. Hungry. I laughed. Drink this, okay? I placed the glass of water down in front of him. I already drank all of Daphne's water. I'm not really thirsty, just hot. He had unbuttoned the top few buttons of his shirt. I know you haven't done any drugs since you left the shrew. James laughed. He loved when I called his ex-wife that. God, what was Matt thinking? What if he gets addicted to this? I looked at James' face. He looked a mess. He didn't look like he was enjoying himself. It's possible that you've taken a small amount of acid. Or a large amount. Matt was rather vague. He laughed. No, I didn't. I haven't touched anything like that since I started teaching. I miss that sometimes. Not the drugs. He laughed again. Teaching. I felt like I was actually making a difference, you know? It's stupid. Yeah, I know. And it's not stupid. But I hadn't known. James never opened up to me about his problems. He always held everything in. He was never vulnerable like this. Or at least he hadn't been in a long time. It is stupid. I'd give up anything to be with Penny. I don't need to teach. But I do need her. You can have both, you know. He shook his head. And who would hire me? I'm just the guy who seduced one of his students. No, you're the guy who's made billions with technological innovations, James. You're a marketing genius. Everyone loves you. Why are you beating yourself up about this? I just don't feel good tonight. He ran the back of his hand across his forehead. I hadn't realized how sweaty he was. I need to talk to her. I just want to make sure she's okay. Penny's okay. Mason talked to her a few hours ago. She's fine. He nodded. But why won't you let me talk to her? You just can't tonight, okay? You can talk to her in the morning. He wiped the sweat off his forehead again. Please. His hands shook slightly as he lifted up the glass of water. Jesus Christ. I looked over at Matt. How much shit did he give him? Not tonight, James. You can't talk to her when you're high. I told you I didn't take anything. I wouldn't take anything. I have something to lose now. I know. Someone slipped you something. I didn't want to throw Matt under the bus. I knew it! James suddenly seemed full of energy. She drugged me! He pointed to Kristen. Kristen laughed awkwardly and looked around the table.
No?
James laughed. Oh my God, she drugged me!
I really didn't.
I'm not going to sleep with you, Kristen Dwyer. You can give me all the drugs in the world. I will never cheat on Penny.
I didn't drug you,
Kristen said defensively. Liar! He shouted and stood up. Whoa, buddy, okay, I said as I grabbed his shoulder. I looked over at Daphne and silently cursed. There goes my night. How about you and I go back to the room? James frowned. I'm really hungry. Yeah, I know, me too. Mason, can you tell him to send our food up to our room? Of course, is he okay? He glanced at James and then at Kristen. He'll be fine, you can talk to your brother about that one. What the fuck did you do, Matt? Mason said. I didn't think... She drugged me, right? James asked, cutting Matt off. No, she didn't. I put my arm on his back. Let's head up, okay? Who drugged me? He put his arm around my shoulders. He was bigger than me, but I could easily support his weight. Don't worry about it. I looked down at Daphne. Concerned was etched across her face. She didn't know James, but she seemed to care so deeply. Who was this girl? I'm so sorry, Daphne. Do you want my help? I can come with you. God, this girl, no one should be this nice around someone who is stoned. No, enjoy the rest of your night, I'll see you tomorrow. I pulled James away from the table. I didn't look back at her because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to make myself leave. I couldn't even be mad at Matt for cock-blocking me, though. I wasn't going to get lucky tonight, but I just wanted to spend more time with her. I ruined your night, James mumbled as we made our way to the elevator. No, you're fine, man. Matt ruined my night. I'm sorry. Please, don't apologize. I didn't mean to take anything. Penny's going to kill me. I know, and don't worry, Penny's not going to know about this. You're not even going to remember this in the morning. I pressed the button and the doors opened. We stepped on and I pressed the button for the top floor. The doors closed. I looked up at my big brother. I didn't want to take advantage of his state, but I was curious. You really wish you were still teaching? I loved it. You can still teach, even if it's not at a university. You could give speeches and guest lectures if that's what you want. You can still do that. I don't want Penny to think I regret anything. So your solution is to pretend you don't want to be a professor anymore? You're lying to her. James pulled away from me. Is it true? Yes, not telling her that you still... No. Is it true that you're in love with her? It's not true, I laughed. Honestly, I thought I was for a while. Something flashed across his face. It looked like he wanted to kill me. I held my hands up. But I'm not. I just like the idea of her. You know, like the way Mason feels about Justin Bieber. James laughed. I think I get that. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. He kept his hand against the wall as we walked toward our room. You'll find your own, Penny. He leaned against the wall outside our door. I like Daphne. She's really nice. He smiled. His grin was a little goofy looking because of the drugs. She is really nice. And beautiful, smart, funny. I could think of endless ways to describe her. I think she's your person. I laughed. What does that mean? I held the door open for him. He slowly walked inside and flopped down on the bed. You're going to end up with her. I can just tell. I didn't think you believed in fate. I didn't. But then I met Penny. He yawned. Thanks for letting me come back to the room. I didn't feel good. I tried not to laugh. Yeah, I know. Do you want to know why I think she's your person? I sat down on the edge of his bed. I wasn't sure how logical High James was, but I'd play along. Sure. She called you infuriating. And that's a good thing? He laughed. It's the best thing. I'm not sure infuriating is the best way for someone to describe someone you like. No, it is. Trust me. Penny infuriated me. I told her so. And then we fucked for the first time. Right on the desk in my office. God, she's so sexy. I knew they had sex in his office. I don't see what that has to do with me. I called her infuriating. Daphne called you infuriating. She's going to fall in love with you. Just like I fell in love with Penny. Something in my chest seemed to tighten. Maybe she already is in love with you. When you know, you know. You know? I laughed. Yeah, I know. But I didn't. I'd never been in love before. Hell, I had never even made love before. I was good at fucking. That was it. Emotion wasn't part of that for me. "She's a keeper," James said to the ceiling. It was possible that he was talking about Penny, but it seemed like he was still referring to Daphne. A knock on the door made me jump. James immediately sat up. "Food!" he laughed. The way she ordered dinner was kind of weird, though. That'll take some getting used to. I laughed. Yeah, that was kind of strange. But I secretly liked that she knew what she wanted, especially if she wanted me. I opened up the door and smiled. Daphne was standing there with 3 takeout containers. She also had James' suit jacket draped over her arm and his tie in her hand. I couldn't help myself. If I let her in this room, God help me, I wasn't going to be able to resist tying her up with that tie. I had already warned her what I like to do with ties. If she walked in, she was basically giving me consent.
"I don't mean to intrude, I just thought you might need some help," she said. "Or want some company. Can I come in?"
I stepped to the side. I wasn't going to try to talk her out of it.
Chapter 23. Daphne. I never did stuff like this. I didn't know either one of these men. For all I knew, they were both terrible people and I shouldn't be alone with them. But one look at Rob made me happy I had come. I was feeling reckless. I wanted to throw all caution to the wind. I wanted to experience him. He was staring at the tie in my hand. I smiled and placed it into his hand. "I believe this is your brother's. And this." I gave him the suit jacket, too, and put the takeout containers on the table. My eyes landed on James on the bed. He was smiling. At least Rob had cheered him up. But he needed to drink more water to flush out his system. It was a good thing I had come. "I'm going to go grab some waters from the store downstairs."
We can just use the ones out of the minibar.
"No, they jack those prices up. It's half the price if I go pick some up." Rob smiled.
It's fine, really.
He grabbed 3 bottles out of the fridge. I felt my cheeks flush. Of course it was fine. He was rich. I turned away, hoping to hide my embarrassment, and opened up the containers of food. The waiter had been nice enough to give us plastic forks and knives. I pulled them out of their plastic wrapping and set them down on top of the napkins.
"Thanks for this, Daphne,"
Rob said as he tossed me a water. "Of course." I looked up at him. My eyes wandered to his mouth again. I knew what it suggested that I had come to his room. His friend Mason had joked around with me when I asked for their room number. Surely Rob was thinking the same thing. But I wanted to spend more time with him. We were adults. We could control ourselves, couldn't we?
"This looks fantastic,"
James said and sat down at the table. I looked away from Rob. Of course we could control ourselves, and we kind of had to. Right now, his brother needed us. I opened up one of the water bottles and handed it to James.
"Your friend drugged me."
I laughed. "Kristen does have a crush on you, but she doesn't do drugs. At least not hard drugs. She's a competitive athlete. She'd get kicked off the team." He looked at the bottle.
"You were sitting next to me."
He lowered his eyebrows slightly as he looked at me. I wanted to laugh, but he looked so serious. I turned to Rob for help.
"It wasn't Daphne,"
Rob said.
"If you say so."
He took a sip from his water bottle.
"So, you guys like each other?"
"Dude!" Rob put his face in his hand, clearly embarrassed. I laughed. "How about you eat your food?" That would help, too. Whatever he had taken, it was on an empty stomach. Eating would help with the symptoms.
"There's another room in the suites. I can eat alone, if you want."
He poked at his food. "Don't be silly."
"Okay, I'll stay."
He took a huge bite of his steak.
"Fuck, this is really good. Tell us about yourself, Daphne,"
he said with a mouthful of food. I looked over at Rob. He shook his head and took a bite of the steak he ordered. "What would you like to know?"
"Where did you grow up?"
James asked. Newark. I live in New York now, though.
We grew up in New York?
James hit Rob's arm across the table. I laughed. Yeah, Rob told me. And you lived together in Newark for a little while, too?
Yeah, not for very long, though. I had to leave because of everything that happened with Penny, but Rob stayed. He likes the college life, right, Rob?
Rob cleared his throat.
It's okay. No, come on. You love it there. I personally think he should settle down, though.
Rob laughed. I was glad he was finding this humorous instead of mortifying. He did look a little flustered, but in a cute way.
How old are you, Daphne?
James asked. I'm 23.
Oh, that's a good age. Rob is 27. I was 27 when I met Penny, but she was only 19.
He cleared his throat.
But she was almost 20. I thought she was a senior. She made me think she was. Not that I would have pursued her anyway, it just would have been nice to know. I've had to wait so long to marry her. You two are closer in age, though, that's easier. And he's not your professor. What do you do?
I'm a high school math teacher.
Really? Well, I guess I should say at least you're not his professor.
He giggled at his own joke.
Can I try that?
He pointed to my crab cake with his fork. Yeah, sure.
Don't touch her food, James,
Rob said. No, it's fine. I pushed my takeout container toward him. He lifted up the crab cake sandwich I had just finished assembling and took a huge bite.
I'm so sorry,
Rob said.
This is really yummy. You order things really weirdly, but it's good,
James said. I laughed as he took another bite.
James, seriously, stop eating her food,
Rob said. James suddenly looked embarrassed.
Right. Sorry, Daphne, here.
He cut off a piece of his steak and put it on my plate.
You can have some of my meat. I mean, my steak. Not my penis. But maybe you'll have Rob's penis later.
He giggled again. Thanks. I didn't usually eat red meat, but he was looking at me so eagerly. He wasn't acting like he was on cocaine. I had no idea what Matt had slipped him, but it must have been a lot of whatever it was. James was a tall, strong guy. It was really endearing to see him acting like this. I took a bite of the steak he had put on my plate.
Good, right?
Mm-hmm. I nodded my head. I looked up and saw him wink at Rob. I didn't doubt at all that it was a "she'll like your meat too" kind of wink, especially when James said, "Ow, don't kick me." Rob cleared his throat.
Do you have any siblings?
James asked. I took a bite of my sandwich so I'd have a second to answer. It was such a simple question, but my answer was too complicated. I didn't want to talk about it. Not with James. He reminded me so much of my brother, Derek. I had been spending my time in Costa Rica half trying to forget about missing Derek and half trying to figure out my feelings for Rob. I preferred thinking about Rob. Thinking about my brother was too painful. No, it's just me. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the truth either.
That's a shame. Penny doesn't have any siblings either. I have Rob, but I also have my sister Jen. I think it's good for Penny. She thinks of them as her family now.
That's really nice. I looked over at Rob. He was staring at me closely. He had barely touched his food.
It's different growing up with siblings, though,
James continued.
Sometimes I feel like she missed out. You probably did too. I mean, we have a pretty strong bond, right, Rob?
I bit the inside of my cheek.
Yeah,
Rob said.
Daphne, are you okay?
I'm fine. I took a big bite of my sandwich. It was good. But I knew better than anyone that food didn't fill the void.
It's hard to find such a close relationship outside of family. And I haven't been the best brother,
James said.
That's not true,
Rob said.
He's an amazing brother. Not really. I think Rob still loves me, though. He's a good guy. You'd be lucky to have him.
Rob opened his mouth like he was going to say something, but then he pressed his lips together. He lowered his eyebrows like it pained him to hear James say what he had. Or maybe he was just pissed that James was pushing us together so hard. Well, you guys are lucky to have each other, I said.
Do you mind if I take my shirt off? It's so fucking hot in here.
I laughed. No, that's fine. I tried not to look at his perfect six-pack abs as he unbuttoned his dress shirt. He wasn't the brother I was interested in, but it was kind of hard not to stare. I knew why Kristen liked him. She'd be drooling right now if she was sitting in this chair. Rob cleared his throat.
Don't make me take my shirt off, too.
I smiled. You can do whatever you want. It's your room. For some reason, I felt perfectly comfortable flirting with him right in front of his brother, and I liked the distraction from our earlier conversation. I was so tired of thinking about the past. All I wanted to do was jump into Rob's arms and have him show me how exciting the future could be.
All in good time, beautiful,
Rob said with a wink. I could wait. I had already seen him with his shirt off down by the pool. But it would be different being in his room. It was more sexual here. I wondered if all in good time meant later tonight. Maybe James would fall asleep soon. I almost laughed at the thought. We'd be like two kids sneaking around.
You'd like Penny,
James said, pulling me out of my thoughts.
I think you two will get along really well. I can't wait for you to meet her. You're making Daphne uncomfortable,
Rob said. I laughed. He's not. I'm sure I would like her.
You should come to our wedding next weekend. Okay,
Rob said and stood up.
Let me get you some more water. Hopefully it'll make you stop saying inappropriate stuff. See? He's a really good brother,
James said as Rob walked back toward the fridge.
Someone put acid in my drink tonight and he's taking care of me. Who does that? He's such a good guy. I'm clean, you know. I've been clean for years. I'm not usually like this.
I swallowed hard. Was he an addict? Did his friend seriously slip something in his drink knowing that? I touched the bracelet on my wrist. It suddenly all made sense. That was why Rob was so good at taking care of him. This happened all the time. It felt like it was hard to get air into my lungs. The whole room felt stifling. James frowned.
Don't you believe me?
I nodded. I believe you. And that was my problem. I did believe that he was clean. I believed my brother, too. I couldn't do this again. This was one red flag I couldn't ignore. Suddenly, my heart racing, I needed air. Drink the rest of your water, okay? I have to get going.
You should stay for a movie. That's all I wanted to do tonight.
Me too. I should have just trusted my gut and stayed in my room. Not tonight.
Will I see you tomorrow? It certainly seems like Rob can't get enough of you.
I had only known him for one day. Why did I feel guilty walking away from him? But I refused to let myself lose anyone else. That was fair. There was no reason to put myself through this. Yeah, I lied. Get some rest, okay? He nodded.
Do you mind if I finish that?
He pointed to my sandwich. It's all yours. I had lost my appetite. I pushed it toward him. Good night, James.
Good night, Daphne.
I stood up and walked toward Rob. I'm going to get going, okay? I whispered.
What? Why? I haven't even taken my shirt off yet.
I laughed. It's getting late. I'm going to go get some rest.
Did he say something else entirely inappropriate?
He gave me a sheepish smile.
I'm sorry. If he was out of line,
No, your brother is great.
It's something I did then.
No, your brother is right. You're a great guy, Rob. I can't do this.
Can't do what? We only just met.
I know. I'm really sorry. I hope that your brother gets some help, and I wish you the best of luck with all that, but I can't do this again."
Wait, what?
I quickly walked toward the door and left before I could change my mind. I immediately felt guilty. I knew the places where James could get help. It was irresponsible for me to walk away without telling Rob about them. But they hadn't helped my brother. So why would they help James? I pressed the button for the elevator.
Daphne.
I grimaced. I should have known it would be harder to shake Rob after he had been so persistent all day. He stopped in front of the elevator, blocking my path when the doors dinged open.
What's going on? I thought we were going to see where this weekend went. I don't understand what happened.
I'm sorry if I led you on. I'm just going to go back to my friends.
Sorry if you led me on? I thought we were on the same page here. What the fuck happened?
I folded my arms in front of my chest. I silently cursed myself after I realized it just pushed my breasts up. "Don't raise your voice at me." He shook his head.
Then don't treat me like one of your students.
I'm not.
You're talking all sternly like I've done something wrong. Trust me, teachers were always mad at me. What, are you going to give me detention?
He raised his left eyebrow.
Tell me why you're leaving.
He looked so sexy when he stared at me so quizzically. I'm just tired.
If it's something I did, then I want to know. I'm sorry about tonight. I'm sorry if James made you uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable? That's what he thought I was upset about? Your brother needs help, Rob.
Help with what?
His problem.
What problem?
I know it's easy to be in denial about this, but James is clearly an addict.
Clearly? Seriously? You don't know him.
He's using.
He's not using. It was Matt, just like you said.
Whatever you want to believe, but he...
Don't you dare judge him.
I almost jumped at the harshness of his tone. I took a step back from him.
You don't know anything about him. Where do you get off?
I'm just trying to help.
Great, but you're wrong.
Look, I know what I'm talking about.
And I know my brother.
You wouldn't even see it if it was staring you in the face. He needs help. Ignoring the problem isn't going to make it go away. I'm just trying to help, I said again. I felt horrible about the expression on Rob's face. His handsome features seemed twisted. He was clearly seething, and I didn't know why. I really was just trying to give him advice that he should take if he wasn't so stubborn.
Well, great. How about you help us by leaving us the fuck alone?
He stepped away from the elevator and walked back toward his room. Before he got there, he turned around.
And you know what? You did lead me on.
He laughed and shook his head.
What the hell did you come up here tonight for anyway?
He walked back into the room and closed the door before I had a chance to respond. Because I care, I said to the empty hallway. I wasn't trying to hurt him. I wiped away the tears that had started to fall from my eyes and stepped onto the elevator. It wasn't just because I cared. I also wanted to experience something outside my comfort zone. I wanted to experience him. I was such an idiot. There wasn't a world that existed where I could be reckless. What had I been thinking?
Chapter 24. Rob. Fucking bitch. I tried to calm myself as I walked back into the room. Everything okay? James asked. Everything's great. Thank God I didn't waste any more time on her. I had never met someone so judgmental in my life. It was one thing to judge me. It was an entirely different thing to judge my family. Fuck her. Movie time? Yeah. How about I go grab us some dessert to eat while we watch? That sounds great. I'll come too. Nah, I got it. Just finish your dinner and pick a movie. I'll be right back. I needed to be alone for a second to cool off. I walked back out of the room happy to see that Daphne wasn't still standing there acting like she knew everything about everyone. I'd been so wrong about her. I was usually a good judge of character, but that girl was all over the map. I hit the elevator button with my fist. Hopefully I wouldn't run into her tomorrow before we left because I had thought of a whole list of new adjectives to describe her. Arrogant and bitch were definitely the biggest contenders. I stepped onto the elevator and hit the button for the first floor. I couldn't believe I thought she was sweet. She was anything but sweet. I leaned against the elevator wall and pulled the card out of my pocket. It read, "Talk until the sun rises." I threw it on the ground. I felt like such a chump. I wasn't a nice guy. Why the fuck was I pretending to be? I didn't need to be in a serious relationship to be happy. I was happy exactly where I was. I loved my life. I stepped off the elevator. There was nothing better than the freedom to do whatever I wanted whenever I wanted, and whoever I wanted. I smiled at the girl at the counter of the small store I just walked into. For all I knew, she was a complete psychopath too. And sure, I could flirt with her. I could probably get her into my bed when she was done with her shift. But I wasn't feeling it tonight. Tonight, I would hang out with my brother, who didn't have any problem, unlike the judgmental bitch thought. She didn't even give me a chance to defend him. Yes, James had problems in the past. He was good now. I wasn't in denial, it was just a fact. The girl that he was marrying saved him. I had never seen him as happy as when he was with Penny. I was glad I was no longer pursuing Daphne. She didn't deserve to hang out with James, and she certainly didn't deserve to meet Penny. I smiled when I saw the row of dirty magazines. That was just what James needed so he'd stop groaning about being horny. I grabbed one of the magazines and a bottle of lotion. Tomorrow would be better. There was still time to salvage this bachelor party. I wasn't sure why my focus had been on Daphne anyway. It should have been on my brother. I wanted to give him the best fucking bachelor party ever. He deserved it. I grabbed a few tasty cakes for dessert and stopped at the wall of freezers. My eyes landed on the pint of Ben & Jerry's Chunky Monkey ice cream. It was Penny's favorite. That would make James happy. Besides, I liked it too. I grabbed a pint of it and went to the checkout counter. The girl at the counter blushed when she saw the magazine. It didn't affect me at all. I was off my game. I needed time to recover from the Daphne fiasco. I never jumped into something so quickly before. I was right. I was lying to myself. I didn't even make eye contact with the girl when she gave me the total. "Can I have a spoon for the ice cream?" I asked, and I slid her my card. "Sure. 1 or 2? 2. She looked slightly disappointed. Good. She didn't need to know the truth. Not that I was embarrassed. I'm sharing a pint of Ben & Jerry's ice cream with my brother. Leave me the fuck alone. She slowly put the magazine into the bag. "Your girlfriend must be fun." Was this chick seriously still going to hit on me after my weird purchases? Nope, my brother and I just like to jerk off together and eat ice cream. Thanks. I grabbed my card and the bag she handed me. "Oh," she said and laughed awkwardly. "Have a good evening." I walked out of the store a little more cheerily and made my way back to my room. When I opened the door, James was laughing. I glanced at the TV. He had found Wedding Crashers. We had watched the movie a million times together. I laughed and sat down next to him on the bed. "I love this movie." "Me too. Do you think someone will try to crash my wedding?" I laughed. "I think a ton of people are going to try to crash your wedding. It's the wedding of the season." He smiled. "How did that happen?" "Everyone loves you and Penny. That's how it happened." He ran his hand through his hair. "I'm sorry if I scared Daphne away. I wasn't feeling well, and don't worry about her. She's the fucking worst. I got you a couple things." I tossed the bag on his lap. He laughed when he pulled out the dirty magazine. "Seriously?" "Seriously. You need to unwind." He laughed again. "Yeah, maybe. I don't really think I need this for that, though. You could just give me my phone. I have tons of naughty pictures of Penny on there." "Seriously?" "I promise not to look at that." "I'll kill you if you look at them." "I won't." I really hoped I could keep my word on that. Picturing her was one thing. Actually seeing her naked wasn't a good idea. "I'm going to let you talk to her in the morning. Mason has your phone right now, so I can't help you there." "Thanks. I really do miss her." "I know. Which is why I got you this." I pulled out the ice cream. He smiled. "I'm glad you and Penny are close. I don't know what I'd do if you two didn't get along. He popped off the top and grabbed one of the spoons. This is one of the best parts. He gestured to the screen as Vince Vaughn started one of his long, hilarious monologues. I laughed and realized James wasn't laughing with me. I looked over at him. He'd fallen asleep. I remembered seeing him like this sometimes growing up. He was always so stressed out, but when he was asleep, he looked so calm. How could he think he wasn't a good brother? Had I somehow made him feel that way? It hurt me that he thought that. James had protected me his whole life. He gave in to Mom and Dad's demands so that I wouldn't have to. He gave up his life so that I wouldn't have to. He wasn't a bad brother. I was. And that's why I took care of him when he was like this. That's why I was the only one that didn't abandon him when he got so depressed that he fell off the wagon in college. That's why I wouldn't let some fucking girl tell me anything about his problems. I knew his problems. Because I had caused them. He was depressed because of what my parents did to him. He took all the pressure off of me, and yet he was always there for me. He came to every single one of my soccer and baseball games growing up. He helped me with my homework. He bailed me out of jail. He was always there when I needed him. I owed him everything. Yet I wasn't the one who cured him. Penny fixed him, not me. Or maybe becoming a professor and leaving New York, I wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. I had failed him, especially when I was younger. He sacrificed so much for me, and I just let him. No one should ever be judging him. They should be judging me. I'm sorry, I whispered. James, I'm so sorry. I woke up laying next to him in bed. I wasn't sure where Mason and Matt were, but I had made a promise to James and I wanted to keep it. I pushed his shoulder. Get up. He groaned in his sleep. Do you want to talk to Penny or not? His eyes flew open. Do you have my phone? No, Mason still has it, I think. You'll have to use the phone at the concierge desk, but you have to hurry before they wake up. Right. He climbed off the bed and looked around for his shirt. Over there. I pointed to where he had stripped for Daphne last night. Daphne. Ugh. Thanks, Rob. I owe you one. No, you really don't. He gave me a strange look. What happened last night? I remember going to dinner, but... His voice trailed off. And my head kind of hurts. Go call Penny. I'll explain later. James gave up looking for his dress shoes. He slipped on his flip-flops instead and ran out the door. I try not to laugh at how ridiculous he looked in a suit and flip-flops.
Chapter 25. Daphne. I pushed a branch out of the way and cursed under my breath. It was like 1,000 degrees outside, even with the rain. When I had started out, it hadn't even been drizzling. I had made a few wrong turns, though, and the hike was taking longer than I thought it would. By the time I reached the waterfall, I was completely soaked, even though the canopy of leaves had been blocking most of the rain. I stepped into the clearing and looked up at the sky. Most people probably would have spread their arms and welcomed the rain on their skin. But I was keenly aware of the fact that I was all alone, just like always. The rain falling down on me made me feel so small. I didn't want to be alone anymore. Why did I always push everyone away? I hugged myself and closed my eyes. There was no reason to ask myself that question. I knew why. I just didn't want to think about it. There was no reason to be upset about what happened with Rob. It was one day of my life. I rarely ever said yes to dates. My friends had pushed me. That was all it was. Whatever I had felt, I had just gotten swept up in the excitement of it all. Sure, Rob was nice, but clearly he wasn't the guy for me. There were so many red flags. Him losing his temper last night would have been the last straw anyway. I had just been trying to help. Besides, he lived in Delaware. I lived in New York. The whole thing was stupid. I wasn't going to think about him anymore. I wasn't even sure why I was thinking about him now. I opened my eyes and watched the ripples in the water from the rain. Last night I had roamed around the hotel until my friends had gotten back and fallen asleep. I wasn't going to risk them putting their bracelets on me again. And I had woken up at the crack of dawn to go on this hike by myself. I loved my friends, but I was in serious need of some alone time. I wrapped my arms even tighter around myself. It had been a bad idea to come on this trip. Alina would have understood if I had backed out. They all would have understood. And I was pissed at Kristen for not running this bachelorette party idea by me. She knew about Derek. She knew, and she didn't care how much this was going to hurt me. I sat down on one of the rocks by the edge of the water. I wasn't sure why I wanted to come here again. It's not like I was crazy enough to go swimming by myself in crocodile-infested waters. I hugged my knees to my chest. But Derek would have loved it here. I would give anything for him to be next to me right now. I was vaguely aware of the fact that I was crying. It felt refreshing for the rain to instantly wash away the salty tears from my face, as if there were no consequences for being upset out here. It had been 1.5 years. Why did it still hurt so much? When would it stop feeling like this?
You've got to be kidding me.
I opened my eyes and saw Rob standing on a rock in front of the small waterfall, completely soaked and completely naked. My eyes seemed locked on his perfect body. It didn't look like he had an ounce of fat on him. The water glistened on his flawless skin. He looked like a Greek god. He wasn't even erect, and he was huge. Why am I looking at his penis? Stop looking at his penis. I forced my eyes to meet his. He had a scowl on his face. I'm sorry. I quickly stood up. I'll go.
Don't bother. I'm leaving anyway.
He walked over to a backpack on the ground. He grabbed a pair of athletic shorts, hastily pulling them on, hiding his perfect ass from view. Stop staring at him. But I couldn't seem to stop. He crouched down, picked up a bottle of shampoo, and shoved it into his backpack. Were you showering under the waterfall? Who does that? He stopped what he was doing and stared at me.
I don't see why that's any of your business, Daphne.
His voice oozed with venom. I had never heard someone say my name like that. How could he hate me so much for trying to help? Rob, the tour guide said there were crocodiles in there. It's dangerous. You shouldn't...
I don't give a shit about what you think. I thought I made that clear last night.
He stood up, pulling his backpack over one shoulder. But the crocodiles...
The only thing dangerous here is you.
He gestured to a small bruise on his chiseled abs. Did I do that? I thought about the other day when I had thought he was a crocodile. I had kicked and squirmed and tried to fight him off. He didn't answer me. He just started walking back toward the trail. He really was the most infuriating person I had ever met. So you like putting yourself in danger? Rob, your brother needs you. You can't...
Don't fucking tell me what my brother needs.
He turned around and glared at me.
All my brother needs is for people like you to stop judging him for his past. He has had a hard enough time letting things go without you trying to bring him down.
Okay. I felt even smaller than I did a minute ago.
You didn't even give me a chance to explain anything last night, you know? So I'm not giving you a chance to explain your opinions right now. And you know what? You don't even deserve to hear what I have to say. You don't deserve to get to know my brother. You don't deserve to get to know me.
I nodded my head and looked away from him.
Jesus Christ. Don't cry about it.
I'm not crying because of you. Maybe I was a little. I was a little surprised that he could even see past the hatred in his eyes to notice that I was hurting. I wasn't just hurting. It felt like I was drowning.
Daphne.
Just go. He took a step toward me. His face was softer than it had been a second ago. After everything he just said to me, how could he feel compassion toward me? He clearly loathed me. So why did it look like he wanted to comfort me? I took a step back. I didn't want his arms around me. I didn't need someone to tell me it was going to be okay. It wasn't okay. Nothing was okay. Don't touch me. He stopped.
Okay. I didn't mean to make you cry.
He ran his hand through his wet hair. He looked so smug and sexy. He was such a conceited asshole. You'll lose him, you know? If you do nothing, you'll lose him. Rob's face hardened again.
Still, you haven't asked me about him. Still, you're pointing fingers when you know nothing about his past. I'm not as blind as you think I am. He's fine, and if he wasn't, I would know. I'm not dumb enough to lose him. Now please, just leave us alone.
He turned and walked back toward the trail. He left me feeling even worse about last night than I already did, and more alone than I had ever felt. I slowly opened the door to my room. It looked like everyone was still sleeping. I closed the door as quietly as I could. I'm not dumb enough to lose him. Rob's words wouldn't stop echoing around in my head. I had believed Derek was better. I was dumb enough to lose him. My whole body was cold, and it wasn't because I was soaked. I just felt so defeated. Was Rob actually right? Was it my fault that Derek was gone? Hey, Kristen said. She yawned and sat up. Walk of shame much? I tried to laugh. It came out sounding forced and foreign to my ears. No, I slept here last night. I just went for a walk this morning. I see that Rob has already removed your bracelet this morning. What did he make you do? No, actually, I just haven't put it on yet. I gestured to my bracelet, which was still sitting on the nightstand. Is everything okay? Yep. I tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. Everything's good. I needed to stop dwelling on what Rob had said. He didn't know anything about me, and he never would. Screw him. What are we doing today? Zip lining. Really? Don't look so freaked out. It's super safe. It's going to be fun. Tell me how last night went. Good. Kristen laughed. That didn't sound convincing at all. Did he try to pressure you to have sex or something? I know how weird you are about waiting until the 5th date or whatever. The 6th date. And no, nothing like that. He probably wouldn't have had to pressure me. But now I was so relieved that we hadn't taken it that far. I needed to change the subject. I saw James with his shirt off. Kristen's eyes lit up. Did you drool everywhere? I remember watching him on his runs. Every now and then it would be so hot that he couldn't wear a shirt. He's so sexy. You're such a stalker. I said it even though I had done the same thing with Rob. I made sure to read on the green at the same time every day in hopes of seeing him. Kristen laughed. I'm an observant person is all. I sat down at the small table in our room. Do you know anything about his past? Who, James? Yeah, I know all about him. What do you want to know? Of course she did. Did he used to have a drug problem? Kristen sighed. That's like the one thing I don't know everything about. I think it's kind of buried. Rich people can do that, I guess. All I know is that he has kind of a sad past and he never really talks about it in interviews. He's made it clear that he didn't love his first wife, though. He was depressed or something and his family pressured him into marrying her, I think. I do know that he's been arrested a few times, but I don't know what the charges were. Did you know that he got fired from his first teaching job for punching the dean? Seriously? And you knew all this and still liked him? I like mysterious, dangerous guys. Do you? I feel like Tim isn't dangerous at all. Maybe, but he's very adventurous in bed. I don't see how that parallels with your obsession with James. If you don't think a guy that looks like James is good in bed, you're incredibly naive. If you say so. I'd have to take her word for it because I had never slept with someone that good-looking before. Do you think James still has those problems? Kristen shrugged. He hasn't really been in the paper for anything bad since he stopped teaching. It was kind of messed up that Matt slipped him something given his history, though, right? But I really liked it when James was mad at me. That was so hot, right? It wasn't hot. He clearly needs help. He didn't take anything. He didn't even know what was going on. Maybe, but how bad could his past have been, really? He's super wealthy. I'm sure things were handed to him his whole life. Kristen frowned. Why are you being so judgmental right now? I'm not. I just think that if he used to be an addict, he still is. And everyone should stop taking it so lightly. You saw how angry he was last night. We're lucky he didn't get violent like he did with that dean. Wow. Just for the record, that dean was sleeping with his wife at the time. He totally deserved to get beat up. James's other charges were probably justified too. He's a stand-up guy that has clearly been through some horrible stuff. Money doesn't fix everything, Daphne. I know that. I just think all those guys are bad news. Of course you do. What is that supposed to mean? It means that last night you really liked Rob, and you woke up this morning and now hate him and his family and friends? You don't even really know them yet, and you don't know James, so stop. Neither do you. Just because you stalked him doesn't mean you know him. It's a sickness. He needs help. Not everyone is your brother. Her words hung in the air. I didn't need to feel any worse than I already did. I turned away from her. Don't start crying again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's okay. It's not okay. She got off the bed and hugged me. Ew, why are you so wet? She kept her arms wrapped around me anyway. I laughed. I got caught in the rain. She didn't say anything. She just squeezed me even tighter. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's fine, Kristen. She was right. I was projecting my own problems onto Rob and his brother. What was wrong with me? I was completely out of control. The Costa Rican heat was making me lose my mind. Rob was right to be mad at me. He wasn't me, and James wasn't Derek. Just because Derek never got better didn't mean James couldn't. Good. She pulled back. Because I didn't want you to be upset when I did this. She grabbed my wrist and clasped 2 bracelets to it before I even knew what was happening. Kristen! Alina wanted you to wear her bracelet for the rest of the trip. I volunteered to make it happen. I pressed my lips together. What the fuck was I going to do with 2 bracelets and no nice guy to remove them for me? Oh, God. I'll probably end up having to give some random stranger head in the middle of the rainforest. Just get Rob to take them off for you. He's not speaking to me because I'm a judgmental asshole. Yeah, maybe. Do you think when James gets mad, he's a spanker? I bet he is. I want him to spank me so badly. Stop trying to get him to cheat on his fiancée. Spanking me would not be cheating. His palm on my bare ass would be anything but wrong. I want to make him angry again today. You're so weird. She laughed. I just want what I want. Speaking of which, do you still want Rob? We can be each other's wingmen today. I don't know. I told him some of my concerns about his brother, and he freaked out. I think it's better if I just avoid him for the rest of our trip. That's going to be kind of hard. Why? They all signed up to come ziplining with us.
Chapter 26. Rob. We should probably get going, Mason said. The ziplining tour starts in a half an hour. Is it okay if I just spend the day here? James asked. I have a headache from Matt drugging me last night. Matt laughed. You said you forgave me. James smiled. I do forgive you. Doesn't mean I don't feel like shit this morning, though. Besides, I've never been ziplining, and neither has Penny. I want our first time to be together. How romantic, Matt said. You're totally whipped. You do realize that, right? She didn't tell me not to go. I was just thinking it would be nice if I waited to do it with her.
You're not going to be ziplining during your honeymoon. You're going to be having tons of sex with your woman. Come on, stop being lame.
I'll stay here with him, I said.
You're seriously passing in more time with Daphne? Matt asked. I don't believe my ears.
I shrugged. Yeah, she's all yours. Good luck with that.
Really? What made you change your mind?
She's not my type. Maybe Matt fucking her would somehow get that stick out of her ass. Not that I wish that bitch on anyone. James put his book down. I thought you really liked her. She seems really nice. She's actually not nice at all. She's a total cunt. But yeah, she fooled me for a bit. Glad I found out early on. James shrugged. I guess. I'll just stay here too then, Mason said. Matt stood up.
No, wait, someone is coming with me. What is wrong with you guys? It's our last day here. Let's go crazy.
Mason laughed. My crazy days are over. The only reason I agreed to go to dinner last night was to try and convince Layla to come back and be the spokesperson for Sword Body Wash. But she's made up her mind. Pestering her more won't do any good.
Please?
I think I was plenty crazy last night, James said. I'm going to pass on doing anything wild today. He picked up his book again. Besides, I don't think Alina's going to sleep with you, Mason said.
Is that a challenge?
Matt asked. Mason frowned. No.
Fine, pool day it is. I'm going to go swim laps. You're all so lame.
I will, however, join you for that. Mason and Matt both walked over to the pool. I closed my eyes and rested the back of my head against the pool chair. What really happened last night? James asked. I kept my eyes closed. Nothing? It couldn't have been nothing. You really liked her. I could tell. What changed your mind? Really, it was nothing. I just didn't think she was worth pursuing. I don't really remember last night. Did I say something? I opened my eyes and leaned forward. No, it wasn't anything you did. You're good. So just tell me what happened. Maybe I could help somehow. She really did seem nice. I think if you gave her another chance, just drop it, okay? I just don't see why you would have changed your mind if... Look, she completely lost it. I'm pretty sure she's crazy. I don't know what you said to her, but she just kept talking about how you needed help. She doesn't even know you. She just assumed that you were an addict. So, it was my fault. No, it wasn't your fault. But she was right. I am an addict. You're not. You're good. You've been clean for years. I hated when he referred to himself like that. He used to be depressed. He used to have nothing to live for. Now he did. He had Penny. He wasn't an addict anymore. It's not something that goes away. But you're good now. Yeah, I am. Maybe she knew about my past, though. Maybe she thinks I drop acid on the regular. He smiled. I laughed. Wasn't it kind of nice of her to worry, though? No. She didn't talk about it in a nice way. She was judging me for not getting you help when you don't need any. She went batshit crazy. Look, if anything, I'm grateful to you. I don't want anything to do with her. If you say so. I do say so. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. He stood up. No more phone calls or Matt and Mason will try to beat me up. James laughed. I kind of got that when you all came charging at me while I was on the phone this morning. Thanks for trying to stop them, by the way. But I'm not going to call Penny. I've already made my one phone call while being held here against my will. Are you seriously comparing paradise to prison? It's not paradise without my girl. That's right. You're totally whipped. Trust me, if Penny and I were into that kind of thing, I'd be the one whipping her, not the other way around. I never know if you're joking or if you and Penny are really just the kinkiest couple ever. If it's the latter, I'm so jealous. It's the latter. I groaned. I was horny. I'd gotten at least 5 hard-ons yesterday thinking about being inside Daphne. She was such a tease. I didn't need images of Penny naked and being punished running through my head. By the way, did you enjoy that magazine and lotion this morning? Nope. If she wants me to wait, I'll wait. But I'm pretty sure that wait will be over tonight, if you know what I mean. Go pee, you pervert. James laughed and walked toward the hotel. I picked up the book he was reading. How was he not mad about Daphne jumping to conclusions about him? I guess he didn't need to be. I was mad enough for both of us. I looked down at the book. It was something boring about real estate. I had no idea why he found pleasure in reading stuff like this. I opened it up and a piece of paper fell onto my lap. I unfolded it and looked down at the letter. Penny, you once asked me if I was a believer in fate. I am because of you. When you fell into my arms, I had no idea that my life was about to change forever. But you knew. You fought for me when I didn't deserve anyone on my side. Your persistence and stubbornness and beauty brought me to my knee after only knowing you for 2 months. I'm crazy about you, and I can't wait for our future. I can't wait for our lives together with you as my wife. You showed me that our pasts don't matter. You see a goodness in me that I was never able to see in myself. You make me want to be a better man for you. You saved me, Penny. You are the air I breathe. You are the dreams I dream. You are the light of my life. I'm consumed by your beauty inside and out. I'm the lucky one. And I don't know why you picked me, but I'm grateful every day. When I wake up every morning and see your face, I'm reminded that I'm the luckiest man alive. I just need you to know that you can always fall into my arms. I'll always be there to catch you. It wasn't a letter. These were his vows. My eyes had actually gotten a little teary reading them. I folded the paper and put it back in his book. I wasn't sure if I'd ever feel this way about someone. It wasn't just about how much he loved her. It was his commitment to her, that he'd always be there for her. That was just how James was. He had always been there for me, too. That wasn't me. I was unreliable. I traveled more than I stayed at home. I didn't have roots. My sister, James, and Penny were the closest thing I had to roots. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to keep me grounded. For a while, I thought committing to someone would mean the end to my adventure, the end to truly living. But James didn't make it sound like that. He seemed so excited to marry her and so excited for their future. Maybe falling in love was just the beginning of a different journey. I tossed the book back onto James' chair. Didn't matter. It wasn't like I was going to fall in love in paradise, and I wasn't ready to settle down yet anyway. In a few years, I'd find a nice, normal girl who lived near me, wherever that might be. One who didn't order food like an arrogant snob.
Chapter 27. Daphne. I was only half paying attention to the instructor. I kept glancing over my shoulder, waiting for Rob to come. But he never did. None of them did. I told myself I wanted to avoid him, but I couldn't deny my disappointment that he had skipped the ziplining tour. I needed to apologize to him. That was it. I definitely wasn't thinking about his naked body glistening with water. Stop thinking about him naked. I tried to focus on what the instructor was saying. One of the other people on the tour was already getting straps tightened around their thighs and torso. I had missed all of the instructions. "This is going to be awesome," Alina said. "Are you excited?" "How does it stop?" "It angles up a little at the end. It's not like a sudden stop, it's gradual." "Have you done this before?" "No, but the instructor was just talking about it." I fidgeted with the bracelet on my wrist, trying to ignore the ones for the stupid bracelet game. No one had approached me or tried to present a card. No one else looked at me the way Rob did. No one ever had. And I had basically called him an irresponsible idiot that I wanted nothing to do with. And now I was going to die. I was going to fall off the zip line onto the muddy ground and snap my neck. Why did anyone ever do this? How is a few minutes of flying through the sky worth the risk? I can't do this. I whispered. What do you mean? You basically just sit there. You don't have to do anything. It's too dangerous. Daphne, he just said that the only thing you shouldn't do is touch the rope. That's it. I didn't hear him say that. I wasn't listening. Why weren't you listening? I don't know. I'm freaking out. I made a mess of everything. I need to apologize to Rob before I die. Die? What are you talking about? It's not dangerous. Everything okay, Mama Bear? Kristen asked. No, I'm just going to meet you guys back at the hotel, okay? Daphne, we're all supposed to be doing this together. How about you go first and get it over with? Kristen looked over her shoulder. Layla was already getting strapped in. Daphne's going to go first. Oh, good, Layla said with a laugh. Geez, I'm so nervous. After you, she said and gestured to the edge of the platform. Hell no. No, I mean, I seriously can't do this. Okay. Alina put her hand on my shoulder. You don't have to do it. We can just go back to the hotel. I put my face in my hand. No, I don't want to ruin your day. Just go. Have fun. I'll catch you guys later. If you're upset about Rob, we can go find him after, Kristen said. We'll all help you apologize. He'll understand. Besides, I want to see James again. I wanted to laugh at her comment, but I felt paralyzed with fear. I was starting to feel all sweaty. You weren't there. You didn't see how upset Rob was. I said some awful things. Who's next? The instructor asked. Daphne, I really think you should try it, Alina said. There's nothing to be afraid of. Alina was supposed to understand the most. She had grown up with Derek, too. She was there when I got the phone call. There was everything to be afraid of. I can't. I turned around and started to climb down the platform. None of them came after me. As soon as my feet hit the safe ground, I took off running. And I kept running until I reached the hotel and found Rob sitting with his friends by the same pool from yesterday. I took a deep breath and pushed the doors open and walked toward him determinedly. Until he looked up at me from the pool chair he was sitting on. We locked eyes and I immediately froze. I was falling apart and none of my friends understood. I had a feeling Rob would. I knew our situations were different and it was wrong for me to assume they were the same. I still felt like he'd understand what I was feeling, though. The pain, the fear. But I had pushed him away. I didn't have anything to say. Nothing would take back everything that had already come out of my mouth. He lowered his eyebrows slightly as he stared back at me. I couldn't tell if he looked angry or if he was just judging me on my horrendous appearance. I had just run a few miles through the rainforest. I was sweaty and my hair was a mess. Half the time I had been running, I had been crying, so my eyes were probably red. I'm a lunatic. There was no way he was thinking the same thing about me. I needed to stop standing there like an idiot. He had asked me to leave him alone. I wasn't Kristen. I wasn't a stalker. I turned around and started walking back toward the doors. God damn it. I had to apologize. Why was I such a coward? I shook my head and turned around. Part of me hoped that Rob would be running toward me. But this wasn't a romantic comedy, and Rob certainly wasn't in love with me. Instead, Rob was just sitting there, still staring at me like I was the weirdest person he had ever had the displeasure of meeting. Right. He doesn't need my apology. He doesn't want to talk to me. I swallowed hard. Again, I was standing there awkwardly staring at him. He slowly stood up from his chair. I didn't want him to talk to me because he thought I was a pathetic, crazy person. I wanted to remember him looking at me like he desired me. Maybe I could just forget all about this stupid vacation. When he started walking toward me, I turned around and pushed through the doors. I didn't need his sympathy. I was fine. I'm going to be fine, right? I quickly walked toward the elevators.
Daphne Hughes?
I turned around. Javier was smiling at me from the front desk. I was angry with myself, but I had always found it easy to push all that anger toward someone else. And Javier was the most unhelpful concierge I had ever met, forcing me to wear these stupid bracelets. If I hadn't been wearing them, Rob and I never would have interacted in the first place. It was his fault that I felt like shit right now. Yes? Have you decided to let me remove my bracelets? He smiled.
No. More than one again today, though, huh? You really must be enjoying the game.
Not really, I said under my breath. He kept his smile planted on his face.
I have a letter for you.
No one knew I was here. Not even my parents, because Kristen hadn't told me where it was we were going. I think you have the wrong person.
Is your name not Daphne Hughes?
He probably wasn't trying to be sassy, but in my embarrassed, angry state, he sounded like the sassiest human being alive. No, it is. I walked over to the desk. Who's it from?
Another patron of the Blue Parrot Resort.
He handed me an envelope.
Good day to you, ma'am.
He was right to get rid of me as soon as possible before I completely lost it. I looked down at the envelope. It only had my name on it. Thanks, I mumbled and walked back to the elevator. As soon as the doors closed behind me, I opened up the envelope. I didn't recognize the handwriting, and it wasn't signed. It had to be from Rob. I stared down at the words.
You're not wrong about me. You have a right to judge me.
I folded it before I got the chance to read the rest. He was apologizing? He had said some terribly rude things to me, but I didn't feel like I needed an apology. He was right. He was right about everything. I stepped off the elevator and unlocked the door to our room. I tossed the letter onto the bed and sat down Indian style on the comforter. He wasn't the one that should be apologizing. I was. I unfolded the letter and placed it on top of my legs.
You're not wrong about me. You have a right to judge me. Because I used to be an addict, it means I am an addict. I know that's how it works. But I no longer need to numb my pain. For 3 years, I've been in complete control. I moved. I cut ties to toxic people in my life. I started teaching. I met the love of my life, and I became whole. To say that I'm different now is an understatement. My fiancée has changed me for the better. But to say I couldn't go back to what I was would be a lie. If I lost her, I would need to numb the pain. So, yes, I am an addict. I understand why that would push someone away. But I don't see why my shortcomings have to affect my brother. Rob isn't me. He finds joy in living, not from filling his body with chemicals. He's smart, funny, and kind. He defends me when I clearly don't deserve defending. And he looks at you in a way I haven't seen him look at someone before. I'm at peace with my past. I have to be in order to move forward. So judge me all you like. I can handle it. It's my burden. Don't place that burden on my brother. I've already put him through enough. I'd hate to know I'd messed up his life any more than I already have.
I wiped away the tears on my cheeks. God, I'm such an asshole. I hadn't just offended Rob, I had offended his brother, too. Yet, instead of avoiding me, James had written me this letter. It was a mixture of apology, understanding, and forgiveness, none of which I deserved. If I hid in my room for the rest of the day, I'd regret it. These guys weren't bad news. I had to apologize to both of them. I stuffed the note in my pocket and ran toward the door. I retraced my steps until I was standing out by the pool again. But Rob wasn't there anymore. James was sitting next to Mason, and there was an empty seat on the other side of him where Rob had once been. Maybe apologizing to them one at a time would be easier. I walked toward him before I could chicken out. James, He looked up from his book and smiled.
Hey, Daphne.
I didn't deserve that smile. Why was he so nice? He should be angry at me. Can I talk to you for a second?
I was hoping you would.
He put down his book and turned toward me.
I'm assuming you got my note.
I nodded. Again, I hadn't planned what to say. I sat down in the empty seat beside him. I owe you an apology.
You don't, actually. If anything, I should be thanking you for looking out for me last night.
I shook my head. No, I didn't even stay long enough to make sure you were okay.
I'm still grateful.
He stared at me for a second.
You do, however, owe my brother an apology.
I was a little taken aback by his honesty. I know. I thought he'd still be out here. Do you know where he went?
I'm pretty sure he went looking for you.
Why? James smiled.
Because he saw that you were upset, and that's the kind of man he is.
I looked down at my hands. I'm not sure how much Rob told you about what I said last night.
Enough to realize that you were upset by me and not him.
I wasn't upset with you.
It's okay. I understand why you would jump to conclusions about me. I think I've done enough to earn people's skepticism.
That's not why I said what I did. I didn't want James to think I was a judgmental monster for no reason. Why was this still so hard to talk about? I lost someone close to me because of an overdose. I was worried.
I'm sorry.
And I was scared that if I got close to Rob and something happened to you... My voice caught in my throat.
If I've learned one thing in my life, it's that you need to stop living in the past. It'll eat you up until nothing is left.
I wish I had you in class. I feel like you were probably a really good professor. He laughed.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you ever think about teaching again?
I've made my choices and I'm happy with them.
He was too obliterated to remember last night, which meant he didn't remember confessing that he missed being a professor. But his answer about being happy with his choices seemed so honest. Maybe he wasn't even aware of what he really wanted. You don't ever miss it? I asked. He lowered his eyebrows slightly. When he did that, he looked so much like Rob.
Sometimes. It was always going to be temporary, though.
I wasn't sure what he meant by that. I shrugged my shoulders. If you say so. I should probably go find your brother. Any ideas of where he might be?
I love him to death, but patience isn't one of his virtues. If he hasn't found you yet, he's probably admitted defeat. Check our room or take a look in some of the bars here.
I laughed. Maybe that was why Rob seemed so surprised when I said love grew from patience. Okay. I stood up. Thanks for being so understanding.
Of course I understand. Like I said, I don't blame you for thinking what you did.
He carried a lot on his shoulders. Why wouldn't he let anyone else help with his burden? He said he was at peace with his past, so why did it seem like he hadn't let it go? At the same time, he didn't appear upset about the conclusions I had jumped to. He just accepted it, adding to the weight on his shoulders, like he could take anything at all. He seemed so invulnerable, the complete opposite of what he was like last night. I can't believe I didn't think he had his life together. He was nothing like Derek. Penny's a lucky girl.
I'm the lucky one.
The way he said it made it sound like there was no room for doubt. He lifted his book back up and picked up where he had left off.
Chapter 28. Rob. I didn't want to be in Costa Rica anymore. I wanted to go home. Not to Newark, or my horrible parents, or the guest room at Penny and James' apartment that was actually just my room. I needed to get my own place in New York. The city had always truly been my home, and that was where I needed to be. And I needed to get my shit together. I was sick of fucking easy college chicks. I was sick of having my life up in the air. I needed roots. I could do that without a girl. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and kicked it closed with my foot. I was almost relieved that I hadn't found Daphne. Yeah, she was upset and needed someone to comfort her, but that someone wasn't me. Despite what she might think, I didn't do anything wrong. I defended my brother. She was in the wrong. She should be apologizing to me, not the other way around. And if I had found her crying, I would have tried to comfort her like an idiot. She probably would have just thrown more insults at me. After switching my wet swim trunks for sweatpants, I laid down in the bed. This weekend was supposed to be fun. Instead, it left me questioning how I was living my life. No matter how much I told myself I hated her, I couldn't seem to stop thinking about Daphne. Just picturing her face and her perfect tits made my blood boil. But it also made me hard as a rock. What was going on with me? Was this a failed conquest thing? Maybe if I could just fuck her, I could forget all about her in this awful vacation. I downed the rest of my beer and tossed the bottle in the recycling bin. One thing was for sure, I needed to stop moping around in my room. There were tons of single women here. I was just horny, that was it. I didn't need Daphne. I'd find another dime and call it quits on Paradise. Or maybe I should just use the magazine I bought James. The magazine was sitting untouched on the nightstand, but I didn't need it. I thought about my hands on Daphne's ass and her moaning in my mouth. She had gripped my hair in her hand, trying to deepen our kiss. I could easily imagine her falling to her knees and putting her soft lips around my cock. A knock on the door made me groan. It was not easy to hide a boner in sweatpants. I readjusted myself and walked over to the door. After I got rid of whoever it was, I'd take a nice, long shower. I opened up the door and Daphne was standing there, staring at me with her big green eyes. Well, if staring at my abs counted as staring at me. Strands of hair had fallen from her ponytail and curled in the humidity. She had mud all over her sneakers and shins, and her shirt was sticking to her chest from sweat. Her face was flushed, either from being perpetually embarrassed from all the stupid shit that came out of her mouth, or from being incredibly turned on by the sight of me without a shirt. Probably both. Either way, she didn't look like she was crying anymore, which meant I had no obligation to try and console her, something which she really didn't deserve anyway. "Can I help you with something?" I didn't even try to hide the acid in my tone. Her eyes immediately met mine. "Yeah. Sorry. Can I come in?" "Why the fuck do you want to come in my room?" She didn't wait for my answer, she just walked right in like she owned the place. I put my arm out, not letting her walk past the small entranceway. Daphne stopped and almost jumped as the door closed behind her with a thud. She looked behind her at the door and then back at me. Her voice made a small squeaking sound when she tried to clear her throat. "Don't worry, princess, I'm not sandwiching you here so I can fuck you. I'm not letting you walk past me into the bedroom so that I won't be tempted to fuck you." Seeing her by my bed would probably be too hard to pass up, especially since I was already hard. "Did you want something?" She folded her arms in front of her chest. "Yes, actually. I came here to apologize." Didn't sound like an apology. She sounded angry and snooty. "Fine, apology accepted. You can go now." She frowned. "You don't sound like you accepted. I know I was out of line last night." "Why are you here, Daphne?" "To apologize, if you would let me get 2 words out." "No, I mean, why the fuck are you even here? I didn't go on the ziplining tour to purposely avoid you. That's where you're supposed to be right now. So how about you run back to your friends?" "I can't." "You can. Here, let me get the door for you." She stepped in front of me when I reached for the doorknob. "Jesus Christ, Daphne, what do you want from me? I tried to be a good guy. I tried to take things slowly with you, and you just freaked out on me for no reason. I doubt you've actually changed your mind about anything you said last night, so I don't know why you're here. And even if you did, I don't give a shit about your apology. If anything, you should be apologizing to my brother." "I already apologized to him." I couldn't pretend not to be surprised. That didn't fix what had happened, but it was still nice to know that she wasn't a complete asshole. "Really? And what did he say?"
He was certainly a lot nicer than you.
She looked so fucking sexy when she was angry. Her cheeks were even rosier and her hands were balled into fists like she wanted to fight me. I'm sure he was. Look, I'm not my brother. I'm not a nice guy. I wanted to take her right against this wall. I barely knew her and I wanted to fuck her brains out. She had no idea what kind of man I was.
What? Do you like the idea of being a bad boy or something? You give off this air like you don't give a shit about anything, but guess what? You do. You're upset with me because you care so much about your brother. You told me that story about getting arrested in Costa Rica. Guess what, tough guy? You got arrested because you cared.
She poked me in the center of my chest. I looked down at her hand as she slowly splayed her fingers and pressed her palm to my chest. There was still fire in her eyes, but it didn't look like she wanted to kill me anymore. It definitely didn't seem like she was here to apologize anymore. But she had been so persistent about not wanting sex. So what was she getting at exactly? Why aren't you ziplining right now?
Because I was scared.
Scared of what?
Dying before I knew what living really was.
I didn't care that I was angry. I didn't care that a small piece of me wanted this girl to grovel at my feet for forgiveness. Because a much bigger part of me wanted my cock so deep inside of her that she'd scream my name at the top of her lungs. Her hand slowly slid down my chest, stopping right above the waistline of my pants. I promised her that we wouldn't have sex this weekend. What was she trying to do to me? If she was trying to prove that I still wanted her even though I was pissed, then she was doing a fantastic job. Are you trying to make me break my word?
I want you to break it. I want you to show me what it's like to truly live.
Fuck it. I stepped forward, pressing her back against the door. Her hands immediately clasped behind my neck, drawing my lips toward hers. I could taste her lust. I could feel the passion that she so badly wanted to downplay. It mirrored my own. I made short work of unbuttoning her shorts and pushing them and her thong down her hips. I lightly pressed the pad of my thumb against her clit and relished the moan she made. God, this girl was even hornier than me. I slipped the tip of my index finger inside of her. She was absolutely dripping. She moaned again. You're so wet for me, baby. I encircled her wetness with my finger. If you were a good girl, I'd go down on you. I'd eat your pussy until you came all over my tongue. I'd fuck you with my fingers nice and slow until you unraveled on my hand. But you're not a good girl, Daphne.
Chapter 29. Daphne. He thrust his finger deep inside of me. Holy shit. I had never been this turned on in my life. I hadn't come here for this. I just wanted to apologize. Why did I want him so badly when he was angry?
And if you want those things, you're going to have to beg for them, because all I want to do is punish you.
He slipped another finger inside of me.
God, you're so fucking tight.
That was why I wanted this. I wanted him to punish me. Yes, he was a good guy, but he certainly knew how to be bad. He pumped his fingers in and out of me.
What's it going to be, Daphne? Do you want my tongue or my cock? I'm making you come either way.
He pulled his fingers out of me and slid them into his mouth, sucking off my juices. Everything he did was so sexy. He was an arrogant, cocky asshole, and I loved it. I didn't even know what to say. I just wanted him to do whatever he wanted to me.
Get down on your knees and start begging for my tongue.
He pulled a condom out of his wallet.
Or spread your legs for me.
He ripped open the foil and shoved his sweatpants to the ground, revealing the biggest erection I had ever seen.
You have 5 seconds to decide before I fuck you with that one.
He handed me the open condom. As much as I wanted this, I did not want to get pregnant or get any diseases he might have. That's incredibly irresponsible, Rob. Why did him being irresponsible make me want him even more? He smiled.
Put the condom on me then, sweetheart. The clock is ticking.
I wanted him. I didn't care that we barely knew each other. I didn't care that we were in the middle of an argument. I rolled the condom onto his length and looked up into his dark brown eyes. I want you to punish me.
Right answer.
He grabbed my ass, lifted my legs around him, and thrust deep inside of me, slamming my back against the door again.
Fuck, you're so tight.
Oh, God, I moaned at the same time. He was so big. Now I wished he had taken his time teasing me, making sure I was ready for him. My fingernails dug into his shoulders, and I tightened my legs around his waist.
You okay, baby?
He kissed my neck as he moved his hips slowly.
Let me take it slow for a second.
I instantly felt more relaxed, and the pain of stretching to accommodate him was quickly replaced with pleasure. I thought you were supposed to be punishing me.
I don't actually want to hurt you, Daphne.
He pressed his forehead against mine. The gesture made my chest feel tight. The only problem was that he was going to hurt me, because there was no way this meant as much to him as it did to me. I moved my hands to the side of his face. See, you are a good guy. Please be a good guy. He stared into my eyes for a second. The anger was gone. There was something softer there, and I felt a connection that I wasn't sure I had ever felt before, as he slowly moved in and out of me while looking deep into my eyes. I usually looked away during sex, embarrassed by the noises I made and my surely crazy-looking facial expressions. But I didn't want to look away from him.
As much as I'd like to tie you up and spank you, this, right here, is all I really wanted.
He was so sweet. His fingertips dug into my thighs as he picked up his pace again.
And I'll be whatever the fuck you want me to be as long as I get to keep doing this.
That wasn't what I wanted to hear at all. He leaned forward and kissed me, softly at first and then more passionately. But the way he looked at me and the way he kissed me somehow canceled out his brash words. This kiss made it seem like it was more to him, too. I ran my fingers down his neck and the strong muscles of his back, memorizing the feeling of his skin against mine. Even though we weren't doing anything super crazy, this will still be the best sex of my life. I had never had sex anywhere but the bed before, and Rob was the most handsome man I had ever seen. I wanted to remember every second of it. He tilted his hips, hitting a spot I didn't even know existed. Rob! I let the back of my head rest against the door as he ravished my collarbone with kisses.
I love hearing you say my name like that.
His voice was seductive and husky. I wanted him to look in my eyes again. I moved my hands to his face, but he immediately grabbed them in his and pressed them against the door, pinning me exactly where he wanted me. He started to thrust even faster and harder. I tightened my legs around his waist.
I want to feel your tight pussy clench around me, baby. I want to hear you scream my name again.
He had such a dirty mouth, and he was in complete control of my body. He slammed into me hard. I could already feel myself tightening around him. This was living. This feeling right now. I wanted to experience this for the rest of my life. A beeping noise made Rob freeze. The door pushed forward, pressing him even deeper inside me.
Fuck,
Rob groaned. Oh my God. I didn't know whether to focus on how amazing this felt, or the fact that someone was trying to walk in on us.
Dude, stop blocking the door, a man's voice said from outside. What are you doing in there? Not now, Matt.
Rob let go of my hands and shoved the door closed.
You're going to want to come now, beautiful.
We have to stop before he comes in, I said breathlessly. But I didn't want to stop. I was so close to the edge. Rob reached down with his free hand and massaged my clit.
I don't want to stop. Do you?
Matt banged on the door. Rob completely ignored it and leaned forward. His breath was hot in my ear.
Remember how you wound up with my dick inside of you in the first place? Because you're not a good girl, Daphne. You like it rough. You like the idea of getting caught.
He continued to massage my clit, making me tremble.
I bet you want someone to walk in here and see you with my cock deep inside of you. Because you're kinkier than you let on. You're dripping wet for me, baby.
I began to tighten around him again.
That's right, baby. Now how about you scream my name when you come around my cock and let the whole floor know that you're mine?
His? Does he mean that? I wanted to be his. I wanted him to do this to me every day.
Come for me, Daphne.
He bit down on my earlobe at the same time as he thrust forwards, deeper than he had before. Rob! I screamed as my orgasm washed over me. He kept fucking me, hard, pinned against the door until he groaned my name. I felt his dick pulse inside of me, and he released my hand. I immediately ran it through his shaggy hair and across the scruff on his jawline. He was so handsome. I never wanted to stop looking at his perfect face. He turned his head and kissed my palm.
Now if that's not living, I don't know what is.
He kissed my palm again, slowly pulled out of me, and set my feet on the ground. If I wasn't leaning against the door, I probably would have sunk to the ground. He pulled off the condom and tossed it in the trash.
You might want to put your shorts on, beautiful.
He winked at me as he pulled his sweatpants back on. Rob tapped the door twice and leaned against the wall as he watched me grab my shorts and thong off the floor. The door immediately started to open.
Sorry, man. I didn't realize you were having sex. I'm excited to meet the girl that has got you to stop moping around the resort like a little bitch.
Matt stepped through the door just as I finished buttoning my shorts. I was a mess before I had even gotten here, and I'm sure my outfit and hair were even more askew now. I put my bottom lip out and blew my hair out of my face.
And just for the record, the whole floor could hear you two finishing.
Matt laughed when he saw me.
Oh, hey, Daphne. I didn't expect to see you.
I was so embarrassed. Rob cleared his throat.
What's up, man? Besides for the fact that you've been trying to cockblock me. I didn't know you were having sex until I heard her screaming your name,
Matt said. My face had to be bright red. Did they always talk so openly about their sex lives like this?
As much as I'd love to keep talking about this, we just ordered lunch down by the pool. Do you want to join us, Daphne?
I looked up at Rob. I wanted to know if he wanted me to come. He smiled at me. I was going to take that as a yes. I didn't want this to be a one-time thing, and I really hoped he didn't want it to be either. Besides, I still needed to apologize. I wanted him to understand why I said the things I did. Yeah, that would be great. My friends will still be gone for a while, so I'm free for lunch. I took a deep breath to try to regain my composure. So, was Rob really moping around all morning?
Yep. Ever since you denied him sex last night, he's been wandering around like a lost puppy.
Rob shoved his shoulder.
How about we go eat and you stop talking? Just let me change real quick.
He walked toward the bathroom, leaving me alone with Matt. So, how long have you and Rob known each other? I asked.
Since we were born. Our parents are friends, so we were kind of forced together.
Was that such a bad thing? I didn't know how to stop fishing for information. I had just slept with Rob, and I barely knew him at all. And Matt knew. He probably thought I was a total slut. Matt smiled.
No, Rob's a good guy, and we always have so much fun together.
Did you two used to get into all sorts of trouble growing up?
Why would you assume that?
I laughed. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you guys steal cards and slip people drugs when they're not looking?
I'd just say we know how to have a good time,
he said with a smile. Do you travel a lot like Rob? Matt laughed.
Not much recently. Unlike Rob, I actually have a job.
I bit the inside of my cheek. I wanted to date someone who had direction and motivation. It was hard for me to not think of my list of qualities for guys I dated. I had made it for a reason. What is it that you do?
I work at Mac International.
I had heard of it. Everyone had heard of it. Mac International was a prestigious financial firm in New York City. What do you do there? Matt smiled.
I'm learning how to run it so my dad can retire.
Of course. I knew that the C in Mac International stood for Caldwell. I should have been able to put that together. The Caldwells and Hunters were basically New York royalty. Matt was probably wondering what the heck he was doing wasting his time talking to someone so far down on the social ladder. Are you excited to run it?
There's pros and cons.
So maybe you're a little jealous that Rob doesn't have a job? Matt laughed.
No, but I'm a little jealous that he won you over. I'm assuming he told you he wanted to make things work and said he'd visit you a lot in New York. You've probably exchanged phone numbers and are excited for the future, no? He's all talk. I'm the nice one.
He winked at me. Everything he said made me feel a little queasy. Rob and I hadn't even exchanged phone numbers yet. Shit. I had sex with someone and didn't even know his phone number. I didn't know his middle name. I didn't even know his mailing address. Rob put his arm around my shoulders, almost making me jump. I hadn't heard him come out of the bathroom.
Is Matt harassing you?
Rob asked. I was just getting to know him. And you. Rob had changed into a pair of swim trunks. Maybe I should say I need to change?
I'll take that as a yes. Come on, let's go eat.
Rob directed me away from his friend. As soon as we were in the hallway, he moved his arm off my shoulders and grabbed my hand. He smiled down at me. I could definitely get used to this. Was he thinking the same thing? Or was he going to leave tonight and never speak to me again?
Do you have a pen?
He whispered. I shook my head. Normally, I had everything I could possibly need on hand, but my purse was in my room.
I'll give you my number later, then. Ignore Matt. He's just upset that you wanted me.
I think it was more so that you wanted me.
Is that so? I'm pretty sure you came to my room and begged me for sex.
Begged you? I didn't beg you. He laughed and squeezed my hand. It was the most comforting feeling in the world.
Chapter 30. Rob. Leave it to Matt to try.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
To fuck this up for me. He was jealous that Daphne chose me, but he didn't have to be a dick about it. I wasn't all talk. Not this time, at least. I was going to visit Daphne in New York. I was going to give her my number. And I was going to text her all the damn time. Especially after what just happened. I wanted to repeat that right now. If Matt hadn't interrupted us, I'd be enjoying her pussy for lunch instead of whatever the hell they had ordered. I really wish we hadn't been interrupted, I whispered in her ear. Coming at least twice is what living really is. She pressed her lips together and shook her head, clearly embarrassed. It just reminded me of the fact that I hadn't got those lips around my cock yet.
You really know how to make a guy feel like the third wheel, Matt said behind us. Well, you want me to hold your hand too? Come here. I tried to reach for his hand. Now get off me, weirdo. Matt shoved my shoulder. Daphne laughed. I love the way the smile spread across her face when she did. I only had a few things that I looked for in a girl. One, she had to laugh at my jokes. Not all of them in a super fake way, but she had to genuinely think I was funny.
She needed to blush when I embarrassed her, which I planned on doing all the time, and she needed to make me hard. Daphne had all those qualities. I didn't necessarily have a type, but I was starting to think that Daphne was my type. I just never found a girl that looked like her before. I let her walk in front of me onto the elevator. Her ass was perfectly fuckable. I wonder if she'll let me do that to her. She had already surprised me by wanting sex this weekend. She was clearly having a hard time resisting me. Yeah, she'll probably let me.
I should go change too,
Daphne said. I didn't want her to change a thing. Strands of her hair were falling out of her ponytail and her shirt was hanging slightly off her shoulder. She had that helter-skelter look about her like she'd just been fucked really well, which she had. She looked perfect to me.
Lunch is probably already there,
Matt said.
Shouldn't I put a bathing suit on?
You can always go skinny dipping, I said and pulled her against my chest.
I certainly won't protest,
Matt said. She frowned.
I've never been skinny dipping and I never will. Unlike some people, I don't walk around naked in public.
She was staring directly at me. Was she seriously referring to this morning? I laughed. If you're talking about this morning, I wasn't in public. I was at the waterfall that I told you about, which no one else ever goes to. I didn't think you'd just show up, and I certainly didn't peg you for a peeping Tom.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't walking around naked, you just happened to see me naked, and you couldn't seem to look away if I remember correctly. I smiled at the blush in her cheeks.
Was he doing that thing again?
Matt asked. I really wish Daphne and I were alone right now.
What thing?
Daphne said.
That thing where he refuses to shower inside.
Daphne laughed.
That was exactly what he was doing. Why do you know that? Does he do it a lot? All the time. He's a psychopath.
Matt smiled at Daphne, who immediately laughed. I didn't like that at all. I wanted to be the only one that made my girl laugh. My girl? Did I really just refer to Daphne as that?
What? Are you embarrassed?
Daphne said. I shook my head. No, but maybe I am a psychopath. I'd only known this girl for 5 minutes. But even as I thought it, I realized it wasn't true. She hadn't known me, but I'd run past her every day for months. Sometimes it was the highlight of my day. Sometimes I'd dream about her at night. Fuck. I really am a psychopath.
Really?
She stared up at me with her pretty green eyes.
You look so embarrassed right now, Rob.
The way she said my name made me smile. I'm not embarrassed, beautiful, and I refuse to apologize for showering outside where humans are meant to shower.
As opposed to an indoor shower where humans are actually meant to shower?
Yes, as opposed to a small, man-made box. It's stifling.
Wait, so do you like shower under rain gutters in the city?
She looked like she wanted to laugh at me. No, but when I'm in the middle of nowhere, I'm going to choose to shower under a waterfall 100% of the time.
He hates being inside,
Matt said.
He's basically a wild animal.
Oh, she knows I'm a wild animal. Isn't that right, baby? I winked at her and her face flushed again. Yep, this girl definitely fit all my criteria. Speaking of which, do you still have any cards left, Matt?
A few. I had some duplicates.
He pulled out the stack of cards I had given him yesterday. It had definitely dwindled. I grabbed them out of his hand and lifted up the one I was looking for. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I held the card up to Daphne's wrist and her bracelet fell off. 2 bracelets today, huh? You really are an attention whore. She held her wrist in her hand, hiding the second bracelet.
Not by choice.
Sure. I looked through the remaining cards. This one will do, and this one. I stuffed the 2 cards in my pocket.
I only have 1 more bracelet.
I know, but you were a naughty girl last night and left me before I could cash in my last card, which means you owe me a second card. You were even naughtier today when you propositioned me for sex. I dropped my voice slightly, but it was still loud enough for Matt to hear. Her green eyes looked slightly bigger.
You're giving Matt a terrible impression of me. I went to his room to apologize to him, Matt. That was it.
Matt smiled.
Sex is always the best apology. That's not what I meant. It's just one thing led to another. Oh, I get how sex works. I just don't get why you're choosing to have sex with someone who never learned how to assimilate with humans.
Daphne laughed. I don't think Daphne is really complaining about my showering habits. I think she'd take me naked wherever she could. Isn't that right? Teasing her was too easy. When she blushed like that, all I wanted to do was be inside her tight pussy again. This girl was fucking made for me.
You're very full of yourself.
You were full of me earlier.
Oh my God.
She mouthed silently to me and hit my arm playfully. The elevator doors dinged open. Even though she was pretending to be shocked at what I had just said, she didn't seem to mind when I grabbed her hand. I liked the feeling of fingers being intertwined, and I could tell she liked it too. There was something nagging me in the back of my head, though. Why had she suddenly decided to abandon her morals and jump into bed with me before she got to know me? Well, not a bed, more like pressed against a door. Fuck, I'm getting hard again. I tried to think of something serious to dissuade my boner from appearing. She had said she was scared of dying before she knew what living was. I had kind of just assumed she meant before she knew what having sex with me was like. But why was she really scared of dying? And what did she mean by living?
So what were you apologizing for?
Matt asked. I hadn't told him about last night, and James hadn't because he didn't remember anything. Daphne looked up at me.
A lot of things, actually. And I didn't get to say everything I needed to. We kind of got distracted. Jeez, all you two do is talk about sex. Get a room.
I laughed. We had a room, and you tried to walk in on us, and then you persuaded us to come down here with you. I would have been perfectly happy going for round 2 if you know what I mean.
Ugh.
Matt pushed through the doors to the pool.
You should probably stop talking about sex now, or else Mr. Hornypants is going to start blabbering about how much he misses Penny again. I had no idea how much Penny put out. She's sexy as hell and a freak in bed. James is a pretty lucky guy.
Don't talk about her like that, man. Matt laughed.
Daphne, just a fair warning, Rob has a constant hard-on for Penny.
What the fuck? I was about to defend myself when Daphne laughed.
I think it's sweet that he looks out for his future sister-in-law. That's one way to put it. Anyway, you'd think James would eventually whack off one in the bathroom,
Matt continued. He was completely oblivious to how much he was pissing me off.
Or if he's anything like you in the middle of the fucking rainforest.
He laughed.
Either way, cool it with the sex talk. I'm sick of James complaining.
Too bad. I'd already planned my entrance. As soon as I got over to James and Mason, I sang, "I just had sex," at the top of my lungs. I dropped Daphne's hand and made a thrusting move with my hips. And it felt so good. That was one of my favorite songs. The Lonely Island was the best group ever. James and Mason started laughing. I did a little twirl and pointed at Daphne. "You've got the next set of lyrics, girl," I said to her. "Hit it." She immediately covered her face with her hands. When Mason was able to catch his breath, he said, "Seriously? You're completely mortifying her." He started laughing again. "Doesn't matter, had sex," I sang. "Saw her boobies and the rest." I stopped singing. Actually, I didn't see her boobies. We're gonna have to fix that.
"You're such an idiot,"
Matt said. He sat down in one of the chairs. Daphne slowly lowered her hands from her face. Her cheeks were bright red.
"What is wrong with you?"
I laughed. "You know I'm the man of your dreams."
"Not quite."
Ouch. I put my hands on my chest. "If I had to describe the feeling, it was the best," I sang.
"Stop singing."
She pushed my shoulder. "Was it the best 30 seconds of your life?" James asked, trying to keep a straight face. "I was kind of trying to avoid those lyrics," I said. James laughed. "I'm glad you could join us, Daphne. Let me grab you a chair." "No, it's fine," I said. I grabbed Daphne's waist and pulled her down into the only empty lounge chair with me. "I forgot to tell you that I love to snuggle after sex." She laughed as she settled between my legs.
"How are you so nice and so horrifyingly rude at the same time?"
"Rude? Baby, singing to you was a compliment." I kissed the side of her neck.
"You just told all your friends that we had sex," she hissed back at me.
"Exactly, and it was amazing. Oh, sorry, I missed an important lyric." I cleared my throat. "And it felt so good," I sang.
"Oh my God, stop. You already sang that. I will seriously hit you."
I laughed. "If you did, I would have to tie you up. Bet you wish I wasn't leaving tonight now, huh?" She looked behind her shoulder at me. Her eyes looked a little sad.
"Of course I wish you weren't leaving."
She tilted her head back, resting it against my chest. Her hair tickled my skin. I wrapped my arms tightly around her and rested my chin on the top of her head. She felt so small in my arms. Maybe having me wrapped around her comforted her as much as it comforted me. Why did I suddenly feel sad? I'd see her again. It's not like this was going to be goodbye. With other girls it had been, but I didn't want Daphne to be a one-time thing. I would have done so much more to her perfect body if I knew I was only going to get to experience her once. I wish I was staying too. I heard her sigh and she put her arms on top of mine, holding me in place like she thought I was about to run away. But for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like running. I was happy exactly where I was. "We already ordered," James said, "but we got a ton of food. I can run back to the restaurant real quick and get you something specific if you want, Daphne." "She's good," I said. Daphne laughed and leaned back to look up at me. "I'm very particular." "If you're still hungry, I've got something you'll like for dessert," I whispered in her ear. "And what is that?" I tightened my arms around her. "Baby, I'm picturing my cum dripping down your chin as we speak, and your pussy is the only dessert I want." Her body tensed. "We just had sex," she whispered. "Quoting The Lonely Island too?" "No," she laughed. "I'm just stating a fact." "You're really telling me that you don't want me again right now?" "Because I want you. Just say the word and I'm all yours, baby."
Chapter 31. Daphne. All mine? He kept saying stuff like that, but it didn't feel like he meant it in the way I wanted. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. What am I doing? I just had sex with a complete stranger. So why didn't it feel that way? I had never had a one-night stand, so I had no idea how it was supposed to feel. But I was pretty sure it didn't involve holding hands and having lunch with the guy's friends. I opened my eyes and looked down at Rob's legs. They were really hairy. Why did I find that so sexy? They were just legs. I tried to shake away the feeling that I was starting to latch onto him. I couldn't afford to get my hopes up. I wouldn't do that to myself. "Are you getting excited for your wedding, James?" I asked. A smile spread across his face.
I think excited is an understatement. I've been waiting to marry this girl for 2.5 years. Such a sap,
Matt said. The waiter placed a tray of burgers down on a nearby table with a dozen beers. I usually ordered burgers with just American cheese, but these burgers were piled high with all the fixings, and I almost never drank beer.
That looks delicious,
Mason said. He was the first to get up.
Not sure if this is up to Daphne's standards, though.
I was surprised when he handed the first burger and beer to me. "Oh, thanks. I'm sure it's great." I was almost positive it was not going to be great, but I didn't want to be rude. It was easy to wait patiently for everyone to get their food because I wasn't excited to eat it at all. I moved in the seat so I was facing Rob. He smiled. I liked this almost as much as having his arms wrapped around me.
Are you even going to try it?
Rob asked.
Living is all about trying new things.
I hadn't realized that everyone else was already eating. I was a little embarrassed that I had stormed into Rob's room rambling about not wanting to die before I knew what living was. What did I even mean by that? I just knew that in that moment, I wanted him to teach me how he lived. And maybe I wanted to have sex with him. A little. I bit my lip. A lot. He held out his burger for me. I had my own on my plate, but there was something sexual about him wanting to feed me. What's on it?
Everything a burger is supposed to have on it.
I laughed. According to you.
Sure, according to me. But you should listen to me, Daphne. I think I could make you pretty happy.
He put the burger closer to my lips. He was doing it again, saying things that I was probably interpreting way wrong. Of course he could make me happy. Just seeing that grin on his face made me happy. He raised his left eyebrow. I didn't want to say no to him, not when he was looking at me like that. I leaned forward and took a bite of the burger. It was freaking delicious. I started laughing and put my hand over my mouth. It's so good. There were fried onions, ketchup, mustard, pickles, and seasonings I had never tasted before, and they all exploded in my mouth in the most wonderful way.
Told you. Think about all the things you've been missing out on. You should probably stick with me.
He winked at me. I might just take you up on that. What time are you guys leaving today? I tried to ask as casually as possible.
Around 5,
Mason said.
I made Penny a promise that I intend to keep. And what promise was that?
James asked.
That I'll have you back before midnight. Well, that was sweet of you to promise to return her kidnapped fiancé at a specified time. Psh, kidnapped?
Mason laughed.
If we had really kidnapped you, we wouldn't have let you do whatever you wanted all weekend. Whatever I wanted, you wouldn't even let me call Penny. Rob had to sneak me out of the room before you guys woke up, and I only got to leave a hasty message on her phone before all 3 of you came charging toward me.
He let James talk to her? I tilted my head to the side to look up at Rob. That was really nice of you, Rob, I whispered.
Why do you seem so surprised? I can be very nice.
He leaned back, pulling me on top of him. I know. I tried to sit up again, but his arms were wrapped tightly around me. Let me up. I squirmed and he started tickling me. Rob! I started laughing even harder as his fingers slipped under my shirt, tickling my stomach. Stop! I can't breathe, I said through bursts of laughter. This time when I pushed on Rob's chest, he let me sit up. The smile on his face was contagious.
Let's play a getting-to-know Daphne game,
Matt said.
Before they start having sex right in front of us.
I'm not into public nudity like Rob is, I said. Matt laughed. What does a getting-to-know-me game entail? I asked. I took another bite of the delicious burger. I really had been missing out.
A heated round of never have I ever. If you've done something, you have to take a drink.
I laughed. I don't see how that gets you to know me.
We'll just make statements about you,
Mason said.
Like, never have I ever had sex with Rob.
He laughed at his own cleverness. I didn't have to be embarrassed about it. Rob had already sung about our sexual escapades to the whole pool. I rolled my eyes and took a sip of the beer. It actually went pretty well with the burger.
You like it, don't you?
Rob asked. It's okay. He smiled.
It's okay to be wrong, you know.
He put his hand on my shin.
Never have I ever ordered food like a dead chef who came back to life with the purpose of ruining every other chef's delicious dishes.
Is that supposed to be me?
It is you.
I laughed and took a sip of my beer. Fine. Never have I ever shared a bed with Rob. James laughed.
In the least sexual way possible. I think the rest of us are all guilty of that.
He took a sip of his beer. Mason shrugged his shoulders and took a sip of his beer.
In the most sexual way possible,
Matt said and winked at me. Rob choked on his bite of sandwich.
What? Gross, man.
Matt laughed and took a sip of his beer.
I was definitely kidding. However, I am not kidding about this. Never have I ever sucked cock.
I could feel myself blushing. Why are you guys teaming up against me? I took a sip of my beer. I could see Rob staring at me intensely out of the corner of my eye. Earlier, he had said he wanted to see his cum dripping down my chin. Apparently, he hadn't been joking around. I swallowed hard and my throat made a weird squeaking noise.
Anxious for later?
Rob whispered. I looked up at him. I did want to taste him. But I didn't have to answer his question because James had one of his own.
Never have I ever had sex at the Blue Parrot Resort. Lame,
Rob said. He grabbed another drink from the tray and took a sip. Matt and I also both took sips. I was glad to know that James and Mason were faithful. Maybe that meant Rob would be too. Not that we were dating. I really needed to talk to him alone. He was only going to be here for a few more hours, and we had a lot to figure out. How could I get him away from his friends? By telling him you want his cum dripping down your chin? I took a bite of my burger to try and stop thinking with my hormones.
Never have I ever been a teacher, Mason said. Wait, no, that's a lie. I've just taught people things outside of a classroom.
Matt laughed. I wasn't sure what was so funny or what on earth he was referring to.
Let me clarify,
Mason said.
Never have I ever been a teacher at a school.
James and I both drank. He looked a little sad after he set down his beer. Again, I got the feeling that he still wanted to be a professor. I just didn't understand why he didn't realize it. I glanced at Rob. He was staring at James, too. Rob cleared his throat.
Never have I ever been in love.
Apparently, he thought that statement would fix it, and I did see a smile cross James's face. Mason and James were the only two to drink. I had loved so much, and so much had been taken away from me. I had never been in love, though. As much as I wanted it, I wasn't sure I could handle it. The thought of putting my heart in someone else's hands was terrifying. They'd probably just squash it. Rob would squash my heart. It already felt like he was. I was getting attached, and he had such a casual air about him. He took showers outside because he hated how stifling a roof was. Love was stifling, too. I knew my love would be because I'd be so scared of losing it. I'd suffocate him. I needed to make this game fun again. I needed to not think about Rob leaving in a few hours. Never have I ever had a threesome, I blurted out. Mason laughed.
I'm probably the most guilty of that one.
With the girl you're going to propose to? He shook his head.
No, I would never share B with anyone. I've just had a sensational past.
He laughed again and took a sip of his beer. James tried to discreetly take a sip of his beer. You too, James? He looked a little embarrassed when he made eye contact with me.
That was way before I met Penny, although I would never refer to my past as sensational. More like a string of mistakes.
So you've never had one with Penny? He laughed.
No, I'm known to get a little jealous. I'm not sure I could handle that. And I like to think that I'm enough for her. She's certainly enough for me.
How did his confession of having a threesome turn into something sweet? Penny must have a hard time winning arguments with him. He didn't play fair at all.
I've never had one,
Matt said.
Maybe we could experience our first time together, Daphne. Shut the fuck up, Matt. You had a threesome the night after Penny's graduation party.
Rob tossed his empty beer bottle at him.
I know, because James and Penny wouldn't let me spend the night, and I had to listen to you sloppily trying to please two women at once. Or was it a devil's threesome? I can't quite remember.
Matt laughed.
It was definitely two girls, and it was only because you passed on one of them. You were acting all weird that night. I wasn't going to leave one of them alone. Besides, you're not so innocent yourself.
I looked at Rob. He had a strange expression on his face. His empty beer bottle was laying on Matt's chair. Did you take a sip?
I'm not sure if I have to answer that. You should have been paying attention.
Just tell me. He let go of my leg and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. It's not a big deal. I'm just curious. Rob smiled.
Why? Do you want one or something?
Not at all.
Well, good. I don't want one with you either. I only want you.
That doesn't really answer the question. Matt cleared his throat.
Never have I ever had sex with 3 women at the Blue Parrot Resort.
Rob took a deep breath and exhaled loudly. He looked even more upset than he had last night when I walked out of his room. He didn't have to take a sip. His demeanor completely gave him away. I laughed awkwardly. So, last night, then? Really? I tried to take a deep breath. We got in a fight and he went and had a threesome? I had walked all over the resort crying like an idiot and he had a threesome? God, we were so different. How did I ever think there could be more than this weekend between us?
No, it's not what you think.
I didn't want to stand up and storm off. I didn't want to give him the impression that I cared more than he did. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. I laughed again. How could you possibly think you know anything about what I'm thinking? We don't know each other.
Daphne, it was before I met you.
He leaned forward and put his hand on my thigh. Don't touch me. I tried to ignore the tingle his touch gave me. Yeah, sure, whatever. It's fine. But it wasn't fine. Had he had sex that morning, right before he met me? Why the hell was he so persistent then? Why hadn't he just left me alone? I didn't need this. This was why I didn't do stupid shit without thinking.
Never have I ever seen my brother happier than he was a few minutes ago,
James said. I looked over at him. I knew James was trying to help, but he didn't realize that what he said just reminded me of my brother, of how Derek never got to be happy again, about how I couldn't even remember his smile without looking at a photograph. I couldn't believe I had gone up to Rob's room with the idea in my head that I was going to tell him about my brother. Rob didn't deserve to know anything about Derek. He wouldn't understand. He couldn't understand because his brother was still alive, and James was a whole lot nicer than Rob was. That's very sweet of you to say. I gave James what was probably the most ungenuine smile ever. It's actually getting kind of late, guys. And I know you probably have some more stuff planned for your bachelor party. I have to get back to my friends, too. They're probably worried about me.
Can I walk you?
Rob said. His face looked so guilty, or upset, or I don't know, because I didn't know him well enough to tell. Don't you dare fucking follow me, I said quietly enough for only him to hear. You got what you wanted from me. Just, please, leave me alone. I stood up. It was nice meeting all of you, I said without looking at any of them. I walked as quickly as I could toward the hotel.
Chapter 32. Rob. Daphne! I yelled, but it just made her walk turn into a run. I turned around to glare at my friends. They were all silent. I clenched my hand into a fist. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? She deserved to know the truth,
Matt said. The truth? I didn't even get a chance to tell the truth thanks to you.
Calm down, you weren't going to see her after tonight anyway.
Fucking idiot. I like her.
I don't really see why that changes anything.
It changes everything. I stood up.
I don't understand why, it's not like it was going anywhere.
Matt, stop, Mason said. I didn't want to tell my friends that I had a crush on Daphne for over a year and that I didn't have the balls to talk to her on campus. This was my one shot. I didn't just like Daphne, I really liked her. And Matt had just blown it for me. Fuck all of you. I stood up and started to follow Daphne. I could explain what happened to her. It was just one of those stupid cards. It didn't mean anything. It was before she showed up. I would never hurt her.
Rob, wait up.
James grabbed my shoulder. I shook his hand off. I don't need your help.
But I think if you...
You know what? I don't need saving, so stop fucking trying to save me. I didn't say that you did. He looked hurt by what I had just said, but I didn't have time to care about his feelings. I was just pissed off and I wanted to find Daphne. I wasn't going to lose her like this. I had blown my first chance with her by never speaking to her back on campus. There was no way in hell I was going to blow my second chance too. Just stop meddling in my life, James. We're not kids anymore. I don't need you fixing everything for me. I can take care of myself. I pushed through the doors and was glad he didn't follow me. Instead of taking the elevator, I ran up the stairs. If I didn't get rid of some of this adrenaline, I was going to lose my mind. I stopped on her floor and caught my breath before knocking on her door. Daphne, open up. I hit her door with my fist again. The door opened slowly and Alina stepped out, closing the door behind her. She's not here, Rob. She started walking toward the elevator doors. Then where is she? I followed her toward the elevator. Maybe you should just give her some space. She hit the down button. I feel like she probably wants to be alone right now. I think that's for her to decide, don't you? Alina shifted uncomfortably. She's been having a hard time here. I think she just needs some time. We just had a misunderstanding. I'm going to fix it. That's not what I'm talking about. I just don't think she's in a good place. I'm going to go after her so you don't have to worry about it. I'm already worried about it. She needs me right now. I'll take care of her. I think you should just stay here. I want to be the one that she needs. Alina searched my face. Rob, despite how it may seem, this isn't about you. I'm pretty sure it is. Then what's it about? The doors dinged open and she stepped toward the elevator. What is it about? I asked again. I let her down. We never should have come here. If Kristen had told me this was her plan, I would have made her change it. But when we got here, Daphne seemed okay. She actually seemed happy with you, and I thought we'd all be able to keep her distracted. She let her voice trail off. I grabbed Alina's wrist so she couldn't get on the elevator. Distracted from what? Alina looked like she wanted to cry. Missing him. I couldn't help it. Jealousy seared through me. Of course, a girl like Daphne was involved with someone. But maybe she was missing him because they had broken up. Maybe there was still a chance for me. I miss him too, Alina said. I don't think she realizes how much I miss him. Maybe we should have talked about it more. I just didn't know how. She always looks so upset whenever someone reminds her of him. We shouldn't have come here. Alina burst into tears. Oh, shit. I let go of her wrist, but that just made her cry even harder. The elevator doors closed without either of us getting on. It's okay, I said and put my arms around her. I lightly patted her back. She pressed her face against my chest, leaving what I hoped were tears and not snot on my skin. I had no idea what this girl was so upset about. I waited it out, continuing to pat her back until her tears slowed down. So, who are you two missing? An ex-boyfriend or something? Alina pulled back and wiped her eyes with her hands. She didn't tell you last night? I would have thought she'd tell you with everything that was going on, but she has such a hard time talking about it. We all do. Tell me what? About her brother. She said she didn't have any siblings. Alina nodded her head. I guess she technically doesn't anymore. My insides twisted in knots. Daphne had been so good with James last night. Was it because she was used to having someone to take care of? Maybe she hadn't been judging me and my brother at all. Maybe she was just worried. Please, don't let it have been drugs. Alina looked down at the floor. He died of an overdose. I was such an asshole. She was worried that I'd lose James like she had lost her brother. Where did she go? I hit the elevator button. I don't know. She said something about not being scared to live. I thought she might be heading back to the ziplining course. She wouldn't do it earlier because she said she was scared. I was going to check there first. I'm going to go talk to her. Rob, she needs me. No, she needs me. I'm more familiar with the walking paths. Just look around the hotel. I stepped onto the elevator and hit the door close button before she could join me. I told Daphne I wasn't dumb enough to lose James. That must have made her feel guilty for something that couldn't possibly be her fault, and now she was alone, trying to prove to herself that she wasn't scared. I didn't blame her for being scared. And she shouldn't be alone, she should be with me. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I started running as fast as I could.
Chapter 33. Daphne. I should have never come here. I shouldn't have gotten on the plane. What was I thinking? I tripped on a root and fell onto my knees. I had been crying so hard that I couldn't see anything. Part of me wanted to curl up in a ball and just continue to cry. I wanted to cry and scream and curse. I wanted to throw things, because none of this was fair. I thought I was upset with Rob, but I wasn't. If he had a threesome before we met, what did it matter? He wasn't with me. He didn't know me. I wasn't upset with him. I was upset with myself. He couldn't teach me how to live. I had to teach myself. I stood up and wiped my eyes. And I was going to start by ziplining. I couldn't live my life being scared of dying. I wouldn't give Derek the satisfaction of taking that away from me when it felt like he had taken everything else from me. I wanted to be reckless. I wanted to live. Damn it. I was so mad at him for leaving me. I was so mad at him for giving up on life. I touched my wrist, trailing my fingers down to my bracelet. But there was only one bracelet, the one from the resort. Where's my bracelet? I stared down at the forest ground. Leaves covered the path, but there was no metallic glint anywhere. No. I stopped and looked at the trail behind me. I needed my bracelet. My tears started up again as I began to backtrack. Where is it? When had I last noticed I had it? Maybe this morning. Maybe last night? It suddenly felt like I couldn't breathe. I had to find it. It was all I had left. But everything was blurry with my tears. I couldn't look for it like this. I sat down, not caring at all about the squish my butt made on the muddy ground. I pulled my knees to my chest and let myself cry. I couldn't live like this. I didn't want to hold on to the past. But how was I supposed to embrace a future without him? I was so sick of being alone. I didn't want to push anyone away, but it was all I knew. I had never felt so alone. Why did Derek leave me? Didn't he know that I needed him? Had I told him that? Now he'd never know. Guilt washed over me as I sat there crying. I wasn't mad at Rob, and I wasn't mad at Derek either. I was the responsible one, so how had I let Derek's problems slip through my fingers? My whole life I had lived in fear. I never took risks because I was scared. That was why my friends called me Mama Bear. Maybe it had gotten worse since Derek's death, but I was always like this. I was always scared to take chances. I was pathetic.
Daphne?
The familiar voice made me lift my head. Rob. Seeing him made me start to cry even harder. I still hadn't apologized to him, and now I owed him an even bigger apology for what happened during lunch. He knelt down in the muddy ground and put his arms around me. He was breathing heavily like he had run all the way here. I didn't hesitate to rest the side of my face against his chest as he pulled me onto his lap. He smelled like sweat and the waterfall he had bathed in.
It's okay, Daphne.
He ran his hand comfortingly up and down my back.
It's okay.
No, I grumbled into his chest.
Talk to me.
His voice was so soothing. I lost it. I can't find it anywhere. It's all I have left, and it's gone.
What did you lose? Tell me and I'll help you find it.
My sanity, I said with a forced laugh. He pulled back slightly and put his hand on the side of my face. I didn't know why he was being so nice to me, but I didn't care. I needed his help. My bracelet. I think I dropped it on the path. I need it. It's important.
Okay, I'll go look.
I moved off his lap and watched him walk back where he had come from. I had told him not to follow me. I had asked him to leave me alone. What was he doing here? But I didn't really care why he was here. I just cared that he was. Maybe it was selfish of me, but when I was with him, I didn't feel alone. In a few minutes, he came walking back up to me.
Is this it?
He held up my gold bracelet between his fingers. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Rob. I wanted to cry all over again. He sat back down in the mud and held the bracelet toward me. I lifted up my wrist and let him secure it back on. I put my wrist onto my lap and looked down at the bracelet. Derek would have been mad at me for putting so much meaning into this bracelet. He didn't care about material things at all. but it was the last present he had ever given me. I could picture him smiling as he handed me the box on my birthday. It was my most prized possession. It was also the last time I had ever seen him. "I'm sorry about last night," I said. "I didn't get to apologize earlier. I was projecting my own problems."
"It's okay."
He pulled me onto his lap again. I looked up at him. His eyes were full of understanding, and I wasn't sure why. "It's not okay, but I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was acting like a crazy person." He kissed the top of my head and started to run his hand up and down my back again.
"I'm sorry, too."
"You don't have anything to be sorry for. So you had a threesome right before we met. I'm not allowed to be mad about that."
"You're allowed to feel however you feel. It didn't mean anything, though. It was just one of those stupid cards. I didn't know I'd be running into you, and if I could take it back, I would. I don't ever want to hurt you, Daphne. I really like you."
"I really like you too." His smile was so endearing. I wiped the remaining tears off my cheeks. "I didn't come to your room earlier to have sex with you."
"I kind of figured that."
He smiled again.
"But I'm glad it happened."
"Me too." I shook my head. But I shouldn't have let it. I'm not really in a place where I can be in a relationship. I'm still trying to figure out how to be happy on my own.
Have you ever thought that maybe we can find happiness together?
That's what I wanted. I really, really wanted that with him. I shook my head. I can't.
Because of your brother?
How do you know about my brother?
Alina told me.
I sighed. She doesn't understand.
I think she understands more than you give her credit for. But I'd like to hear about him from you.
There's nothing to tell. He's gone. End of story.
I know that isn't true. Tell me about him. Tell me what happened.
I looked down at the ground. I loved him so much. I bit the inside of my cheek. I wasn't going to start crying again. He was 2 years older than me. I looked up to him my whole life. He wanted to come here, you know. It was his dream to travel. He had posters of Costa Rica all over his room, and he had been saving up money so he could travel the world. He was so excited about it. This was too hard, talking about the good times. But he was bad at holding a job. He was in and out of rehab a lot. It's strange, though. He always seemed good to me. He was good at hiding it from me, I guess. I think he was trying to protect me. I shrugged. But he wasn't fine. He died of an overdose 1.5 years ago, right before my last semester of college.
I'm sorry.
I shook my head. And you were right, you know. I talked to him on the phone the night before it happened. He told me he had slipped up, but he said he was good. He promised he was okay. I always believed him. And I believed him then. If I had just looked at the signs, I would have seen it. If I wasn't so blinded by my own opinions of him, he'd still be alive.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. I could have saved him.
You couldn't have saved him.
You didn't know him, Rob. You didn't know the situation. I could have. It's my fault. I was dumb enough to lose him, just like you said. And this stupid bracelet is all I have left of him.
You're not dumb for believing him.
He pressed my face against his chest.
That just shows how strong your love was.
I closed my eyes. You know, I can't even remember what his laugh sounded like. It was contagious. Whenever I heard it, I'd laugh too. And now I can't remember it. That's what I miss the most. He responded by rubbing his hand up and down my back. I know that James isn't Derek.
Daphne, you don't have to apologize. I understand.
I pulled back and looked into his enchanting brown eyes. I got really depressed after he died. My boyfriend of 2 years broke up with me because he didn't understand why I couldn't get over it. But how can you just get over something like that? How can you ever? When I so badly needed someone, he left me too, and it killed me. It just added to this feeling of loss, like I couldn't hold on to anything, like I was spiraling into this darkness. I blinked hard so the tears wouldn't start again. I actually read under that tree every day to try to escape this feeling. I touched the center of my chest. I didn't know how else to describe it. I wanted to escape. And when I graduated, I moved to New York, not because I thought it was glamorous, like I said earlier. I was running away. It's painful to see my parents. It's painful to see places that remind me of him. And I had this overwhelming feeling of aloneness. There's always people around in the city. I thought maybe I'd feel less alone there. But I don't know, I feel like it makes it worse. I'm so sick of hiding. I'm so sick of feeling broken. And I thought I was okay, but I'm clearly not okay. I took a deep breath. I stopped living when he died. I need to figure out how to get my life back. And I have to do that by myself.
I can teach you how to zip line if that's what you want. I can show you how.
I don't even know if I actually want to do that. I just need to figure out what I really want. And I need to do that on my own.
Daphne, you don't need to do it alone. I want to do it with you.
He tilted my face up to his.
You're not alone. I'm here.
I can't get close to anyone because I'm terrified that they'll leave me. I can't do this.
I'm not going to leave you.
Of course you will. Don't make me a promise that you can't keep.
Daphne,
Thank you for this weekend, Rob. You have such a big heart. Your brother is lucky to have you.
Your brother was lucky to have you, too.
I winced at his words. If that was true, he'd still be alive. Maybe we'll run into each other in the city. I moved to get off his lap, but he held me in place.
I don't want this to be goodbye.
Rob, I'm not a good fit for you.
I think you are.
You're a little like my brother. I smiled. You live big and fast, and that's not me. You're happy and carefree, and I don't want to pull you down.
I'm not happy. Actually, I'm not happy at all right now. I feel stuck.
And I can't fix that.
Why not? I'm happy when I'm with you. You're happy when you're with me too. I can see it in your eyes. Why are you running from this feeling instead of embracing it? You don't have to run anymore.
I'm not running. I'm finally embracing my problems. I need to figure out what I want.
And that's definitely not me.
He looked hurt. I didn't want to hurt him. That wasn't my intention at all. I didn't say that.
You basically did.
He sighed.
I'm sorry about your brother, Daphne. I'm sorry that you're hurting. But I don't understand why you can't let me help heal you.
Thank you for this weekend, Rob, I said again. He let his hands fall from me.
Okay.
I got up off his lap. I didn't want to leave him sitting in the mud, but I couldn't stay here anymore. I needed to do this for myself. I don't regret what happened between us.
Okay,
He said again. But he didn't look okay. He looked upset. I don't want you to be upset with me.
I want to be with you and you don't want to be with me. I don't know what you want me to say.
I do want to be with you. I'm just not ready. I'm sorry, I said instead. He sighed and stood up.
I'm sorry too. And I hope that you find whatever you're looking for. You deserve to be happy.
You too. Goodbye, Rob. I held out my hand for him. He looked down at my hand like it was a foreign object, and then back at me. He shook his head, took a step toward me, and grabbed the back of my head. I melted into his touch as his lips brushed softly against mine. That same spark I felt every time we touched went through me. I expected him to keep kissing me, persuading me in a different way. Instead, he immediately released me. I swallowed hard. He shook his head again and walked away from me without another word. He didn't say goodbye. Derek hadn't said goodbye either. Except I had a chance to go after Rob, whereas Derek was gone forever. But I didn't go after Rob. I just walked toward the zip-lining course. Rob needed someone who was full of life. I wasn't a good fit for him, even if I wanted to be.
Chapter 34. Rob. I pushed through the underbrush, not caring about the twigs scratching my shins. Running always made me feel better. I picked up my pace until I felt like I was flying. This was the best feeling in the world. I needed to stop lying to myself. Running wasn't the best feeling in the world. Fucking was. Being inside Daphne was. Stop. I needed to stop. If Daphne didn't want me, I didn't fucking want her either. I wasn't going to pine after some girl I had only known a few days. The problem was it didn't feel like I had known her only a few days. I could picture her lying on her blanket with a book in her hand. If I had known how much she was hurting, I would have talked to her. I could have helped her. Worrying about someone was one thing. Losing someone was an entirely different thing. No one should have to feel that alone. But I hadn't talked to her back then. Because I was a coward. And maybe I still was a coward because I liked her, and instead of fighting for her, I was literally running in the opposite direction. I wanted to turn around and tell her that I was what she needed. How could she not see that? I stopped and put my hands on my knees to catch my breath. She doesn't want you. I closed my eyes. Why did it feel like I couldn't get enough air? I stood up and kicked a branch that was laying on the path. Fuck! I yelled into the silent air. My curse echoed around me. I was alone. I was always alone. Do you want to talk about it? I moved my arm off my eyes and stared at my brother. No, I don't. I felt the bottom of the bed sag even though I had just dismissed him. Why did he always fucking do that? I didn't want to talk to him or anyone else. I rolled off the bed. She told me that she lost someone close to her because of an overdose, James said. Maybe I could talk to her. It was her brother. James sighed. I should go talk to her. I understand. What do you understand? What it feels like to lose someone? No. But I know what it feels like to go through. You have no idea what it feels like to go through that. You were on the other side of it. I know what it's like. I was the one that was scared of losing someone, not the other way around. I'm sorry. Don't fucking apologize to me. But I am sorry. I never meant to hurt you. Jesus Christ, James, you don't owe me an apology. I owe you everything. You gave up your whole life so that I could do whatever I wanted. And what have I made for myself? You're happy. That's all that matters. I'm not happy. He frowned. Then find something that'll make you happy. What, traveling? I've been everywhere I want to be. I'm alone. I'm so sick of being alone. I used to see Daphne studying on the green at the University of Newcastle. She was so beautiful and peaceful, and I couldn't talk to her because I knew all I'd do was fuck up her life. Just like I fucked up yours. You didn't fuck up my life. I made my own choices. To protect me. Do you have any idea how guilty I feel? It's my fault that you're an addict. What the hell are you talking about? You did everything Mom and Dad wanted so that I wouldn't have to take their shit. They thought you were weak for never standing up to them, so they were even harder on you. But I knew the truth. You didn't do it for them, you did it for me. You were depressed because of me. I was depressed because of my own choices. And don't make me out to be a saint, Rob. I was so jealous of you growing up. Jealous of me? I laughed. Yeah, right. There were times where I would have done anything to switch places with you. You got to be a kid. You got to play sports, you got to stay out late, you got to date whoever you wanted. Because of you. Fine. But I resented you. I didn't know that. I resented you too because you were the favorite. Nothing I did was ever good enough. Seriously. I never thought you cared about that. I thought, exactly, James. You didn't ask me what I thought. You just did whatever you thought was best for me. You weren't supposed to be my father. You were supposed to be my friend. You still resent me. He didn't ask it like a question. He said it as a statement. I didn't know what to say. I did resent him. I was so mad at him for making me feel second best my whole life, but for also making me feel like I ruined his life. It was bullshit. He stood up. Why the fuck would you resent me now? Mom and Dad don't even speak to me. I'm an addict. I'm just sick of owing you. You don't owe me anything. You know that. We're family. We take care of each other. That's what we do. That's what we've always done. You don't owe me anything, so why don't you tell me what's really bothering you and stop complaining about the past? You said we aren't kids anymore, so stop acting like one. Grow up. Fuck you. I'm jealous of you, okay? I'm jealous of what you have. I really am jealous of him. What, my job? If you applied yourself... No, I don't give a shit about status. I don't care about that. He sighed. This is about Penny, isn't it? No, I'm not in love with your fiancée. I love her. She's wonderful. For you. I'm jealous of what you two have. So why are you talking to me instead of Daphne? Because she doesn't want my help. She doesn't need me. Penny and I have had our ups and downs, but I kept fighting for her. I'll never stop fighting for her. Well, I can't fight for Daphne if she doesn't want me fighting for her. Did she tell you that? She said she needed to figure out what she wants on her own. I found myself in Penny. She saved me. I know that. Yeah, but what you didn't know was that Penny didn't need saving. She didn't need me to come to her life and screw everything up. I did it anyway because I needed her. Sometimes it's okay to be selfish. Sometimes you have to take that risk. I like to believe that I make her happy. You do. But I don't see how this has anything to do with me and Daphne. You're Penny in this situation. Daphne is me. James laughed. You're basically dating me. Ugh. Daphne is nothing like you. Isn't she, though? She needs your help. She doesn't need my help. She needs time to get over what happened with her brother. And I don't know if something like that goes away. I don't know what I'd do in her situation. I'm not going anywhere. I hadn't realized it before, but James was right. Part of the reason I was so upset was because the situation made me think about him. It made me think of losing him, and I couldn't think about that. I didn't want to lose him. And in my experience, love is the only thing that will help mend a soul. Mend a soul? Where do you come up with this shit? James laughed. I just mean that it sounds like Daphne might need saving. Maybe. I thought about how I found her crying in the mud. I wanted to be there for her, but she didn't want me. She told me she didn't want me. If she had given me anything to hold on to, maybe I'd fight for her. But she hadn't. She just let me walk away. The jet leaves in a half an hour. I hope you're not on it. I laughed. What? You said you didn't need me anymore, which was incredibly rude, by the way. I laughed. I still need you, bro. Don't get your panties in a bunch. Smartass. James smiled. I still need you too. At least, I need you to show up for my rehearsal dinner. You're off best man duties until Friday, though. So, have a good week. He slapped my back and stood up. I'm not staying here. Penny and I are good. Everything is pretty much set for the wedding. It's smooth sailing from here. I'm just going to be fucking her senseless all week. Really, you should stay. Ugh, I'm done with Costa Rica. If that's what you want. I stared at him. It is what I want. I'm not going to chase some girl who doesn't want anything to do with me. I got up and grabbed one of my shirts off the ground to start packing. I think you're making a mistake. Trust me. I'm the king of mistakes. I shook my head. You're going to make a great father, James. He laughed. Why do you say that? Because you were basically mine. I gave him a big hug and lifted him slightly off his feet. He always hated when I did that, and I was surprised to hear him laugh. Maybe I'll stick to being your friend now. You're right. You don't need me to protect you anymore. He patted my back. Now put me down before I knock you out. I laughed and released him from my embrace. You guys are so weird, Mason said. Almost ready to go? Yes, James said. I can't wait to see Penny. I so badly want to make fun of you, but I'm pretty eager to see B too. You're both so whipped, Matt said. He awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Look, Rob, I'm sorry about earlier. Don't mention it. You were right anyway. I am who I am. Daphne clearly wasn't the girl for me. Even if I thought she could have been. I tried to ignore the look James was giving me. Despite what he thought, he wasn't right about everything. I know, right? You need someone who's not so uptight, like Penny. I laughed. Yeah. But I didn't want Penny. I wanted someone who wanted me. I zipped up my suitcase. And now that I knew what I wanted, maybe it wouldn't be so hard to find. If Daphne had asked me to stay, I'd be right beside her right now. I'd be showing her what living truly was. But she hadn't. So, I didn't want her either. Besides, a girl who thought love was built on patience was looking for a different kind of love than I was. I wanted something terrifying and all-consuming, not boring. Screw boring. Come on. I pulled Matt into a chokehold. Let's get the fuck out of paradise.
Chapter 35. Daphne. I can do this. It was probably the 100th time I had chanted those words to myself, but I was still frozen in place. Ma'am, the ziplining course is closing for the evening, the instructor said. I told Rob that I needed to figure out what I wanted on my own. All I knew right now was that I didn't want this. I had never wanted to zipline. Doing this wasn't going to make me happy. So what the hell would? Ma'am? I shook my head. Okay, I said quietly. You can follow the lighted path back to the resort. Thanks. I slowly climbed off the platform. I knew I looked like a homeless person. I was sweaty, covered in mud, and probably still had sex hair. I bit my lip. The last thing I needed to do was think of Rob. I didn't want to picture how defeated he looked. But he was just projecting on me like I had projected on him. He didn't even like me. He was just ready to settle down, and I was the first girl he had run into. Well, that's not true. He had run into 2 other girls yesterday morning with his penis. It was easy to focus on that. Focusing on all the ways that we were different made it seem like I had made the right decision. When Derek died, it was like a piece of me had disappeared. I felt cold all the time. My apartment was covered in blankets so that I could easily grab one whenever I felt a chill. But I hadn't felt cold all weekend. Rob had this warm presence. Just his smile made me feel overheated. That didn't mean he could fill the emptiness, though. That didn't mean he could fix me. I wouldn't want to put him through that. But he offered. I shook my head. I had to do this on my own. Even though it felt like I needed someone to help me, I didn't. That was just me being weak. I had to learn to walk alone because I was alone. I kicked a pebble on the path. The problem was that being alone felt stifling. It was like suffocating on nothingness. Maybe I needed to go to therapy. Maybe I needed someone to talk to about everything. So maybe being alone was bad? Ugh. I wrapped my arms around myself. I liked Rob because he was the opposite of me. He was charming and carefree and happy. I shook my head. He had said he wasn't happy. He had said he felt stuck. That was how I felt. Like I was stuck and I didn't know how to move forward. I touched the bracelet that Derek had given me. I wanted to take it off and throw it, but I couldn't let go. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to be alone. I wrapped my arms even tighter around myself. Rob hadn't said anything that would make me think he was a liar. So was he telling the truth when he said he wanted more? Was he really prepared to give up threesomes and one-night stands? Did he actually want something serious? I knew that he said he did, but actions were different than words. I was supposed to be thinking about what I wanted from life, but I couldn't get him out of my head. And the realization was dawning on me that I didn't want to. I wasn't going to stop thinking about him because he made me feel alive again. He made me feel whole. He made me feel like everything could be okay again. I was so wrong earlier. I knew what I wanted. I wanted him. I started to run through the rainforest as fast as I could. Please don't let me be too late. Not again. I banged on Rob's door. No answer. Rob! I banged on the door again. Rob, it's Daphne. Still no answer. I waited for another second before getting back onto the elevator. As soon as the doors dinged open, I ran down the hall and opened up the door to my room, completely out of breath. What time is it? Daphne! Alina ran over to me and threw her arms around me. I've been so worried. You've been gone for hours. Where the hell have you been? Hours? Shit. What time is it? I asked again. Almost 7 o'clock. No, they were leaving around 5. Do you know if Rob is still here? I thought he was with you. He said he was going to talk to you. Are any of them still here? I pulled away from Alina's embrace and stared at Layla and Kristen. Layla shook her head. I'm pretty sure their jet was leaving at 5 o'clock. I sat down on the edge of the bed and put my face in my hands. I'm such an idiot. I was so scared of losing someone that I had willingly let someone go. Daphne? Kristen put her arms around me. Daphne, what happened? I'm an idiot, I said again. Do I need to beat someone up for you? Want me to find James and sexually take advantage of him? I laughed. No. If I had any tears left, I would have started crying, but I was probably dehydrated. Mama Bear, tell us what's wrong. That's what's wrong. I pushed Kristen off of me. I never take any risks. I'm pretty sure I've never not been the designated driver. I don't know how to have fun. I was pacing and I couldn't seem to stop. Layla tried to hand me a water bottle, but I pushed it away. That's not true, Kristen said. We call you that because you always take care of us. And you're always prepared. We love you for that. You know how to have fun. We always have fun when we are together. No, I don't. I can't just do whatever I want whenever I want. I need a life of structure and checklists and a set schedule every second, or else I think about him. Daphne. Alina's eyes were teary. I can't put myself in danger because I'm scared of hurting my parents like Derek hurt them. Even though I was dehydrated, the tears had started falling down my cheeks again. And even before he died, I was always worried about him. Always. I just wanted to believe he was better. I thought he was better. Kristen got up and hugged me. I tried to push her off, but she was stronger than me. It's my fault. I let myself relax into her. It's not your fault. I felt Alina's arms wrap around me too. We were all together that night. We all thought he was okay. We had been out celebrating before the start of our last semester of college, and Derek had been killing himself. I'd never know if he did it on purpose. I wanted to believe he wouldn't have. But no matter whether it was on purpose or not, it still felt like he left me. He left me. It was an accident. You don't know that. He loved you, Daphne. Then why did he leave me? I cried even harder. No one had anything to say because there was nothing to say. Kristen and Alina had been friends with Derek too, but it wasn't the same. They didn't understand how worried I had always been. They just didn't. I needed to talk to someone who understood. I needed to talk to Rob, but I hadn't even gotten his phone number. I was never going to see him again. No, Rob wasn't dead. I could find him. I could apologize. Maybe he'd still want me. There was still a chance. I wanted him. I need to go to Newark, I said into Kristen's shoulder. What? Why? Kristen asked. I need to find Rob. I don't know if you'll be able to catch any flights tonight. It takes a while to get to the airport. I wiggled out of Alina and Kristen's hug. I need to go. I looked around for my suitcase. Daphne, calm down for 1 second, Alina said. I made a mistake. I pushed him away because I was upset about Derek, and there were a lot of red flags, like a lot of red flags. But I don't think any of that matters. I like the way he makes me feel. I really like him, and I shouldn't have pushed him away when he was trying to help. He was just trying to understand. I think maybe love is more about passion than patience. I think he was right. And I miss him. I don't even know him, but I'm upset that he's gone. I don't want to not see him. Rob? Kristen asked. Yes, Rob. Kristen laughed. Okay, well, take a deep breath. How about you just call him and tell him all that? Because I don't have his number. Why didn't you ask for his number? I was too busy telling him that we weren't a good fit and pushing him away from me. Such a romantic. Stop making fun of me. I felt like I wanted to start crying again. Oh my God, Daphne, really, you need to calm down. I've never seen you like this. You're acting crazy. I can't lose him. I don't want to lose him. I can get his number for you, Layla said. She had been awkwardly standing to the side during our conversation. She had never gotten to meet Derek. She probably thought I was a maniac. Really? Yeah, I just texted Mason asking for it. I don't think he can respond while they're flying, but I'm sure he'll text me back when they land. It's going to be okay. I sighed with relief. Oh, good. They all just stared at me. I didn't know what to say. I wiped the tears off my cheeks. Rob would take my call. He had to. And if he didn't, maybe I could try and find him. I could leave the hotel in the morning and hopefully get a flight in the afternoon. You had sex with him, didn't you? Kristen said. There was no doubt in her tone. How did she know? It just kind of happened. What about all your rules? I didn't think you could even do hand stuff until the 4th date. I don't know, I like him. None of that mattered with him. He made me feel like I was living again. Kristen smiled. Well, if he doesn't answer your call, I'll be by your side when we break down his door in Newark. I laughed. You just want to run into James. Maybe a little. She winked at me. Okay, so let's start from the top. How big was his dick? I laughed and put my hands over my face. Chapter 36. Daphne. Hey, Alina whispered. I looked up from my phone. Hey. She sat down on the couch next to me and put her head on my shoulder. Still no response? I stared back down at the empty screen. No, not yet. I said it like I was hopeful that Rob would respond. But why would he, really? I told him I wasn't interested. He will. She yawned and kept her head on my shoulder. The sun was starting to rise, and streaks of light were coming through the blinds. We sat like that for several minutes in silence. I hadn't been able to fall asleep. I was used to staying up late waiting, even though I hadn't had to do it in a while. My eyelids were starting to droop. I miss him too, Alina whispered. I silently nodded my head. I'm sorry that we never talk about what happened. There's nothing to talk about. I quickly wiped under my eyes before I had a real chance to start crying. Alina lifted her head off my shoulder. That's not true. Even if we just talked about him, there were so many good times too. I nodded again. It wasn't your fault, Daphne. I know. And I did know. I just wished there was something I could have done to save him. There was no hiding my tears now as they silently spilled down my cheeks. But that's the thing. You made every day that he did have wonderful. I nodded again. She put her head on my shoulder again and intertwined her arm in mine. We shouldn't have come to Costa Rica. I'm really sorry. I slowly inhaled and exhaled. I don't think that's why I'm so upset. He would have wanted me to come. I know. She didn't say anything else. I wanted to fill the silence. It always felt like I didn't have anyone I could talk about Derek to. If I tried talking to my mom, she would burst into tears. Seeing her fall apart just made everything worse, and no one liked talking about death. Kristen and Alina always looked so sad, so I kept it all in. But it seemed like Alina wanted me to talk. I certainly needed to get it off my chest. Everything has just felt so dark since he died, you know. Sometimes it still feels like I can just pick up the phone and call him. And every time that happens, it feels like he just died again. I work all the time. I close myself off. I don't do anything, yet I'm always busy. I feel like I'm just going through the motions. I sighed. Alina stayed quiet. I just always felt like he left me. And I don't want to feel that way again. I live my life so that I won't feel that way. So why do I feel that way right now? Alina squeezed my arm. Rob reminds me of him. A little. Not like in a creepy you're dating your brother kind of way, though. Just in, I don't know, his attitude. I think that was part of the problem. And his brother. Don't tell me you're in love with James, too. I don't need two of you running around being inappropriate. I laughed. No, I'm not in love with James. I shifted on the couch and lay down so that my head was on Alina's lap. Am I in love with Rob, though? It was too soon to know that, right? I barely knew him. I did love the way he made me feel, though. That much was definitely true. So what does this have to do with James? Alina asked. He's an addict. Alina laughed. His friend drugged him. He's not an addict. That's quite a leap. No, he told me. And I freaked out. I just thought that if I let myself get close to Rob, that would mean I'd be close to James, and I can't go through that again. I can't do that. But, Daphne, you don't know his situation. I know that, and I told myself that I wouldn't let it bother me. I was just projecting all my problems onto them. But it's not just that. Rob is so different from me. I just got so overwhelmed with everything. I told Rob that I didn't need him. I told him I needed to figure out what I wanted on my own. I was wrong, though. I want him. What if I missed out on my chance of starting over? Do you know how I knew I loved Bryce? I shook my head. He made me laugh when I was sad, and he was there for me when I needed him. I bit my lip. Rob makes me laugh, and he tried to be there for me, but I pushed him away. Alina grabbed my phone off the couch. So call him and tell him that you need him. I took my cell from Alina. But if I need him, what happens when he leaves me? Daphne, not everyone leaves. Sometimes you just need to take that leap of faith. He would have already called me back if he wanted to talk to me. Texts are emotionless. He needs to hear your voice. I don't know. Alina sighed. Do you like the way he makes you feel? I nodded. I'm so out of my comfort zone with him, but I like that. I think he's good for me. He makes me feel like I'm fun. I laughed. You know, you've smiled more this weekend than you have in the last month. Are you really ready to let go of that feeling? No, I didn't want to let go. Then stop being a wuss and call him. I frowned. Tough love, Mama Bear. Are you guys seriously going to keep calling me that? What would you prefer that we called you? Girl who's scared to call the man she loves? I don't love Rob. Don't you? You should really stop fighting things so much. It's kind of exhausting, isn't it? It's too soon to love him. There aren't rules and timelines for these things. Love is love. And the way he makes you feel, I don't know another way to describe that feeling. Now, call him before I do. I knew Alina wasn't joking. Sometimes her and Kristen would prank call the boys I liked in high school just to torment me. I'll call him, geesh. Alina laughed. Maybe after I take a nap, though? Now, girl who's scared to call the man she loves. Please just keep calling me Mama Bear. I sighed and sat up. I'll go call him, then. I walked out into the hallway as quietly as possible, trying not to disturb Kristen and Layla sleeping. Before I could chicken out, I pressed on Rob's number in my phone. It rang several times and went to voicemail. It was one of those generic voicemail messages with some lady talking. Maybe it's not his phone. Maybe Mason gave Layla the wrong number. I shook my head. There was no reason for him to do that, unless Rob really, really didn't want to talk to me. It took me a second to realize that the voicemail had beeped a while ago. Shit. Hey, Rob, it's me, Daphne Hughes from the Blue Parrot Resort. Sorry, that was a weird way to describe myself. I don't work there. We met there. I laughed awkwardly. Wow, I wish I could somehow hack onto your phone and erase this and start over. I laughed again at my own joke. What the hell am I doing? I'm sorry, I should probably tell you how I got your number. I'm not Kristen. I promise I'm not stalking you. Layla asked Mason for your number. That's how I got it. I don't know if Mason told you that, though, so I just wanted to make sure you knew. Beep. What the heck? The voicemail had cut me off. Shit. I had more to say. Was it weird for me to call back right away? Screw it. I pressed on his name again and waited for the voicemail to kick in. It's Daphne Hughes, again. Your voicemail cut me off before I got to say why I was calling. Why am I calling? He's going to think I'm crazy. I was wrong, Rob. I don't want to be alone while I figure out how to deal with everything. I want to be with you. I mean, we can see how it goes, I guess. I'm not asking for you to commit to me. We barely know each other. That would be crazy, right? Don't ask him to validate your craziness. Sorry, that was weird. I just meant I love you. Fuck. I covered my mouth with my hand. Did I just say that I loved him? Did I just curse at him? That's not what I meant. I meant that I love the way you make me feel. You have a really good energy. Beep. God, no. I quickly hit his name again. It eventually went to voicemail. I'm not a hippie. I don't, vibe on people's energies. This is Daphne Hughes again, by the way. Wow, once you start leaving messages, it's really hard to stop. You know what I mean? But I'm stopping now. I just needed you to know that I'm sorry for assuming the worst about James. I'm sorry for freaking out about your sexual history. I don't know if it counts as history if it was just a few days ago, but that's beside the point. And I'm really sorry for pushing you away. I'm just sorry for everything. I've been having a hard time, which you could probably tell. I'm a mess, honestly. But you made me feel better. You made me smile and laugh, and I really, really like you. I'm just asking for another chance. I'll be back in New York on Friday. I know your brother's wedding is this weekend, so you're super busy. But if you could call me, I'd really like to hear your voice. I want to give us a shot. If you're willing. Beep. I sighed. There was nothing else I really needed to say. I just had to wait. I walked back into the room. Alina had fallen asleep on the couch. I went over and sat down beside her. Did he pick up? She asked groggily. No, he didn't answer. Give him some time. Time was one thing I had a lot of. I had no plans for the rest of the summer. I could wait. Maybe I really would turn into a stalker like Kristen, because no one in their right mind would call me back after hearing those messages. Chapter 37. Daphne. My phone ringing made me jump. Oh my God, it's him! I slid my finger across the screen without looking at the caller ID. Hey! Alina groaned in her sleep. I pulled the phone away from my ear. Sorry. I slipped out into the hall again. I put the phone to my ear again. My heart was beating so fast. Hey, I said, a little calmer.
Hey, Daphne, how's the bachelorette party going?
I sighed and leaned against the wall. Bryce. It was Bryce. He was probably just calling to see how Alina was. Hey, Bryce, it's great. He laughed.
Is everyone still asleep?
Yeah. Do you want to talk to Alina?
No, just come down to the front desk.
Why? But Bryce didn't answer. He had already hung up the phone. Weird. I was wearing pajama shorts and a tank top. I looked back at the door. There was no reason to change. The only person I cared about impressing was Rob, and he wasn't here anymore. And I certainly didn't care what Javier thought about me. He was the most unhelpful concierge in the history of the world. He deserved Pajama Daphne. And maybe my ensemble would just scare off anyone so they wouldn't want to come close enough to remove my bracelet. Crap, I have to put another one on today. I'd be stuck with 2 bracelets, and Rob wasn't here to help me. I walked over to the elevator. Bryce had probably sent Alina flowers, which was really sweet. They were the cutest couple ever. Or maybe Tim had sent some male strippers. I stepped onto the elevator. That would be hilarious if Alina had to wake up to some guy dancing around the room in a banana hammock. But even that thought didn't make me smile. Rob hadn't called me back. It was morning. He was back in Newark or New York or wherever their jet had taken them. He would have heard my voicemails and gotten all my texts by now. And nothing. He didn't want to talk to me anymore. I had made such a mess of everything. I sighed and stepped off the elevator.
Daphne!
Bryce was standing in the middle of the lobby with a huge smile on his face. His shaggy brown hair was sticking to his forehead because of the heat. Tim's hair was still perfectly coiffed somehow, and he was leaning on the counter talking to Javier. And Ethan was staring at the activity board with his strong arms folded across his chest. He seemed completely transfixed with the options. I still hadn't looked at it. Maybe there was something weird on it. I realized I had just been standing there awkwardly staring at all of them. I quickly walked over to Bryce. Oh my God, what are all you guys doing here? I didn't mean to sound horrified, but I'm pretty sure it came out that way. I now deeply regretted my wardrobe choice.
You're not happy to see us?
Bryce said. He gave me a hug and a swift kiss on the cheek. No, it's not that. I'm just surprised.
That was kind of the plan. I hope you ladies haven't been having too much fun without us.
Tim grabbed my hand and kissed it like he always did.
Looking lovely as ever, Daphne.
Thanks, Tim. Ethan gave me a fairly awkward hug because we didn't know each other that well. Bryce and Tim had seen me in pajamas plenty of times. Ethan had maybe seen me in a cocktail dress most recently. I should have changed.
So everyone's still asleep?
Ethan asked.
We thought we'd bring breakfast up to the room and surprise the girls.
Yep, everyone but me. That's a great idea. So, what are you guys doing here?
We can't want to go on vacation with our ladies,
Tim said with a smile. Of course, but it's Alina's bachelorette party.
Those shouldn't last a week. We were bored. We thought it would be better for all of us to hang out together.
I don't know how you guys could have been bored with Tim planning your bachelor party, I said.
Bryce kept vetoing all my delicious ideas like an ignoramus,
Tim said. I laughed. Bryce shrugged.
We just thought it would be fun to combine our parties.
That's a great idea. Except it wasn't really, because now I'd be the 7th wheel. If you thought a 3rd wheel was bad, a 7th wheel was absolutely horrible.
If I'm being completely honest,
Tim said,
I wanted Bryce's bachelor party to be here. When he turned down the idea, I helped hook Alina and you ladies up instead.
He rubbed his hands together.
Now I'm getting what I wanted. You just got lucky. Don't act like you planned this whole thing,
Bryce said.
Believe what you want to believe. Let's go get breakfast,
Ethan said.
I'm starving.
But from the way he said it, it was pretty clear that he just wanted to see Layla. It was cute how eager he was to see his wife. Not only was I now the 7th wheel, but I had to endure them all being stupid and adorable and coupled up. It made me miss Rob even more. We had never gotten to be a couple, and now we never would be. I bit my lip. Javier cleared his throat.
Here are your key cards, gentlemen. We got the 2 rooms adjacent to your ladies' room, so it's 3 rooms total. We'll have our cleaning service take care of the first room and make sure they're upgraded to the couple's suites.
What now?
Sounds great,
Tim said. Wait, I said. Javier looked extremely disappointed that I had spoken. Jerk face. Where will I sleep? 3 couple suites for 3 couples. Did they expect me to sleep in the hallway?
It's fine, Daphne. You can share our room,
Tim said. No. Tim laughed.
Although you have the face of an angel and the posterior of Beyoncé, I promised Kristen that I would never sleep with any of her friends.
That's good to know. How much would another room cost? Javier typed something into his computer.
All we have left is the penthouse suite. It costs $10,000 a night.
Seriously? Javier nodded.
Usually our most prestigious guests stay there. I believe you met the Hunters and Caldwells during their stay?
Yeah, I could feel all the guys staring at me. Okay, well, I can't afford that. A teacher's salary would never let me afford a room like that. Bryce laughed.
You can crash with Alina and me, it's fine.
I didn't want to ruin their pre-wedding whatevers. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Thanks for looking, Javier. Thanks for nothing.
Of course, ma'am. Now, gentlemen, I have the menus for all our restaurants here. If you'd like to order, I can have your food sent up to you. That would be great.
Ethan picked up the closest menu.
We are kind of in a hurry,
Tim said.
I don't want to accidentally lose my card before I even get to greet Kristen.
He had put the word accidentally in air quotes. Bryce hit his shoulder. Apparently, they had already been told about the stupid bracelet game. At least I wouldn't have to wear Alina's bracelet anymore. The silver lining to being a 7th wheel, I guess.
What do you want?
Bryce asked me.
Say it slow so I can write it all down.
I laughed half-heartedly. I'm not really hungry.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I put on a smile. Did you guys ditch Alex? Alex was Bryce's other groomsman. I was kind of hoping he would be with them. He had a girlfriend, but then at least we'd be an even 8. Besides, I'd rather listen to him going on and on about his sugar mama than be totally excluded.
He didn't want to be the awkward one here without his girl,
Tim said. Ethan cleared his throat.
Oh, not that you're awkward, Daphne, you gorgeous woodland nymph,
Tim said. Yeah, I'm not sharing a room with you. He touched the lapel of his dress shirt as if he was offended, but his smile said otherwise. Come on, I'll show you guys to our room. I gestured to the elevator.
Hey, are you sure you're okay?
Bryce asked as we followed behind Tim and Ethan. I'm good. He scratched the scruff on his chin.
Okay, well, I'm not sharing my omelet with you because it won't be what you wanted and you'll just complain about how it should have had less cheese and more vegetables.
That happened one time, Bryce.
I know, which means I know that you're upset. Something to do with the Hunters and Caldwells, perchance?
Why was he so annoyingly perceptive? Just for the record, not every time a girl is upset is it due to a boy problem.
So it's your time of the month?
Tim asked.
I hope you haven't all synced up yet. It should be another day and a half for Kristen. Not that I mind pleasing during her cycle. I just keep track so I know the fluctuations of her moods.
This was going to be a long week. I leaned my head against the elevator wall.
I'll take it from the pajamas and the attitude that she's definitely on her period.
Tim whispered, not so quietly. Ow! He said when Ethan elbowed him in the ribs. Okay, yes, I'm upset about a boy. I'm not on my period, weirdo.
It still kind of seems like you are.
Tim let his voice fade away. I sighed. There was this guy here this weekend, and he was really funny and sweet and wonderful. And I pushed him away for... I don't even know why. I just wish I could take it all back and start over. I blew it. Bryce was smiling. Why are you smiling at my agony?
I'm not, he said. Have you tried calling him?
Tim laughed. I glared at him. Yes, he didn't answer.
Tough luck. Maybe don't pretend you're on your period next time you see him.
Tim said. Tim, if you don't stop talking about my cycle, I'm going to slap you. Tim laughed.
I'm just messing with you. I know your cycle doesn't start until next week.
How the hell does he know that? I lightly slapped his arm. He immediately screamed at the top of his lungs. Bryce and Ethan started laughing, which caused me to start laughing. It felt so good to not cry. These guys always made me feel better. Just not the same way Rob did. Rob. I was like a high school girl pining on her crush. Why did I insist on torturing myself? It was over. I just had to accept that and move on. Or turn into Kristen and stalk him. Ugh. You'll be happy to know that Professor Hunter was here and Kristen didn't sleep with him, I said to Tim. I wanted to distract myself from Rob and keep my good mood going. But Tim didn't laugh, he just looked confused.
Why didn't she sleep with him? He's on her list.
You seriously wanted her to sleep with him?
If it would have made her happy, yes. She's so beautiful when she's sexually satisfied.
Vomit. Tim was the weirdest person on the planet. Whatever you say. Bryce laughed. I had the advice of 3 guys if I had the guts to ask them for it. Maybe it was good that they had come today. Hey, so I called and left a voicemail on this guy's phone. They didn't need to know that it was 3 voicemails and that they all made me sound like a lunatic. Should I call again or...
Hell no,
Tim said.
I think you've done enough, don't you? You need to let things take their natural course, like all natural. I'm really craving the outdoors today, aren't you? A nice walk through the rainforest. He means you should just give it some time,
Bryce said.
Stop it.
He mouthed silently to Tim, but I had seen his lips moving. They were all acting so weird. Maybe they were all like James and were just incredibly horny. The thought kind of grossed me out. I stepped to the side so they could walk out of the elevator first. I could change into my swimsuit real quick and do some laps while they all caught up. There was no reason to force my pathetic 7th wheel self on them. I heard Alina scream as soon as Bryce walked inside. There was a bunch of making out and inappropriate groping as I pulled my one-piece bathing suit out of my suitcase. The guys showing up just made me miss Rob even more. It was just another reminder that I was alone. It almost felt like there was a huge neon sign over my head saying, "Single girl, avoid at all costs." I quickly changed in the bathroom.
Ew, Daphne, Tim said. You should really shower first. You don't want all your dirty germs in the public pool.
This resort was pretty sleazy. I was almost positive that there was a lot worse than my germs in the pools here. I took a shower last night, asshole.
Well, you look like you need another.
Rude. Tim was being way more obnoxious than usual. "Tim," Kristen hissed, "why are you being so mean?"
I just think she could use a nice shower and probably a different swimsuit, or like a short dress or something to show off her legs, and some makeup. Girl, put some mascara on.
I laughed. "Okay, I take fashion advice from your girlfriend, not you, Tim. But thanks, I'll take that into consideration. I'm going to go for a swim while you guys catch up." "Daphne, you don't have to go," Alina said.
No, go,
Tim said.
but at least put a comb through your hair first.
Kristen slapped his arm.
I'm just trying to help. You should go for a nice long walk to think about everything you've done, young lady.
Tim said. "Okay," I said slowly. "Kristen, Tim's completely lost it. You might want to look into that." Kristen was just staring at Tim like he was an alien. I quickly pulled on a pair of shorts and a shirt over my bathing suit. "Yep, I'll see you guys later." I walked out of the room and closed the door behind me. What the hell was that? Chapter 38. Daphne. I sat down on one of the pool chairs to dry off. My heart was still beating fast from my laps, but I could tell it accelerated even more when I reached for my phone. Please have called. Please. But my screen was blank. I sighed. Maybe he was tired after their flight home last night. It was possible that he was still asleep. It was even possible that I had the wrong number. There was also a time difference between Costa Rica and the East Coast. For a fleeting second, I let myself get my hopes up, before remembering that Costa Rica was 2 hours behind, which meant it was even later in New York. It was almost 11 o'clock there. I hadn't slept in that late in ages. But Rob had a different lifestyle than me. He was probably just sleeping still. Nothing I said truly convinced me, though. The realization that I was never going to hear from him again was slowly dawning on me. One weekend was exactly what I didn't want, and I'm the one that turned it into that. I closed my eyes. I could still picture being back on campus at the University of Newcastle and watching him run by while I pretended to study. Even though I had been depressed, I still noticed him. Seeing him almost gave me a little hope. I let myself have a crush on him, knowing that there were no consequences to that. There was no sense of loss if you never had the courage to talk to someone in the first place. When he showed up here, it felt like my second chance. Now I had blown that, too. People didn't get third chances. I thought about what Tim had said. He told me to take a walk to think about what I had done, like I was a little kid who had broken something. I shook my head. Yes, Tim was strange, but I had messed up. Maybe a walk would help. I stood up and pulled my shorts and shirt back on. The fabric clung awkwardly to my wet bathing suit, but I didn't care. I made my way toward the trail. I went for so many walks after Derek had died. I'd just walk around Newark until I ended up at some place that reminded me of him. It was like my feet had a mind of their own. For the first time in a long time, I could honestly say I wasn't upset about Derek. It was weird being in the rainforest. It seemed so peaceful, and the humidity almost hugged me, making me feel safe. Derek was gone. It wasn't my fault. There was nothing I could do about it, except remember all the good times. I touched the bracelet on my wrist. Maybe I should have left it on the forest ground. Maybe I could leave a little piece of him here. I think he would have wanted that. But for some reason, I couldn't do it. I didn't want to forget. A piece of jewelry didn't remind me of him, though. I was holding onto a trinket that meant nothing. My fingers fumbled with the clasp, and the bracelet fell onto my opposite palm. It had been more of a shackle, if anything. I was done living with regrets. I was done feeling like I couldn't move forward. But still, I couldn't let go. I gripped the bracelet tightly in my fist and continued walking. I wasn't at all surprised when I realized I was on the path that led to the waterfall. I wished I could say I was going there to say goodbye and move on, but it was the opposite. I wanted something to hold on to. I wanted to remember Rob's hands on me beneath the cascading water. I wanted to remember how sexy he looked when he caught me staring at him after our fight. I wanted to remember how desired he made me feel. I didn't want to move on. Not from this. Not from him. I wanted him. When I reached the waterfall, I stopped. My past wasn't going to ruin my future anymore. I wouldn't let it. And I wasn't going to ruin this place with memories that didn't belong here. I took a deep breath and threw the bracelet in the opposite direction of the waterfall. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders.
Are you going to make me go find that again?
A huge smile spread across my face. I must have looked like a crazy person when I turned around. You're here.
I'm here.
Rob smiled. God, I loved that smile. What are you doing here?
It's my waterfall.
I laughed. It's not yours. You can't own something in the middle of the rainforest.
Especially when a beautiful woman keeps showing up. Maybe that makes it ours.
Ours? I hated the distance between us. I wanted to run into his arms and kiss every inch of his perfect face. So, you got my voicemails?
Voicemails?
Oh my God, he hadn't heard my crazy voicemails? If he did, he'd probably be running in the opposite direction of me. Well, since you're here, you don't really need to listen to them. Actually, if you hand me your phone, I can just delete them for you. An even bigger smile spread across his face with each word I spoke.
Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, I did get those voicemails. I don't know why your hands aren't all over me if you're in love with me, Daphne.
Why didn't you pick up your phone? I could feel my face turning red. Maybe if I just avoided talking about my confession of loving him, he'd let it go.
I was on a plane. I didn't get your messages until I landed back in Costa Rica.
Back in Costa Rica? You were already on your way back?
My brother can be super annoying sometimes.
What, did he force you onto the plane? Rob smiled.
No. He just made me realize that if I didn't give this a shot, I'd regret it for my whole life. I don't want to regret anything.
Me either.
So you love me, huh?
His smile was playful. Of course he didn't let it go. I'm not in love with you, Rob.
In your idea of the definition, surely not. But what about mine?
Passion?
Yes, passion.
I knew he was right. And looking into his eyes, I knew he had the same passion for me as I had for him. Maybe in that sense, I am a little in love with you.
Just a little? I kind of remember our passion a little differently.
He grabbed his shirt by the nape of his collar and pulled it over his head. It was hard not to lose my voice at the sight of him, especially when he started to unhinge his belt. Does that mean you're in love with me? My heart was beating fast as I watched him mull it over.
Honestly, I don't know, Daphne.
Oh, I bit my bottom lip.
All I know is that I can't stop thinking about you. When I close my eyes, I see the green of yours. My fingers itch to feel the curve of your hips. All I want is to taste you again. And I love the way your face flushes when I talk to you. I don't really know what love is. I was kind of hoping we could figure out the whole love thing together.
He pulled his belt out of the loops, tossed it on the ground, and unbuttoned his shorts. By skinny dipping? He smiled.
No, well, partially. You said you didn't want to do it alone, Daphne. You said you wanted me. Well, I want you too. So I'm going to show you how to live by showering under a waterfall like humans are meant to do.
He shoved his shorts and boxers to the ground, revealing his huge erection.
And by fucking. I should probably put that out there, because if you're naked, there's no way I'm not fucking you. Come and get me, beautiful.
He turned around and dove headfirst into the pool of water. I just stood there and watched him as his head bobbed on the surface of the water.
What are you waiting for?
He yelled over the sound of the cascading water. What am I waiting for? I grabbed my shirt and pulled it off over my head. I quickly unbuttoned my shorts and pushed them down my hips, leaving me in only my one-piece bathing suit. But then I paused. I had never been skinny dipping in my life. I looked over my shoulder to see if there were any passers-by.
All of it, Daphne.
How was I ever supposed to fall in love if I was scared of giving all of myself to someone? I wanted to give myself to Rob, and I wanted him to give himself to me. I closed my eyes and tried to ignore my hands shaking as I pulled the straps down my shoulders.
Stop.
I opened my eyes, embarrassed that I was making this such a big deal. But I had only had sex in the dark under sheets before, at least until yesterday with him, but I hadn't taken off my shirt.
Keep it on. I like it.
I smiled. No one liked my one-piece bathing suit. He was more patient than he realized he was. Patience and passion. Really, what was I waiting for? I ran onto the rocks and leapt into the air. I landed in the water with a splash beside him. When I came up for air, I thought he'd be right there, but he was swimming toward the waterfall. I swam after him, taking a deep breath and going under the cascading water.
Hey.
He grabbed my arm, pulling me toward him as soon as I was on the other side. I wrapped my legs around his waist, very aware of his hardness pressed against me. Hey. His wet hand went through my hair.
I'm sorry that I left.
I shook my head and pressed my forehead against his. I'm sorry that I pushed you away.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, not here. I pressed my palms against the muscles of his back. Not right now. He kissed my cheek and then the side of my neck. His breath was warm against my skin. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to shower under the waterfall. I just wanted him inside of me again. Instead, I heard the click of a bottle opening in the darkness, and then his scent was suddenly stronger. We're really going to shower?
Was something else on your mind?
Before I could answer, his fingertips were massaging my scalp. His soapy fingers wandered through the length of my hair. He grabbed the ends of my hair and gently pulled, tilting my head back. His fingers once again found my scalp and slowly massaged me. All I could smell was him. And for some reason, the idea that I was covered in the same alluring scent turned me on even more. He gently tugged my hair again. I moaned and tilted my hips, pressing myself against his erection. He took a step forward, letting the water cascade down onto my soapy head as his lips met mine. It was different than it had been before. Maybe it was just in my head, but his kisses seemed seductive and sensual. There was no sense of urgency anymore, just passion. I could barely breathe under the water, but it felt like his kisses were enough, like they were the only sustenance I needed. He pulled us out from under the waterfall again. I could hear him panting as he left a trail of kisses down the side of my neck and across my clavicle. His lips stopped at the straps of my bathing suit, and he traced the fabric with his fingers.
May I?
Yes. He slowly pushed both straps down my shoulders. He pulled the fabric down, and I felt the cold water against my naked breasts. I pulled my arms out the rest of the way so that my bathing suit just hung around my waist. He poured more soap into his hands and started to slowly massage my shoulders. He took his time, torturing and pleasing me at the same time. It actually felt like he was washing away my problems. It was the most erotic and relaxing thing I had ever done. When he finally reached my breasts, he groaned. In the darkness, we could barely see each other, but it seemed to heighten the sensation of touch, because when his fingertips reached my nipples, I moaned too. I think I'm clean enough.
I'm not done.
He took a step forward under the waterfall to rinse away the soap. He seemed to be paying extra attention to making sure my breasts didn't have any soap on them. His palms gently massaged them as his fingers slowly rolled my nipples. I don't care. I gripped the back of his hair. I need you, Rob.
You need me.
He leaned forward.
Like this.
His tongue swirled around one of my nipples as his free hand grabbed my ass. Oh, God. Yes. He lightly bit down on my nipple and tugged. I gripped the back of his hair tighter, begging him not to move. He continued to tease my nipples as his other hand slid down my ass. He pushed the bottom of my bathing suit aside as his fingers found my slit. I tilted my head back, letting the water fall all over me as his fingers slowly entered me. The swirls of his tongue around my nipples matched the teasing of his finger. His mouth moved to my other breast, loving it the same way. He thrust his finger deep inside of me as his teeth gently bit my soft flesh. Fuck me, I moaned. I thought my moans were drowned by the water, but a second later he pulled me out from under the waterfall.
Not yet. If I don't taste you again, I'm going to lose my mind.
He grabbed my waist and lifted me onto one of the nearby rocks. I tilted my hips as he pulled my bathing suit the rest of the way off. And there I was, completely naked with my thighs wide apart, waiting for him. I knew he could see me now. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I could see his sleek muscles and his wet hair. I was about to press my thighs together, but he grabbed my knees.
Now this is the most beautiful sight in the world.
There was no way he actually meant that, but before I had time to protest, he placed a long, slow stroke against my aching pussy. He groaned like it was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted and thrust his tongue deep inside of me. Holy shit. I tilted my head against the rock wall behind me. He slowly slid his hands up until they reached the apex of my thighs. He gently pushed, spreading my thighs even farther apart and giving him better access. Only one of my past boyfriends had done this, but it wasn't like this. I could tell he hadn't liked it, which just made me self-conscious. But Rob, he was devouring me. He reached up with one hand and massaged my breast. Oh, God. I wasn't sure how long I could take this. As if he knew it, he rubbed his nose against my clit, and I completely lost control. I felt both of his hands keeping my thighs spread wide for him as he lapped up my juices. Finally, my heartbeat slowed, and Rob kissed my stomach. He pulled me back down into the water. If the sound of the waterfall hadn't surrounded us, he would have been able to hear my panting. That was amazing. He kissed the tip of my nose.
A body like yours should be worshipped.
I laughed. Is that what you tell all the girls?
No, just you.
Just me.
I've also never worked so hard to get someone to like me, or come back when someone completely wrote me off.
I already liked you. I mean, I didn't really know you, but I had such a big crush on you when I was at school. I used to always read at the same time so that I could see you run. Rob laughed. I know, that's incredibly lame.
No.
He touched the side of my face.
I used to run at the same time every day so that I could see you reading.
I swallowed hard. It seems crazy that we met here, don't you think?
Don't you believe in fate, Daphne?
I think I do now. Rob smiled. I wrapped my arms around the back of his neck. I want you.
Baby, you just had me.
No, I mean... I nodded toward his penis.
I have to admit, I'm a little sick of fucking,
he said. Oh. I laughed awkwardly. Right, well, we can get back to the resort. I tried to unwrap my legs from around his waist, but he held me firmly in place.
I have no desire to go back to the resort. I just think something slower paced might be better, don't you? Since we're both kind of maybe trying to figure out what this love thing is all about.
This love thing? I tried to raise my eyebrow like he did, but to no avail. He laughed and smoothed my brow with his finger.
Mm-hmm.
He grabbed a condom from somewhere behind me. How did you know I was coming here?
I just had a feeling.
He ripped the condom open with his teeth. Everything he did was so sexy. I put my hands on either side of his face. He stared back at me as he grabbed the condom from the wrapper.
We don't have to, if you're not ready.
Not ready? I smiled. No, I feel like I can find myself in you. I feel like maybe you can make me whole again. He laughed. I swallowed hard. I mean...
No.
He smiled and put his fingers through my hair.
I'm sorry, but I'm literally about to find myself in you right now.
You're incredibly immature.
And yet, here we are.
He handed me the condom. There was a challenging look in his eyes. Maybe you can work on finding yourself in me in more of a spiritual sense, too, I said as I rolled the condom onto his erection.
Everything feels pretty spiritual with you, Daphne.
He pressed my back against the rock wall behind us.
Why do you think I came back?
For skinny dipping and sex? He laughed.
I promise that this isn't just about sex for me, but I really, really want you right now.
His voice sounded so earnest, as if I was the only thing in the world he truly wanted. I smiled up at him. Rob, I'm all yours.
I love the sound of that.
He leaned forward and kissed me as the tip of his erection pressed against me. I spread my thighs wider, inviting him in. He groaned into my mouth as he slowly pushed into my wetness. I gripped a handful of his hair as his hands gently cradled my ass. This was so different from the first time. We weren't angry with each other now. This was slow and loving. There was a fullness in my chest that I had never felt before. He groaned again as his thrusts started to go faster. That guttural sound was now my favorite noise in the world. One of his hands dipped to the back of my neck as his kisses grew more ravenous. The pressure building between my thighs was making me climb higher and higher, but I didn't want this moment to end. Don't stop, I moaned.
It's okay to let go,
he whispered in my ear. His words brought tears to my eyes. He seemed to understand me so completely. There was so much meaning behind what he had just said. I needed to let go, truly. His tongue invaded my mouth again as his fingers squeezed my ass cheeks. He tilted his hips, hitting a spot that I didn't even know existed. God, the slow, sensual build-up made me come hard. I gripped the muscles of his strong back.
Daphne,
he groaned as he slammed into me hard. We rode out our orgasms, touching each other everywhere, savoring the moment, until finally his hips stopped moving. He kissed my temple, the bridge of my nose, then the tip of my nose.
Why are you crying?
He whispered. He wiped underneath my eyes with his thumb. I pushed on his waist and he slowly slid out of me. I hated the empty feeling. I quickly wrapped my legs back around him, but that empty feeling remained. I want someone to hold me close all night.
I already told you I was a snuggler.
No, I mean, I want someone I can rely on. I don't like feeling vulnerable. Rob, we barely know each other. We don't even live in the same state.
I'm not attached to anything in Newark. It took me a long time to realize it, but I think I stayed there because I was waiting. I think maybe I thought I could find happiness there like my brother did, you know? But my home is in the city. It always has been. I want to move back. I need roots. I need a little more stability in my life. Honestly, what I need is you.
I'm boring, and I'm pretty sure you realize that my stability is a very thin facade. I'm kind of a mess, and what we have is so crazy and fast and—
Daphne, the best things in life are fast and crazy, and I like messy. Now how about you stop dwelling on all the little things and tell me what's really wrong? Tell me about how you're scared of loving me because you're scared of losing me. Because I know how it feels to worry. I know how it feels to have a panic attack when you get a phone call in the middle of the night. I know how it feels to live in fear. I know.
I didn't try to hide my tears. I thought I was never going to see you again.
Daphne, I'm not going anywhere, and I don't make promises I don't intend to keep.
I pressed the side of my face against his chest. I don't want to close myself off to love anymore.
Me either.
He grabbed my chin and tilted my face back up to his.
It's okay to be scared. It's okay to be upset. It's okay to hurt. I think maybe we met for a reason. I think maybe I'm supposed to help you with all that.
And what do you get in return for helping me? He smiled.
You, the most beautiful girl I've ever met, inside and out. Now that I have my arms around you, I don't intend to let go.
I've been waiting my whole life for you, Robert Hunter. He laughed.
No one calls me Robert, unless I'm in trouble.
I have a feeling you're in trouble a lot.
What? Rarely.
He flashed me a smile.
We'll figure it all out, Daphne. Don't worry about the future. Let's just focus on right now. Speaking of which, how'd you like the shower?
I thought the water pressure was great. He laughed. The company was even better.
Is that right?
He placed a soft kiss against my lips.
I could stay here forever with you, but we need to get going.
Where? I can't leave. It's Alina's bachelorette party.
Why do you think I hooked their guys up with rooms here? By the way, your friends were terrible at getting you here. I was waiting here for like 2 hours. And Tim is a very interesting character.
I laughed. You sent the guys here? I thought about all the weird things Tim had said. He was just trying to make sure I went for a walk again. He was always so strange, so I hadn't even been suspicious.
Yeah, I didn't want your friends to be upset when I whisked you away.
Whisked me away? Aren't we going back to the resort?
No, and we better get going before we miss our flight.
I really can't just leave. They'll be worried about me.
It's fine. The guys assured me that they'd make sure their women are properly entertained all week. Those were Tim's exact words, I believe.
I laughed. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Come on. Let's learn to live and love together. We just have to be back for my brother's rehearsal dinner at the end of the week. I told them you'd have the filet at the wedding reception, prepared however the chef wanted, since you're so into trying new things recently.
You want me to come to your brother's wedding?
He kind of already invited you. You've made quite the impression on my friends.
I smiled. I'd love to come.
Great. Now you just have to choose where we'll be flying to first. Venice, Paris, or Sydney. Take your pick.
Aren't those some of the most romantic cities in the world?
It's the start of our love story, Daphne. Let's make it memorable.
He climbed out of the water and put his hand out for me.
Give me your hand. I promise I won't let go.
I put my hand in his. I was finally ready to live again.
Epilogue. Rob. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Conversation died around me when I saw Daphne's name flash across the screen. Finally. I thought she'd be here by now. I walked over toward the windows to get farther away from the party as I answered my phone. Hey, gorgeous. Where are you?
I'll be there in a few minutes. My taxi got stuck in traffic.
I just spent a whole week alone with her, getting to know every inch of her body, all her nervous tics, especially the way her voice hitched when she wasn't being completely honest during all our truth or dare nights. Traffic, huh? She laughed.
Fine, you caught me. I delayed leaving my apartment for the longest time. Are you sure it's okay that I'm coming? It's their rehearsal dinner. That's a hugely important event in their lives, and I wasn't really invited.
Daphne, James specifically told me I could invite you. You're my +1. Now and forever.
But what about Penny? I don't want to impose on...
She's going to be thrilled to meet you. I glanced at Penny and James talking to the caterers. Penny was going to love Daphne. What kind of best man would I be if I invited someone to the rehearsal dinner that wasn't wanted?
A pretty bad one,
she said with a laugh.
Speaking of which, did you finally finish your list?
I had a pretty long to-do list regarding the wedding. Nothing that James and Penny necessarily requested for me to do, but as the best man, things that I needed to do. Checked off everything and then double-checked it.
So all the tuxes have arrived?
Check.
What about the rings? Have you lost them yet?
I laughed. Of course not.
And no one's going to crash the wedding?
I thought about Isabella, James' ex-wife, and all she'd done to try to ruin this wedding already. But the security team was well aware of her. She wouldn't be getting anywhere near this wedding. It's all taken care of.
Well, that's good. I went to a wedding once where the priest said, "Speak now or forever hold your peace," and someone actually spoke. I thought stuff like that only happened in movies. The bride ended up running off with a guy. It was a complete mess.
Oh, fuck. Daphne, I have to go.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just gotta make a quick call. See you in a few minutes. I hung up before she could respond, because there was one thing that hadn't made it onto my list. At least one person. A certain person that James had recently gotten into a fistfight with. There was no telling what kind of shit he might be planning. I pressed on Tyler's name in my cell. It rang a few times before he picked up. Hey, Rob. Tyler? The awkward silence stretched between us. I knew I was the one that called and should be talking, but I was hoping he'd just confess to whatever dumb thing he was about to do. Don't you have a rehearsal dinner to get to? Tyler asked. Best man duties and all that? I looked out the window at the wedding venue in the distance. Part of me expected to see him setting fire to the big tree outside the restaurant. That's why I'm calling. Best man duties, just like you said. Oh, okay. I heard you went to see Penny. I couldn't believe I almost didn't check in with him. My list of silly best man duties had gotten in the way of what mattered. And I knew that Tyler loved Penny. He'd been in love with her for years, and he was about to lose her for good. Desperate times called for desperate wedding-destroying measures. Yep, Tyler said. Care to share what you two lovebirds were talking about? Lovebirds. Really? Look, Rob, as riveting as this conversation is, I'm in the middle of dinner. Then let me cut to the chase. Did you or did you not try to break Penny and James up this morning? You know, the day before they were supposed to walk down the aisle? He didn't respond. What the fuck, Tyler? The fact that your brother punched me in the face kind of hinted at the fact that they were already broken up. And since everyone blamed me anyway, yeah, I went to go see her. I needed to see if she was okay. No, you were trying to convince her to run away with you. Tyler sighed. Maybe that's what I intended to do. But you're standing at the rehearsal dinner right now, aren't you? No thanks to you, I said. I told her to get back together with James this morning. I couldn't believe my ears. Wait, you what? She loves him, not me. I could hear the hurt in his voice. He wasn't about to ruin James and Penny's wedding. He was bowing out. He'd given up. I turned away from the window and looked back at Penny and James. They were happily talking to one of his old college buddies. Tyler had lost, and I actually felt bad for him. I'm sorry, I thought that I'd try to break up my best friend's wedding because I'm in love with her. The only reason I even considered it was because I thought Penny was miserable. I hated seeing her upset. I just wanted her to be happy. And James makes her happy. So now I feel like an ass. I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't work. I was calling to threaten you. If you take one step toward their ceremony, yada yada, I'd kill you, all that jazz. Not necessary. I'm not attending the wedding. I'm not even in the state anymore. Now I felt guilty and concerned. Where the hell are you? All that matters is that I left, and I'm not coming back. Not coming back to where? Penny and James' apartment? New York? The country? What are you talking about? I'm moving to California. I need a fresh start. Look, I'm not planning on threatening you anymore. You can stay in the city. I just thought it would be best if you didn't come to the wedding. That makes two of us. There's nothing left for me in New York. Are you okay, man? There was another long pause. Yeah, he finally said. But it didn't sound like he meant it. I waited. It was the least I could do to hear him out after I'd called him to yell at him unjustly. Actually, no, Tyler corrected. Not really. I just lost everything. Look, Penny's cool. I get why you wanted to be with her. Hell, I'm pretty sure I was hung up on her without even really knowing it. But there's someone else out there for you that'll be a hell of a lot better of a fit. Trust me. I know. That was oddly encouraging when the reason you called was to threaten me. I laughed. I can threaten you and still be your friend. So, how do you know that exactly? That someone out there is a better fit for me? Because I'm in love, man. I'm pretty sure you were single the last time I saw you. And since I've known you. So are you in love with yourself, or... I laughed. I met someone during James's bachelor party. Met someone. Finally met. It doesn't matter how you put it. She's my forever. I can tell. Isn't that a little fast? You know me, I do everything fast. There's no other way to live. Plus, she is... everything. I felt bad as soon as I said it. Tyler had just confessed that he thought he just lost everything. Anything I thought I felt for Penny wasn't real, I quickly added. Not like this. That's great, he said. I hope that's true for me too. But today it just feels like I loved and lost. And I'm in the middle of God knows where in Pennsylvania in a shitty diner where they don't know how to properly fry comfort food. Fuck my life, he said with a laugh. James was right. You are a good guy. James said that. About me. Before or after he punched me in the face? Before, I laughed. He kind of forgot about it during that incident. In his defense, though, he thought you'd run away with Penny. And also, he may have said you were a good guy when he'd had too much to drink. Huh. I always thought that James hated me. But in his defense, I probably would have punched me too. I laughed. I should stop hiding in the corner and get back to the party, I said as I saw Daphne walk into the apartment. She looked as beautiful as ever. I was one lucky man. Have fun. You too. Road trips are the freaking best, and California has way more beaches than New York. Think bikinis for miles. You'll be fine, and you'll find someone else. Enjoy the wedding. I try not to think about the fact that he didn't agree with me. If Daphne knew everyone here, I could have left her to fend for herself for a few minutes while I helped Tyler feel better. But she needed me, and I had a feeling Tyler would figure it out. I'd already given him the best advice I could. I found my person. He would too. Thanks for not being an ass and for making my best man duties super easy. Later. See you around, Rob. I went over to save Daphne. At least she was talking to Penny and James now instead of standing alone. Penny laughed.
Rob certainly is full of surprises. Always good, though.
Stop freaking Daphne out, I said. I grabbed her waist and pulled her in for a kiss, and she melted into me. It was a feeling I was becoming all too addicted to. God, I adored her. Hey, I whispered. You look amazing. Her face flushed. I see that you've met my super annoying soon-to-be little sister, I said.
Annoying?
Penny's eyebrows raised.
Thanks, Rob.
I'm just kidding. You know you're my favorite sister. And definitely sexier than Jen. You know, since Jen is actually my sister, and that would be disgusting if I thought she was sexy. But still okay if I think you are. I winked at her. Speaking of which, Daphne, you have to come meet my real sister, not my fake one. Daphne laughed.
It was really great meeting you, Penny,
she said.
You too. And you have a lovely home.
Before she could say anything else, I whisked her away.
She's so nice, Daphne said. I didn't feel unwelcomed at all.
I kissed the side of her forehead. I told you that you were invited.
I know, I'm sorry. I was just so nervous to meet everyone.
You have absolutely nothing to be nervous about. Everyone's gonna love you. Hell, Penny and James already do.
Speaking of Penny and James, did you fix whatever you needed to for their wedding? It seemed urgent.
Yeah. I thought Penny's ex might try to speak during the speak now or forever hold your peace bit that you mentioned.
Oh, yikes. But you fixed it.
I didn't need to. He already left town. He bowed out more gracefully than I thought he would. I feel bad. I think he really loved her.
I can't even imagine how that would feel.
She looked up at me like she couldn't imagine ever losing me. And she had nothing to worry about there. I wasn't going anywhere. I tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear.
But maybe they weren't the perfect fit, you know?
She said.
He'll find his missing piece.
I pulled her into my side. I hoped Tyler would find his missing piece too. But it was hard not to smile when I'd already found mine.
This recording of Third Chances was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2016 by Ivy Smoak. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.